Just do it! Make your dreams come true! Just do it! Well, you're gonna wake up and work hard at it. Nothing is impossible. Where anyone else would quit, and you're not gonna stop there. No, what are you waiting for? Do it! Just do it! Yes, you can! Just do it! If you're tired of starting over, stop giving up.
Hey guys, how's everybody doing? Good to see everybody. Nah. What's everybody been up to today? It is good to see you all. I wonder. Beanie Baby. Yes. Today we're gonna be using 999. So today is likely the last day we'll see 999 on the stream. But you could always go to the highlights if you missed anything. Yesterday we got the safe ending, and it kind of started us over in a way. I don't know. We'll see what happens. But it's good to see everybody. There's gonna be a lot of skipping forward today because, you know, we've already gone through it. So if there's any of you that don't know what's going on but really would like to know more precisely what's going on, I will be giving you like an abridged version of what's going on. But if you want all the details and everything, it's just go to the archives and watch. And you can skip some scenes if you really want to, but that's the best way to do it. Anyways, after this, I might go back to Monster Hunter. I don't know, Monster Hunter X Hype. I don't know. It kind of looks a little bit convoluted to me, so I don't know. I don't know. We'll see how it is when it gets around. I'll probably stream it either way, so I'll be streaming it. And did Chatty just freeze for me? I feel like Chatty just froze for me. Everybody said hi to me, and then it was like, nope, I'm gonna freeze. So now I have to reopen Chatty. Ba bum, ba bum. Pika. But how's everybody doing today? I can't actually see what you're saying right now, but how's everybody doing today? It's good to know that you are here. Da, 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 da. Alright, there, close Chatty. Now Chatty to be opened. I can still see you guys up here, so you can keep talking to me. You just have to give it a moment to set up. But yeah, today is likely the finale. And yeah, I hope that Monster Hunter X is not new 3DS exclusive, although I could see them screwing people over like that. But we'll see. If that is the case, it might be time to make another fundraiser thing, especially for that. That's really the only reason I would get a new 3DS is if it became exclusive for new 3DS. Is my bot not paraphrasing things? It's not. I don't know what's up with it. Oh well. Alright, well, anyways, hi again everybody, and we're gonna get started. So let's go ahead and turn down the music right here. And I'm going to change the background here because it's actually more distracting than it is Even though I don't seem to use this background, it's more distracting than it is helpful. It doesn't match everything else. Same with this one. Okay. Even though we don't even use it, but whatever. Alright, so last we left our heroes, they were dead. That's it, they were dead. Where gameplay, please? Where you at? Where you at? Oh, where you at? There we go. Sound. Sound. Is it just me? Because I'm not hearing any sound. Did I mute it? Did I mute it? I might have. Yeah, I did. There we go. Then everyone forget NX or something. Who? You probably will get Monster Hunter X here. I really doubt that we'll get Monster Hunter X. If we get Monster Hunter X, it'll be Monster Hunter XU. So, guys, just be ready in the next 3 years to be playing it. And if you're Japanese, be ready in next year. I'm gonna play the Japanese version this time, though. I'm not gonna wait. I'm just gonna go straight to the Japanese version. So, if you guys don't want spoilers, you guys aren't gonna be coming by here for a long while when that happens. Okay, so anyways, we're gonna start off with let's just start off. Continue. So we have 2 endings left. We'll likely get them today. And we're gonna take a different path today. Before we do start off, let me go turn on the AC. And just to make sure you're feeling comfortable. Get a bottle of water too. Get a bottle of water too. If we don't get Mega Man X armor in Monster Hunter X, I'm gonna be disappointed. I demand a Zero Sword. Alright. What's that? Loading complete. Resuming game. So, like I said, we are just gonna skip forward in a lot of this. I'll give you guys like a summary of what exactly is going on, but it's not gonna be like a mind-blowing, super concise summary. It's just gonna be a slight summary, and hopefully you guys get the idea, those of you that have missed certain parts. So, right now we are on a ship, or what looks like we're on a ship. It blows up. Oh my goodness. And then, it's like, oh man, I just woke up. Where am I? I'm on a ship, it looks like. But what's going on? Why is there a 5 on the door? What? that? Get me out of here, anyone. There's a 5 on my wrist and it's not coming off. What's going on with this? And oh man, I remember getting kidnapped now. Oh, the room is gonna flood. And I need to get out of here. Oh, come on, puzzle solving, boys. Okay. And now we go get the key over here. And then he's gonna be like, man, I remember back in the day when rooms didn't have any water. Those were the days they had windows and stuff that would be left open to leave predators to come in my house with white smoke bombs and stuff. And so we go and it's like, oh man, guess I should stop reminiscing and get out of this flooding room before I drown. And then we go get the other key right here. And then, I don't remember the code again. Let's see if maybe I remember it. 7, 4, 7, 4, 6, 3? And 7, 2, 6, 3, 7, 4. Nope, don't remember it. Gotta find all the other pieces. So let's go get all the other pieces. And get this. Then gotta get this. And gotta get this. This. Combine this with this. Turn it around. And now 0, 0 to 8. Wait, 0 to 0 to 6 3 0 2 6 3. Alright, go in. Get the case, oh my gosh, digital roots at this thing. And then over here. Get this key. Before we open it. It is 7, 4, 7, 4, 8, 5, 7. Alright, the key. Seven, 4, 8, 5. It's opening. Okay. Get out. Come on, come on. And then we made it out the door. How many more endings do you think 99 has? Well, the game says there's 2 more. It literally says there's 2 more endings, so I'm gonna assume 2. Like, oh hey guys, what's up guys? We're meeting each other now. What's up? I'm a mountain. We should get through this door. I'm gonna try to bash through the door, alright guys? Cause I'm a mountain. Oh, couldn't get through the door. Man, I don't know what to do. Oh man, she's hot. I remember her from elementary school. She was on top of me back then too. Now I'm gonna hear, oh my gosh, it's Zero. That's the guy that kidnapped us. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Now we're going through and oh man, I got a bracelet that says 5. And we got only 9 hours from now. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. And now we're talking. We're like, nah, bruh. We're gonna look everywhere, and I'm not playing this game. I'm just gonna blow up like the guy that's in front of us. It's about to blow up. And it's like, man, I couldn't find any exits, so we're just gonna like, hey, shut up. Like, oh, man. Hey, don't tell us your personal information, that's bad. Just call me Seven. Call me Santa Claus. Call me Ace. Call me Lotus. Call me Snake Eyes, cause I have no eyes. Call me Clover, cause 4-leaf clover. Call me June, cause this is 6, and that's June. And now we know everybody's name, but except you, Mr. Guy. Who are you? And then it's like, yeah, I don't know you guys, but I'm gonna go now. Also, I have a knife. I have the knife, and I'm gonna stab her. So I'm gonna go. Everybody touch that thing. It makes me feel good when you touch the thing. Alright, you touch it too, though. Now I'm gonna touch my thing myself. And then we get through the door. And like, alright guys, well, it was nice knowing you, take care. And it's like, man, what happened? Oh no, I'm gonna blow up. Somebody please help me. He lied to me, I'm gonna blow up. And they blew up. And everybody's like, alright, well, let's check it out. What's going on over there? And we look, and then I was like, hey, it's spaghettis. Yep, it's spaghetti. So we got June fates, and it's like, oh no, don't cry, June. Everything will be okay. And now an hour has passed, and we still haven't done anything. We should probably get on doing something. Well, I don't want to blow up, so I'm not gonna go through. And it's like, oh, you know why they blew up? It's because he didn't follow the rules. If he had followed the rules, he wouldn't have blown up. So see, the thing is that you have to use math, and if you didn't use math, the game gives you a calculator that you don't actually ever really use because there's no reason to ever use that math because the game already does any sort of math for you that's important other than like 10 plus 20 equals 30, which is not a digital root of anything. By the way, this is my sister and that's my brother. And now we are like, alright, well, then I guess we should probably go through one of these doors so that we don't end up like spaghetti. And it's like, alright, well, I'm gonna go through door number 6, but number 6 isn't here, so I guess I'll settle for door number 5. And alright, we'll go to door number 4. And we'll go with Clover. And like, yeah, I'll get to go with my brother. And wait, digital root is 4, right? Because 8 plus 3 plus 5 plus 9 equals 4. And then we decide today, yesterday we went through door 4, we're gonna go through door 5 today. Diddle-a-diddle-a-day. Wait, was it? Wait, was it today? Wait, did we, what door did we go to? No, we didn't go through door, we went to the safe ending, so we would go through door 4 today. That's right, we did both sides yesterday. But we ended up going here and then did the safe ending. So yeah. So let's go through number 4. So now we're going through 4. We agreed with them. It was like, alright, Clover, you go over there and like chill with all the men. And we hope that nothing happens to you. Also, tell us if you blow up. If you blow up, like we don't want to blow up. So tell us how that you blew up, so that we don't blow Alright, she told us, so now we're going through. Hey, we're about to blow up, so let's go do the thing that she told us so we won't blow up. And oh man, they're all, the doors are locked. Where's the things that we don't blow up? And like, oh, there it is, guys. I found it. And it's like, alright, we good dogs. Oh man, that has a man symbol on it. I guess I gotta stick something in it. Cause I'm a man. He's like, no, don't stick that in there. It's too small. And he's like, alright, well I'll go find something bigger then. And now we're here. Hey Wolf, how are you? You ready? Yeah, I guess I am. Giggle, giggle. Oh, you're worried about me, but what if I'm the killer? How do you know I'm not? Because it's weird that we haven't seen each other in forever. And it's like, nah, you're not the killer. And then go through the door, go to the map. I'm like, man, I really wish we could sleep together, but you know, that's probably not a good idea. You know, there was a Titanic once, and it's like, yeah, the Titanic, and then somebody wrote how the Titanic would sink exactly 20 years beforehand. Do you believe in curses? Yeah, I do.
Yeah, well, I guess so to an extent.
Yeah, well, I guess so to an extent. Junpei scratched his temples. And it was like, nah, not really. I don't actually believe. Oh man, mummies.
Mummy, the priestess. Supposedly, she was special.
What do you mean?
Well,
The priestess was special because she was like permanently frozen under 96 degrees or something like that. So now we're gonna look at there. I guess it's a double, huh? What's up? You're turning all red. Oh man, is your fever back? Hey, are you alright? Do you need to lay down for a minute?
I'm fine. I think it's still a little early for that.
Huh? Hey, seriously, are you really okay? So, she's like coming on to him, he's oblivious. And now we're gonna go here, is right here. Go through the door. Like, alright, Chikorino, I'm gonna see you again later. Go here, we light it up. Going through here. And like, oh yay, it's not dark anymore because candles! And then we open up this drawer and like, yes, we found one piece of the Funyo Rimpa! And then we look here on the bed and it's like, oh snap, curtains, that's not a Funyo Rimpa, but you know, that's cool. And we're over here and it's like, oh hey, this candle turned into key, we wonder what it could go to. And we go and open what it goes to right here. It's like, oh yes, give it, we opened it, boss. There's another piece of the Funyo Rimpa right here. And it's like, hey, you got a minute? You want to take my clover? I mean, it's good luck and stuff, and I hate good luck. And it's like, well, nah, I don't want it. Thanks, but no thanks. It's kind of weird to be getting presents from another dude, you know? Santa's eyebrows went up. Apparently, he hadn't thought of that. Yeah, I guess you have a point. I won't force it on you. Sure you don't want it? Fine, I'll take it. Actually, I'll take it. If Santa wants to give it to him that much, Junpei couldn't see any harm in taking it. Actually, I guess I'll take it. Jeez, make up your mind, alright? From before Junpei could change his mind again. Here! Santa shoved the bookmark into his hand. He took it clumsily and stuffed it into the inside of his pocket. Pocket of his vest. Phew, man, I feel a lot better now. That thing was real pain, you know? Do you really hate those 4 words that much? Yeah, well, they can all betray you, you know? hope, faith, love, and even destiny. So yeah, he hates those 4 words, like they betray you, and like, and you mean gambling? Like, do you play? He's like, nah, I don't play, but you know, gambling is alright, I guess. And talks about things. Nona means 9, and how the pharmaceutical place was a bad place because, or no, he made a bunch of money at the pharmaceutical place. And yeah, so let's put up the curtain right here. Put up the curtain right here. Like, oh yeah, we got the curtain going. Look into the hole. Like, alright, well, I know what hole you want me to go stick my eye in now. And we go through the door to the other bathroom. It's that one right there. Yay, we got the 3 pieces of the Funya Rimpa. Go back to the living room. Oops. Let's go back over there. Like, alright, we got all the pieces of the Funya Rimpa. Let's put it together, boys. Like, yes, I got the Funya Rimpa. I did it. Let's get whatever's inside our. Hey, it's a key. And then we're looking at the pictures. What is it, man? It's like, it's just an ink blot test, isn't it? No, it's morphogenic field stuff. Like, what do you see? And I'm like, well, I see a Funya Rimpa. No, we're just gonna say dog. Maybe a dog. See, you have the head there, here, and these are the front paws, and these are the back paws. Jinbei traced the black contours. See? Ah, I see it. Guess you've got a point. Sanda, despite his constant aloofness, was clearly impressed. Junpei glanced over at Lotus. She looked stunned. How did you know? You're right. I didn't think you would be able to guess that. For a brief moment, Junpei felt a swell of pride. So now we know what the picture's of, but I don't see how that helps us. Lotus nodded. It was like, well, think of this. There was people in the world that didn't know what that was. There was like 3% of people that didn't know what that was. And we did a test, and then like 2 days later, we did another test in another part of the world that had no communication with this part of the world, and double that amount of people knew because other people knew because in the morphogenic field. Yeah, we did it. We got out. And I was like, oh man, there's a gate there. We can't get through, man. But we're in the kitchen now, so that's okay. We might find some food and stuff here. And it's like, oh man, I knew it. There's a map that in the map says we can go to the other side of the gate if we finish this room. Am I sick? No, I don't know what the thing I have. It just, itchy nose is what I have. So now so in order to get over there, we need to get stuff. which would be right here. It's like, hey, what's up? Yeah, I have the Titanic sink, and some guy, like, he saw the future and wrote everything that happened to the Titanic, even its layers, and it.
But Jumpy, you said he believed in curses.
Come on, that's totally different. And we go forward, and like, oh man, there's a thing. Sharpen the knife. Get some cheese. Olive oil. Olive oil. Go over here to this door. Unrust it so that we can go through it. And then we're like, man, it's really cold in here. Man, it's really cold in here. My boobs are frozen. And like, I'm getting out. She shuts the door and like, oh no, it's frozen. And we're like, how are we gonna get out? I guess we gotta find the way out. And we're gonna find a way out now. It's so cold. So it's like, oh man, you know, it's really weird that the dry ice doesn't actually freeze. He wanted to freeze or not. It did strike Junpei rather odd. So then right here, he's gonna end up talking about about and how liquid doesn't usually freeze above 32, and then there's a certain liquid that freezes that freezes at 96 degrees, doesn't melt until it's 97 degrees, and it's like, oh man, that's pretty interesting. And that ice that doesn't melt is so interesting. I am very interested.
It's really hard. It's frozen stiff.
Hey June, can you say that again?
Eh?
Say it again.
It's really hard.
Again.
It's really hard.
Thanks.
Something wrong, Junpei? The face is bright red.
Nothing. It's fine.
If it's that hard, you can probably use it as a hammer.
Yeah, good point. Maybe we can use it to break something.
Jumpy, it's really hard. It's like a hammer. Jumpy, your chunk of meat. It's rock solid. Jumpy, it's really hard. It's like a hammer. Nom nom.
Don't eat it. Combine it. Now we have a makeshift bomb. So now we use the makeshift bomb here. Like, yeah, we got the makeshift bomb. Now what do? We need to hit it with something. So we'll hit it with some of this. We'll hide in here just so we don't get our faces blown up. Now I'm going to throw it, and I threw it, and it blew up. Yeah, we're out. Good. What have you been doing? It's hot. Ow, 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 ow. Hey, Lotus, what the hell? What have you been doing? I'm telling the truth. I did do stuff. What? You're a liar. You didn't do anything. You should just... What? Why are you lying? You just been sitting there and doing nothing. Are you the one that locked us in?
Hey, no more screwing around, you two. Break time's over. Especially for you, lady. You just been sitting here on your fat ass. on that fat ass of yours while we were freezing to death.
How rude.
I was plenty busy. Yeah, how about you put all that energy into something besides bitching? Let's go.
And then everybody's like, oh snap, he went there. He diddly went there. And like, alright, let's put this meat on the grill. So we put the meat on the grill. And then we're like, alright, let's cut it open. It's like, oh yeah, let's cut it open. Now C, so this is, I forget what C is. 15, 10, 10 is 16. So that's 31. 31 plus 10? Is that it? 31 plus 10? So, no, it's 32. Alright, it's 43-ish. 40. 43. Saturn keys, like, yeah, we did it, we got the key, let's get out of here. Key time, boys. Like, alright, let's go. Yay, we did it. Happy New Year. Wait, the gate's already open. Oh man, but this door, it opens another door, doesn't it? Alright, well, I guess we'll go check what happened when we went through the door. And like, okay, well, it's still flooded down here. And there's a lotus symbol here. And it's because it's a female with horns on it, get it? And then Lotus gets mad, and then we go and we're like, alright, well, there's a long hallway, maybe we should go down the long hallway. Oh man, there's a lot of hospital beds here, what's going on here? And he's like, oh, well, that's pretty cool, I guess. And it's like, yeah, there's numbered doors here, but why isn't this, where is the thing? It's not working, it's broken. Like, man, I guess, like, we need to go fix it. And like, oh, hey guys, we found these doors, and like, it's not fixed, so how do we like fix it? And so now we're going ahead, and so it's like, yeah, we should probably look around. And it's like, well, this place was called the Gigantic. How do you know that? Because the Gigantic was a giant cruise ship that was also turned into like a hospital. So obviously this is the Gigantic. And so now we have last time. We should probably get moving on looking for the stuff. Now, Snake, don't get lost because you're blind and searching on your own for some reason and not with your sister. And come back. It was like, hey guys, I didn't find anything. What? It's fixed? Why didn't you tell me it was fixed? You're supposed to tell us. And then, wait, where's Snake? I told him not to get lost. He's blind. And it's like, no, it's not because he's blind. Somebody kidnapped him. He's my brother. And it was like, alright, well, we'll look around for Snake. And we did all we could. Like, oh, we did everything possible. And we just couldn't find Snake. So we finished searching. It's like, yeah, we searched too. It was a really long search, and like, we couldn't find it. Alright, well, we have to move on then if we want to go forward. Like, there's no other way, we have to. And like, well, I don't want to leave anybody behind, but you know what? We need to make this a vote. Everybody, do you want to go see your brother? He's on the other side of the door. Okay. So everybody's like, okay, well, we gotta go. And it's like, hey, I'm gonna stay behind because that way you can't go through door number 3, and everything will be fine and stuff. And No, I'm not. You have to come. Ace is like, nope, nope, I don't. I'm gonna make myself go to sleep now. So you can't stop me. He's like, no, but you have to. I'm like, all right, I'm going to sleep now. And then, all right, well, I guess now we just gotta choose what door to go to because we got it. And last time we didn't go through door 7. So let us go through door 7, shall we? I think I'm gonna go with door 7.
Okay, 7 it is.
Yeah.
Alright then. That means June's gotta go through 8.
What? Why? What? Santa's grimaced and muttered angrily to himself, but finally began to explain.
If the 6 of us are gonna keep going without leaving anyone behind, there's only 3 ways we can do it.
Plan A, go with 7, 3, 5, 8. Plan 8. Plan B. Plan C.
That's it. Those are the only options. In other words, 3 and 4 and 7 and 8 can never go through the same door. You get it now?
As Santa finished, June looked over at Junpei, tears welling up in the corner of her eyes.
Oh no. You're saying we aren't going to see each other for a long time?
Junpei felt as June did. He wanted to be at her side through whatever trials they were prepared to face. But he knew if they were to survive, he had to swallow his feelings. In order for the 6 of them to move forward, he and June had to be separated. He looked at June. He was scared to lose her, but he steeled his resolve, and did his best to smile. Hey, come on. You're making it sound like we're never gonna see each other again. If we split up, we only for a little while, and it's like, yeah, it's only gonna be for a little while. We gotta get back together because we gotta get 9 doors and stuff. So we're gonna go through the 7 doors. Like, yeah, we're going through the 7 door with 7 and Clover. And alright, bye June. Thanks. No, where's the thing? And like, oh man, that was close. But just and then Clover's like, what? Clover's like, you're fat. He's like, what? What the hell did you just say? And say it again. I dare you.
You have no.
You little. You wanna die?
I'd like to see you try.
You fucking brat. Alright, let's go. Hey, calm down, guys. This isn't the time for this. It's not gonna do us any good. Gosh. And so now we're like, okay, well, let's go through the door, shall we? And like, we go through the door, and she screams because she sees a body. And like, oh wait, that's not a body, it's a mannequin. False alarm, guys, just a mannequin. Like, all right, well, let's figure this thing out, bruz, and gal, bruz. Now we're here. So. So let's see. I don't remember exactly what to do. I think there was something here.
Ew, gross.
I sneezed. So now, is there anything? There's something in there, but I need to get it out with a tool. Maybe with the scalpel? Nope. Woman, lady. Forceps. Maybe get it out with forceps? Yeah, got the spleen out. Alright, we're trying to collect body parts, aren't we? Nothing here. Nothing here. That's not opening. What if we cut this? Let's try cutting the organ. Yeah, we got a key. Cool, it's unlocked. I believe that also unlocks this room. Yeah, it's unlocked. Need to get stuff. Blue and red liquid. Woo! Something stinks. It's coming from the bottle. It says here there's ammonia. Pretty much so. You're gonna drink it? Gross. Carbon. It says water. Oh wait, Rue. Hey, did you say something? Oh, yeah, I see. I could have sworn there was an item here somewhere. Alright. Use this chart that we'll never use. You found the leg. Break a leg. Found another leg. Found a nose. It's actually a body. It's all empty now. Sink. Nothing else here. Nothing here. Won't budge. Switch. Nothing here. Nothing here.
But I'm tired.
Hang your coat. Rusty table thing. Wonder of the scale. Anything else? Lots of stuff there. Nothing inside it. Alright, let's put the body pieces here. Do I have to read the file? I feel like I have to read the file. Oh, I'll probably have to touch the body.
Touch my body. Da-na-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na-na.
Oh wait, I'm missing a piece, aren't I? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. I think. Where's the last bit of body? Why do I still have empty blue bottle? I don't understand why I still have those. Oh yeah, the last piece is right here. I don't remember. Iron, salt, water, carbon dioxide, ammonia, ethanol. I wonder what number goes goes after carbon dioxide, ammonia, ethanol. Ammonia shelf 3, 4. That's 4. But ethanol 10, 6, 7, 8, so 9. 9. I don't remember actually. So ammonia, ethanol, wait, carbon dioxide, ammonia, and ethanol. Carbon dioxide, ammonia, and ethanol. So 4. Carbon dioxide, 4, 10, 6, 2, 6, 17, 18, that would be 9. Ammonia, carbon dioxide, so 4 blank 9. 4 blank 9. H2O. Are you ready? CO2, carbon is 0 oxygen. So 3. 4, 3, 9? Wait, so I don't exactly remember what I was looking for. Na 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 no, 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 no. Yonko, no, you've been betrayed. Why have you not committed the middle Sudoku? Okay, so iron 1, salt 2, water 3. And if that's the case, then carbon dioxide, ammonia, ethanol. I had it backwards. And carbon dioxide is 3. Ammonia? No, wait, ethanol is 3. Or no, yeah, ammonia's carbon dioxide is 3, ammonia is 4, and what you call it is 9. I had it, yeah. That must be it. 3, 4, 9. Okay. I thought it was more complicated than that. I was like, wait, do I have to do the hexadecimal for the thing, maybe? And like, no. Nah, bro, chill out. Chill out, bruh.
You think we should go back?
Yeah, probably. That'd be probably best. Clover nodded and left. Junpei and I followed, and Seven ensued. Hey, Seven, what's up?
Oh, well.
He looked up at Junpei distractedly, and then back down the brown bottle he held and cupped in his large hands. But what's that? In response, Seven tossed the bottle gently to Junpei. He caught it, twisted it, and read the label. Ethanol dimethyl ethynyl dimentartrate. Okay. Something's like, oh yeah, you can drink this and get drunk. And there's a lot of research in some pharmaceutical company to get this. Like the molecules were communicating with one another, transmitting information in a way humans couldn't perceive. This phenomenon spread throughout the world, right? Junpei looked at Seven with a half smirk. Seven stared at him, dumbfounded. Yeah, that's exactly. But how did you know? I heard I heard another story kind of like that one.
When?
In the freezer.
What? The freezer?
I'm assuming he's talking about when June was talking about Ice 9 and the molecules of this one chemical actually started changing throughout the entire world. Junpei told Seven the story he heard from June in the freezer in the kitchen. One day, glycerin began to crystallize. And the story of ice that wouldn't melt at room temperature. When Junpei was done, Seven looked thoughtful and absent-mindedly rubbed the scar on his chin.
Ice that doesn't melt at room temperature, huh?
That sound familiar?
Yeah, hold up. I feel like I can remember something. It's right there.
Seven squinted. His eyes stared off into space, as if he were trying desperately to focus on something far away. Do you know something about it? Know about Ice 9? I mean, be more specific about it. Yeah, do you know something about Ice 9? Do you know about Ice 9?
Ice 9? Ice 9. Ice 9. Ice. 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 Baby. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby. Ice, ice, baby.
Suddenly, Seven's eyes shot open.
That's it! I remember now! That woman, she's on this boat!
That woman?
Alice!
Who's Alice?
Come on! The woman who won't melt at room temperature!
It became clear to Seven that Junpei had no idea what he was talking about. He ran his hand across his face and took a deep breath.
You know the Titanic? How the Titanic sank on April 15th, 1912, right?
Yeah? More than 1,500 people died. Worst maritime accident in history. What about it?
Did you hear about the boat that was sent to collect the dead bodies?
I think the RMS Carpathia, right? It was a cruise liner, just like the Titanic.
No, that was the ship that picked up the survivors. The ship that collected the dead bodies was the CS Mackie Bennett. The Mackie Bennett showed up on April 17th, 2 days after the accident. It set out from Halifax, a port in Canada, and recovered 306 bodies. The Atlantic that far north was really cold. It would have to have been for there to be icebergs and stuff. Anyway, the bodies they pulled out of the water were frozen solid.
This isn't a very nice story. So, what happened next?
Well, they say the Mackie Bennett recovered something more than just dead bodies. There were various bits of stuff floating around the water, things that the drowned had carried with them, or such dislodged as the ship sank. One of the things they found was a coffin.
A coffin?
Yeah, a wooden one.
The craftsmen who made it all must have been pretty skilled. It wasn't.
It wasn't. It must have been pretty skilled. It wasn't just a wooden coffin. It was all wood. There were no nails or reinforcements, and there were no gaps in the wood anywhere. It was airtight. The crew got pretty curious about what might be inside and opened it up. They had to get a wedge and hammer it open. It was so well made inside. It was so well made inside. They found a woman, or I guess you should say they found the dead body of a woman. Her hair was thick and black. Her skin was deep brown and didn't show any signs of age decomposition. They say that she looked gorgeous, like a goddess. She was obviously dead, but everyone who looked at her said she just looked like she was sleeping. Her skin was so lifelike, she looked like she might wake up at any minute. She didn't though. Like the rest of the bodies they found, she was frozen solid. Eventually, the Mackie Bennett finished the search and returned to Halifax. The 306 bodies were unloaded and taken ashore. However, it was warm enough that they began to melt. They say that the stink was horrible. But there was one body that didn't thaw.
The girl in the coffin.
That's right.
Everybody thought for sure
that she'd melt and start to rot like the rest of them eventually. But weeks passed and nothing happened. Then a month had passed and another, and it was summer, and she was still frozen solid. After a while, people started to say she was some sort of miracle. Rumors about that girl started to spread, and people came to visit Halifax from all over. After a while, people started to call her Alice. Of course, those rumors didn't last long.
Why?
Well, she up and disappeared. One day Alice was there, and the next she wasn't. They say someone snuck into where they were keeping her and stole her body. With the body gone, the rumors followed pretty quickly. And after a while, no one remembered her. You might be able to find something about her if you could find a newspaper from back then, but that's about it.
Wait, you just said that she was on this boat.
Yeah, I did. Alice has got to be somewhere on this ship.
Now, why the hell would you say something like that?
'Cause I know.
And just what is it, you know?
What happened to Alice after she was stolen?
Junpei gulped. Alright, tell me. What happened to Alice? Seven nodded slowly and took the look of a man recalling something long buried, and with the look of a man buried, something long buried. La la la.
Well, around that time, the word was that there was a thriving black market in New York. I mean, I'm sure there still is, but this was special. All millionaires from all over the world. I've heard that Alice went up for auction there. The person who won the auction was Lord Dashiell Gordain. You've heard that name before, right?
Sir Gordain. Isn't he the guy who bought the Gigantic, the Titanic sister ship?
Yeah, that's him. Although I guess he hadn't done that yet.
What do you mean?
Gordain bought Alice in 1912. Then, 4 years later, in 1916, he bought the Gigantic, and he hid Alice somewhere on the Gigantic, but nobody knows where. He died in 1931, and apparently he died without ever telling anyone where Alice was hidden. However,
However, what?
well, he did have one close friend who asked him, "Where is Alice?" And he said, "Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the forest of knowledge beneath the navel of the Gigantic."
What the hell is that? Some kind of riddle?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Seven threw his hands up in defeat.
So that's it. Whatever you think, I believe it. She's hidden somewhere in the Gigantic. In other words, she's hidden somewhere on this ship.
Huh. Before Junpei could dispute Seven's rather bizarre claim, they heard Clover's voice from the door. She did not sound pleased.
Hey! What are you two doing there? Stop wasting time and get over here.
Okay, we're coming.
Huh.
Seven looked at Junpei.
Yeah, so anyway, that's the story. It might be useful someday, don't forget it.
With that cryptic remark, he turned and left the room. Junpei was left behind to ponder what he'd just heard. He tried to remember what June had told him earlier. That mummy wasn't just a normal mummy.
They say that she was frozen. The story says that from its discovery all the way through when it got put in the Titanic. And even though it was carried through the desert, her body never melted.
Was the Egyptian priestess Alice? Had the water in her body become Ice 9? No. That's nuts. There's no way somebody like that could exist. Junpei shook his head, trying desperately to clear it, and followed Seven and to the operating room where Clover was waiting. Okay. So, continuing. Let's put in all the pieces. That girl sure did look like Alice though, didn't she, guys? Alright, let's put in all these pieces. Combine the body! And there we combined the body. Like, oh man, it didn't work. I guess we gotta do the puzzle thing. Oh, we're just gonna switch every single body part. Yeah, we fixed it. That man was actually a woman. Like, okay, what do we get, boys? Yeah, we got a key. We did it. Hooray. We did it, boys. And now we're gonna go through the door. Gonna go through the door. Gonna go through the door. Cause there's nothing left in here. Nothing left in here. We're going through the door. Hey, hold on.
What's up?
Where's
Clover?
huh? Junpei turned around. Clover was nowhere to be seen. God damn it, where the hell did she go? Okay, hold on a minute, let's go get her.
Sure thing.
Junpei left Seven at the door and headed back to the operating room. He found her, standing next to the operating table. She was staring at the mannequin. Hey Clover, what's wrong? Come on, let's get out of here. She didn't respond. It was as if she hadn't been standing up and breathing. Junpei might have thought she was dead. What are you doing? Did you want to come back here and say goodbye to John? It wasn't the best joke, but it was something, an attempt to lighten the mood. Clover didn't laugh. She stood shocked, still, and said nothing. Hey Clover, can you hear me? Perhaps it was something he'd said, or perhaps it was something else. Suddenly her mouth opened, and she whispered in a dry, dead voice.
My brother might be dead.
Huh?
That's why I couldn't find him. If he's dead, I'm going to be next.
Suddenly, the operating room felt very cold. Very, very, very cold. What are you talking about? What's wrong with you? He gave her a small shake, but she still didn't respond. The silence grew heavier. Junpei, what do you want to do? Told Clover they needed to leave. I'm going to told Clover they needed to leave. Or I could gave her the 4-leaf clover. Told Clover they needed to leave. Or gave her What do I want to do? I'm going to give her the 4-leaf clover. Oh, yeah. He didn't know why, but suddenly Junpei remembered something he'd been given earlier. He reached into his pocket and dug it out. A 4-leaf clover. Santa had given it to him in the second class room. He held it out to Clover. Do you know what each leaf on a 4-leaf clover means? Did you know that each leaf on a 4-leaf clover means something? Hope, faith, love, and luck. Take it. Use it as a good luck charm. He pressed the 4-leaf clover into her hand. Listen to me, Clover. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember what's most important, and that's to have faith and to have love. If you can remember all of those, that'll bring you good luck. Snake, your brother, he's not dead. He's alive, somewhere. I'm sure of it. You just gotta believe in that. Clover stared at the 4-leaf clover in her hand. He could see a tear start to form at the corner of her eyes.
Thank you.
Her voice was tiny and broken, and as she spoke, she started to cry. She tried to hide her tears by looking at the floor, but it did little good. She wiped away tears with the baggy arms of her jacket, but more quickly took their place. No matter how she tried, she couldn't stop crying. Her tears gave small wet circles on the floor.
Thank you.
She said it again. Then, she looked up at Junpei and seemed to choke down the last of her grief. She did her best to smile. Junpei wiped the errant tear from her cheek with his thumb, and gave her the best smile he could manage. Now come on. Seven's waiting for us at the exit. But still, she didn't move.
Wait. Before we go, there's one thing I want to ask you.
What's that?
What do you think when... What do you think when you hear the word experiment?
For a moment, his mind froze. Then he came back to his senses and realized the word meant nothing to him, aside from a dictionary definition. What?
How? I guess it was just a coincidence then. I mean, that you knew about the 4-leaf clover.
Look, I'm sorry, I don't want to be a jerk, but you are making less than no sense right now.
Oh, no. It's nothing. Just forget about it.
Oh, don't give me that. You really think I could just drop this? What is this experiment you were talking about? Clover looked away. The 4-leaf clover was still in her hand. She stared at it for a long moment, and then, finally, spoke.
You promise you won't tell anyone?
Cross my heart.
Really?
Really.
I can trust you, right?
Of course you can. Clover slipped the 4-leaf clover into her pocket. Her eyes still red from crying. She looked up at Junpei.
Okay, Then I'll tell you. I'll tell you what happened on this ship 9 years ago.
Wait. On this ship?
Yeah, this ship.
He was entirely lost. He had 1,000 questions, but it was probably best, he thought, to save them until Clover had finished.
It was an experiment to test some sort of psychic thing. Something about communicating through these fields that you can't see.
Fields you can't see? He heard something like this before. Clover nodded.
Like, think about this.
She pointed at the operating table. On top of it was a somewhat mismatched medical mannequin, whose parts had been swapped with another mannequin.
This is John, right? But is he really John?
All Junpei could think was she was finally she has finally completely lost it.
Isn't this like Lux Socks? Or the ship of Thesis?
Junpei grew even more confused. He never heard he never heard of either of those things, although they sounded smart.
You don't know? You haven't heard of those paradoxes?
Junpei shook his head. Clover laughed.
Okay, well, pay attention then. This is how lock socks work. Let's say I've got a pair of socks. They're my favorite socks. One of them get a hole in it. What would you do if that was your sock, Junpei?
If that was my sock? I would probably throw it away. Or I guess I could save it and patch it up. I don't know, most likely I would just throw it away. Well, I'd pitch it, I guess.
But it's your favorite pair of socks.
Come on, who loves their socks that much?
It doesn't matter. Just suppose you do love them that much.
Well, I guess I'd patch it.
But what if another hole opens?
I'd add another patch, I suppose.
And what if another hole opens after that?
Another patch, I guess?
Well, let's say you just keep adding new patches. Until eventually, the original cloth of the socks is totally gone. Once you get to that point, can you really say these are the same socks you started with?
That's tough. Junpei crossed his arms.
So, that's the locks.
So, that's the lock socks thing?
Yeah, the ship of Thesis is a lot like it. The ship of Thesis, if you keep fixing the damaged parts on the ship, eventually it ends up with none of the parts it started with. Can you really say the ship is the ship of Thesis that you started with? And what if you took all the old parts from the first ship and built another one somewhere else? Then which ship is the real ship, ship of Thesis? The one you repaired? Or the one you built with all the original parts?
Huh.
It was an interesting question.
It was an interesting question. Clover could see Junpei was intrigued.
Hey, Do you think it's the same?
What's the same?
These guys. Is this John? Or is it Lucy now?
Junpei looked at the operating table. The mannequin full of body parts from a different body. Clover had been right. It was just like Lock Socks and the ship of Theseus. The part of the body that holds a person's identity is the head. Of course, for many hundreds of years, conventional wisdom had held that a man's identity resided in his heart or any of a number of internal organs. John's head and heart were both his, but apart from that, and a single arm, the rest of his body had once been Lucy's. Was that mannequin really John?
We're just like these mannequins.
She looked at Junpei again.
Think about it. The cells in our bodies change every day. Old ones die, the new ones are born. Maybe parts of my arm is made of stuff from a fish I ate once. Or maybe part of your right side is made from a cow you ate. If you take it a little further, these cows and fish are made from something else too, right? That's how we're all connected. Through fields that can't be seen with the naked eye.
The silence was broken by Seven.
Hey! What the hell are you two is taking you two so long?
Seven Seven's head appeared in the doorway. He was not happy.
How long are you gonna make me wait? We don't have time to screw around.
Junpei and Clover looked at each other. Clover looked at Junpei as if to say there was more she wanted to tell him. She shook her head. Whatever she had to tell him, she didn't want to tell in front of Seven. Seven seemed to catch on.
Oh, what were you two doing? Was this some sort of secret meeting?
No, it wasn't. We were just
Just...
playing with the mannequins.
Huh?
Let's go, Junpei.
Moving a little bit too fast to be entirely innocent, Clover headed towards the exit. Seven stared at her and then turned to Junpei with an amused expression.
Playing with mannequins, huh? I didn't know you were into that kind of thing, Junpei.
You're a dick. Junpei dashed past him and traced Clover's path out the door. You're a dick. With a short laugh, Seven followed. They stood looking at the door. Junpei took out the Jupiter key. Alright, I'm gonna open it now. Is that cool?
You don't need to keep asking, just do it, alright?
Fine then. He slid the key into the keyhole and turned it. He felt it unlock. The door opened with a soft, melancholy creak. Beyond it lay a simple white hallway. There was no fanfare or confetti. Obviously, there was no one there to applaud them. They simply walked through the door, and that was it. Alright, let's get going.
Hey man, what's up with you? You're so serious, you know? Can't you sound more happy? You know, get a little excited?
Not really. Junpei turned away from Seven and took his first step down the simple white hallway.
My brother might be dead. I'm going to be next.
Clover had told him only a few minutes before that her brother would probably be dead, and she was likely to follow him. How could he pretend to be happy after hearing something like that? You found it. They left the operating room. The hallway took them several corners and past several doors, but they were all unlocked, until at last the final door was hidden in the end of the hall. Junpei grabbed the handle. As he made to push it open, a voice stopped him. The voice came from behind him and belonged to neither Seven nor Clover.
Jumpy! Jumpy!
He spun around. He saw someone running towards him from the other end of the hallway. There were 3 people coming towards Junpei and his companions. Santa, Lotus, and June. They pulled up short in front of Junpei, breathing hard.
Whoa! What the hell is this?
What are you doing here? What? But we didn't. Before he could finish, Clover spoke.
Hey guys! Could you come take a look at this?
She was standing near the end of the small hallway that branched off to the right. She was standing near the small bench. The rest of them ran over to her, curious as to what she'd found. There was something on the wall at the end of the hallway. A map of the interior ship. It said sea deck in the upper left corner. It was, they assumed, a map to the floor where they were on. Door 7 and door 8. The map confirmed that what they were already knew. Both doors eventually led to the hallway where they had found themselves. In fact,
Yeah, isn't that what I said? We aren't going to be split up permanently till we find the door 9. We might get separated for a little while, but we'll see each other again. Otherwise, we won't be able to open door 9. And that's how the nonary game works.
Junpei looked at the map of the ship interior again. As he looked more closely, his surprise and excitement gave way to weariness. One by one, the others saw what he had seen. They moved as one for the door. He pulled the map of the map's interior off the wall and put it in his pocket and followed the others. The 6 of them stood in front of the door, arrayed in a semicircle. Santa stepped forward. He took a hold of the door and spoke without looking back at the other 5.
Ready? I'm gonna open it.
Slowly, they all 5 nodded their silent assent. With a deep breath, Santa threw open the door. they powered through the doorway and into the room. Even without looking around, each one of them knew where they were. They were just where the map had said they would be. The same room they had been in not very long ago. The tremendous central hospital room with empty beds from the wall to wall. So we're just gonna recap since we've seen this before. It's like, oh well, we go back around. It's like a key.
Ain't that what I just said? I'm talking about the Jupiter key. We found it in the operating room, right, Junpei?
Junpei nodded. The solar system key. Actually, we found one in the laboratory too. Here, have the Earth key. And Lotus dug out a still warm key with an Earth symbol on it. I might lose it. It's probably better if you hold on to it. That way, it won't be my fault if it gets lost. And with that, she pressed into Junpei's hand. He felt slightly less than honored. As a group of... They now had 3 keys that had not been used. The Jupiter key, which had been found in the operating room. The Saturn key, which had been found in the kitchen. And the Earth key, which Lotus had just handed to Junpei. So now they're like, alright, well, I guess we should probably go back and use these keys because we don't know where it should go. And like, oh wait, but I want to check door 3, so hey, let's go check door 3. While they go check door 3, we're gonna go over here and like check out these doors and be like, oh, and Santa's just like, man, why are we even here? There's no reason to be here. And like, okay, yeah, there's a reason to be here. Of course, we just got new keys, remember? Now we're gonna go check what's at those places. So come on, wake up, guy. And now I was like, hey, we're gonna go through this elevator. But wait, I'm scared to go through the elevator. And it's like, why are you scared to go through the elevator? Junpei was at something of a loss. What could she possibly be frightened of? June was probably afraid of being locked up alone with a boy, or they could only go down because there's a flooding. It's flooding. It's a boat that's flooding. Of course, she's afraid to go down, but we're gonna say being locked up alone with a boy. After a little thought, Junpei decided that she had to be nervous about being locked up in such a small place alone with a boy. In a way, it was kinda cute. Very demure, you could say, he thought. Still, even though it wasn't exactly roomy in the elevator, they weren't going to press up against one another. At least, they didn't have to be. Still, it was making her nervous. Junpei couldn't help but think how innocent she was. Come on, let's go. He stood again, he stepped towards the elevator. And again, he felt himself restrained.
I said wait a minute.
Why?
Aren't you afraid, Jumpy?
Afraid of what?
Well, I've never... You know.
She's never been in an elevator with a man. She's never been in an elevator with a man alone before? Even so, she still seemed awfully alarmed.
I might get wet
What?
down there. I'd get soaking wet.
Well, I mean, of course you would. That's the way it works. I mean, I've never heard of anyone getting soaking wet somewhere else.
That's true. You don't mind
Mind what?
getting What?
Well, I don't know. I think I'd probably, you know, like it.
Gosh, Jumpy, you're so brave.
Really? I mean, I kind of think any guy would do the same thing, you know? What happens, happens, right? If you get the chance, you just gotta go for it. That's what a man's supposed to do, I guess.
You're so cool, Jumpy. I really admire you.
That doesn't really seem like the sort of thing you ought to admire someone for.
I'm really scared.
Yeah. I mean, like you said, you've never done it before.
Yes. So, I don't think I'll be able to last very long. And then it'll be over.
Over?
Yes. I'll go to heaven.
Heaven?
It feels kind of like you're floating in space. And your mind gets all fuzzy, like when you pass out. At least that's what I've heard from people who have experienced it.
Yes, I've heard that too. Although, I don't think the same thing happens to guys.
What?
Huh?
But it would happen to men too, wouldn't it? It would happen to anyone. Once it gets into your body, the same thing happens to everyone.
Well, I mean, usually it doesn't go inside the man. I mean, generally.
Yes, it does. Well, eventually it will. It's not like you really have a choice. Your body will force you to swallow some of it eventually.
What are you trying to do to me?
Nothing. I'm not trying to do anything to you. I'm just saying that that's what happens. It happens. It's a psychological reaction to to what you're experiencing.
What was that really how it happened? It occurred to Junpei that perhaps that was how it worked. Perhaps he'd been mistaken all these years. Had he misunderstood life so gravely? The thought terrified him. June seemed to be entirely oblivious to the Junpei's mounting confusion and terror.
You know, most men probably have larger lungs, but even then, I don't think you could hold your breath for 20 or even 10 minutes. Eventually, you have to breathe, and then the water would get into your lungs. Once that happens, your body won't be able to get oxygen anymore, and you'll start to feel the floaty feeling as you pass out.
Finally, Junpei understood. He understood what June was trying to say and why she was so scared. Yeah, you're right. You wouldn't last very long.
See?
She was afraid that the only elevator button pointed down. That meant, of course, that the elevator couldn't go any higher than the floor they were on. As he thought about it, Junpei realized he hadn't seen elevators on A or B deck near the central staircase, all of which meant that the elevator could only convey them to the lower decks, and the floor below the one they were on, D deck, was completely submerged. That meant... Alright. So, anyway, she's scared of being water down there. They send the elevator down there. They open up the elevator down there. They're like, hey, there's no water inside the elevator. It's like, look, it must be built this way. So let's go down there and see what's down there. It's like, alright, well, we're down here. What's going on around here? And we see things. It's like, oh, well, yeah, there's door number 6. That's pretty cool. We need to have the other people to go through it, though. So we were like, oh, hey, guys, we found door number 6. What did you guys find? We found door number 1. It's like, oh, well, that's cool, I guess. We should go see where everybody else is at. And
They're like, hey guys, we found Snake. He's dead.
he's dead. And everybody's like, oh, snap, he died? How'd he die?
You go in there and see for yourself.
It's like we go in there and see for ourselves, and there's spaghetti everywhere. All the spaghetti. It's like, oh man, that's a lot of spaghetti. And it's like, but where's the dead body? It's right next to it. Man, that's a mess. And then we were like, okay, well, where are we gonna be going? Oh, but he probably died because somebody pushed him in and authenticated with him, and so Zero has to be one of us that did it. So who of us who could have killed him? It had to be Zero, and we're like, all right, well, we better trust each other, but Clover thinks Zero is one of us, and well, Zero could very well be one of us. So what are we going to do? It was like, no, but we can't do anything about this right now, guys. We need to trust each other in order to move on. This is what Zero wants. Zero wants us to not trust each other. And go on. And Sam, Clover, and Junpei is like, oh, well, let's go on. Let's go see where your door leads to in the Mercury. And it's like, well, it leads to door number 2. It's like, oh, well, that's pretty cool, I guess. So we're gonna go back. Where do we want to go, guys? And it's like, well, I want to go to 1. I want to go to 1, and I want to go to 2. And
How did you called me old? Oh my gosh!
and then going through, and it's like, all right, guys. Well, I want to go. Well, we want to go to door 1. And it was like, my choice is door 1. Santa was unconvinced.
Hey, wait a minute there. You cheating?
Cheating.
I'm asking you if you changed your number after you heard what door we wanted.
How could I do that? I wrote it down on the paper earlier.
Let me see that.
So it's accusing him of cheating. It's like, oh well, you changed your number. It wasn't. I saw you switch it. It was like, no, it wasn't what you switched. It's like, all right, well, we're gonna go forward and like, oh, that pig and then Lotus. That pig. Oh yeah, they called Lotus old, and Lotus was really sad and was like,
That pig. He'll see. He'll see next time.
and so now 7 is talking.
So we find the 9 door. There ain't gonna be split ups. So we're gonna run into each other again anyway.
And they go through the door, and it's like, yay, we did it. We went through the door. And 3, 2, 1, go! And we're through the door, and it's over. And yeah, we did it, guys. We're going through the door. We did it. Hey, I did it. And then we're going. We did it. It's a captain's quarters. We gotta get out of here. Find a way out. And now we're looking for a way out. So there should be some dialogue here with Clover. That's the reason I went through here, is because I want it to be with Clover, since we gave Clover the... Yeah, I shouldn't do that while streaming. So, we gave Clover the Clover, and she still wants to talk to us, and I figured over here in deck 1, she might be able to finish our conversation because we will be alone with her in this room. A chair.
A chair.
Clover isn't talking much. Well, I guess it's understandable. I mean, she's been through a lot. Really, more surprising that she was together enough to talk at all. By the way, if you did miss it throughout that recap, Clover's brother was found blown up into pieces inside door number 3, where she went through. So she saw spaghetti pieces everywhere of her body, and it was horrible. now we're getting all these pieces. The voice, yeah, Inspector Star. Junpei is Ace. Oh, I just thought I'd come check up on you two. Check up on the two of you. Is there a problem? Yeah, there is. Yeah, there is. His eyebrows went up. You checked on us. Now get out of here. We split this stuff up for a reason, all right? It was a lie. There was no reason to split up the work. Junpei wanted to talk to Clover privately. That was why he sent Ace to the wheelhouse. There was something he meant to ask Clover, and he didn't want anyone else to hear him ask it. He also knew that Clover would likely remain silent if there was anyone else around when he asked. That was why he was so desperate to send Ace back to the wheelhouse. Ace opened his mouth, then took another look at Junpei and shut it again. A small smirk appeared on his face. Oh, I see. Of course. He looked Junpei over, then glanced at Clover. I apologize for the intrusion. Well, best of luck. Ace gave Junpei a knowing pat on the back, on the shoulder, and left. Junpei let out a sigh and brushed a few drops of sweat from his forehead. He turned and found himself looking straight into Clover's eyes. She heard what Ace had said. She regarded Junpei with caution.
What was that about?
Clearly she was suspicious, and with good reason. Junpei's eyes widened, and she held up his hand in a gesture of innocence. Oh, no. It's nothing like that.
What's it like, then?
I just wanted to hear the rest of that story. I didn't get a chance to ask you about it until now.
What story?
About the experiment. Remember? The one you had started to tell me in the operating room? You said something about the experiment that happened here 9 years ago. Clover bit her lip. She stared down at the floor for several long moments, and when she spoke, it was barely audible.
I'm sorry, but I don't want to talk about that right now. I'm just not in the mood, okay? You understand, right? I keep thinking about my brother. I can't stop. I mean, who would do something like that to my brother? I can't forgive them. I'm not gonna let them get away with it. They're going to pay for it. I promise. So...
Her shoulders were shaking. Drops of blood had sprung from her lips where she was biting them. She wiped it off and looked up at Junpei, her eyes fierce and angry.
Junpei? Who do you think did it?
Her voice was cold and scarcely above a whisper. Junpei gulped. Well, if it was Seven, if what Seven said was right, then there would have to be at least 2 of them. You need at least 3 people to open the numbered doors, and if you subtract Snake, that means there were at least 2 other people.
You're right. So what does that mean?
Well, if we just look at the bracelet numbers, we should be able to figure it out. Who could have opened the door 3 with Snake? Well, really, who and who, or who, and who.
You mean it could have been 4 people?
Well, technically, it's possible.
I don't know. That doesn't seem very likely.
Why?
I'll tell you later. Why don't we just assume it was 2 other people for now?
Okay. Got it. Let's do that then.
Then who do you think it could be?
Junpei crossed his arms and thought. Snake's bracelet was 2. Which 2 bracelet numbers add up to 2? Which 2 bracelet numbers added to 2 would give a digital root of 3? Which 2 bracelet, I don't know, would give a... Whoa, that's a lot of choices. Would it be... Would it be Ace and Santa? Would it be Ace and June? Would it be Ace and 7? Would it be Ace and Lotus? Santa and June, Santa and 7, Santa, Lotus, June and 7, June and Lotus, 7 and Lotus. I think they actually want us to do the math, and they're just giving us every single choice possible. So, let's see, 2 plus Ace and Santa, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, no. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. No. 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Nope. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And that's 2. Nope. Santa and June. 3, 5. That's 5 and 6. Nope. 5 and 7. That would make 12. That one works. So 5 and 7. And then 5 and that doesn't work. June, 6 and 7. 6, 7, 8, 9, 6, 7, 8. 8, that's... No, that wouldn't work. 6 and Lotus. That still wouldn't work. Would it? 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Wait. 8, 10, 16, 17. Nope. 7 and Lotus. 7 and Lotus. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 16, 17. Oh, it would only be Santa and 7. Would it be Santa and 7? 2 plus 3 plus 7 equals 12. 1 plus 2 equals 3. 3. Could it be? Where were Santa and 7 the killers?
What's wrong?
Clover looked at Junpei, and he looked back at her. There was no point in hiding it. He told her his conclusions.
That's what I thought.
She looked less surprised than he'd expected.
Santa and 7. If it was 2 people, then that's the only combination that works.
Hey, wait a minute there. Don't you think it's a little too early to be jumping to conclusions? Well, all I said is that those 2 would have been able to open 3 with your brother. There might be other possibilities.
Well, what other possibilities?
He didn't have an answer. He was ready to admit defeat when Clover spoke.
Are you saying you think that it was 3 or 4 people? I really don't think that's likely.
Why?
Can I borrow your pen and paper?
Clover put her hand out expectantly. Junpei pulled out his pen and pad of paper and handed them to her. She opened the notebook and wrote down several simple addition problems. Eventually, she had 8, which provided a digital root of 3. 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 6 equals 12. 2 plus 1 plus 4 plus 5 equals 12. 2 plus 4 plus 7 plus 8 equals 12. 2 plus 5 plus 6 plus 8 equals 21. 21. 2 plus 1 plus 3 plus 7 plus 8 equals 21. 2 plus 1 plus 4 plus 6 plus 8 plus 20 equals 21. 2, 1, 5, 6, 7, 21. 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 21. What is this?
These are the combinations for 3 or 4 people. These 8 combinations are the only possible ones.
I see.
Junpei,
Yeah?
I can trust you, right?
Of course. Why would you need to ask that?
Really?
Yeah.
So then, I should get rid of B, D, G, and H, right?
Of course. Just cross them out. And you should take off yours too. The ones with 4.
So what does that leave?
A and E. Two, 1, 3, 6 equals 12, and 2, 1, 3, 7, 8 equals 21. Wait, it can't be A,
Why not?
because June is in that one. There's no way in hell she'd do something like that.
Are you sure?
I bet my life on it.
Okay then. Then I can cross A off too, right?
Yeah,
Well, what do we have left?
E. 2, 1, 3, 7, 8.
Do you know what this means?
Everyone besides me, you, and June would have been working together.
Do you think that's likely?
Huh.
If there were 4 people working together, they wouldn't be very cautious. I don't think they'd try that hard to hide what they were doing if they were outnumbered. If they outnumbered us, right?
Well, you do have a point.
And besides, if Ace and 7 are working together, they could have easily gotten rid of me when I went to the shower room with them. But they didn't. They didn't even try anything. If they were the killers, why wouldn't they?
Her voice was calm, but Junpei had only to look her in the eye to know it was forced calm. There were tears forming at the corners of her eyes, and she was blinking furiously to keep them back. Perhaps by attempting an object analysis of who might have killed her brother, she had been able to distance herself from the harsh reality of his death. The more she struggled to act unconcerned, the more Junpei felt his heart tighten. Okay. Yeah, well, that does make sense. It seems pretty unlikely that it was as many as 3 to 4 people.
Yeah,
Then that means there's a good chance it was Santa and 7.
that's how it looks.
But why would they do it? There was a moment of silence.
I think I know.
What is it? He laid his hand gently on her shoulder. He was close, so close to the answer. When Ace chose the worst possible moment to return. He raised a knowing eyebrow and then spoke. Have I interrupted something? What do you want?
There was something I wanted to speak to you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment?
He turned on his heel and walked back towards the wheelhouse. Junpei looked over at Clover. He gave her a short nod, hoped that she would be willing to talk to him again later, and followed Ace. What did you want to talk about? Ace looked at Junpei and smiled. Perhaps more of a smirk than a smile.
There was something I wanted to check.
Yeah, what's that?
If you'll excuse me.
With no warning at all, Ace slipped his hand into the pocket of Junpei's vest. Hey! What the hell are you doing? He reached for Ace's arm. But it was already too late. The older man's hands were on the pieces of paper Junpei had balled up and hidden in his pocket.
Just as I thought. You switched them, didn't you? When we voted. Ah, well. I can't say that I care. I managed to get through the numbered door I wanted, despite your mischief.
Why did you...
Oh, simple curiosity. I hope you won't think ill of me for it.
He smiled and gave Junpei a friendly pat on the shoulder, and then turned on his heel and left. There was a small defeat, but it was a defeat Junpei had lost. It was a defeat. Junpei had lost the upper hand, and he knew it. He could feel his stomach begin to tense. I assume we can't talk to Clover again, but I'm gonna try anyway. It's a chair. There's nothing in here. More stuff. More stuff. Yeah, I assume she doesn't want to talk now. And we're going through and do the puzzles and stuff. Let's see. Look here, oh my, there's a board and doesn't do anything. Now let's go over here. Hey, we should probably use this. Or we could use the one over here. There's no handle, oh no. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna get a handle from this thing. Because that makes the most sense. Oh, and this puzzle. I needed to look at a file in order to do this one. So I believe southwest. Let's see. Southwest, northwest, east, and north. So, let me double check that real quick. Should be in this one. So, after leaving the port, we headed south, then west, southwest, then northwest, and then we changed port and east for the time and heading to north. Alright. So now we head south. Oops. Alright, let's head south. Gosh dang it, I keep missing. South. Then west. Then southwest. And then northwest. And then east. And then north. Handle came off, yeah. We overused it. For some reason we had to do that code to get the handle off. Now, like, alright, well, now we can do this thing, and now we need to look at the notes again. So now, the notes say... Oops, I keep doing that. Okay, the notes say that it is a full half, slow, full, half, and then dead stop. So full, half, slow, full, half, and dead slow, and then stop. Now, get the watch. Like, oh hey, we'll set the time with this. Alright, we set it. And now we go back. We go here. Like, yeah, it has to do with that. Yeah, we did it. Hey, Clover, let's go. Okay. So we did it. We made it through the door. Happy New Year. You found it. Okay, now we go. And now we're in, like, where we use Morse code in the captain's quarters. So we're like, oh, hey, well, oh my gosh, there's a dead body. And we're trying to figure out who the dead body is. And he's Zero. But it's probably not actually Zero. It's probably just a random dead body that Zero didn't want alive. And so we look at here and it's like, oh man, there's blood. And there's things. And check the desk. Some kind of number code. It's hospital, big room. Junpei. Junpei, are you good with machines? There's a weird thing on the desk. Could you take a look at it? Oh my goodness, a Zero. Heh. What do you think? Nothing's a corpse. Do you think that's really Zero? Well, even if he wasn't one of us, there was no way it could be Zero. You don't get it? The letter that spells Zero on the TV screen. The captain's cloth. He's the captain's clothes he got on. And of course the bracelet with a 0 on it. It's too obvious. Look, this is 0 right here. This dead body is 0. Doesn't that seem kind of funny to you?
You're right. Only an idiot would see through. Only an idiot wouldn't see through something like that.
No, that's not the point. I'm not trying to make fun of them for thinking a trick like this would work. I'm sure they didn't think it would work, which makes me wonder, why did they do it? I think this is a challenge from a person who's really behind all this. He's making fun of us. Don't you get it? If whoever killed this guy really wants us to think this corpse is 0, they'd never put a bracelet on him. Walking about with a 0 bracelet would be like hanging a sign around your neck that said, I did it. Anyone with a brain would be able to see that this guy is supposed to look like everything 0 is supposed to be, just like we did. The killer must have known we wouldn't think he was 0 and put the bracelet on him anyway. Why do you know why?
Why?
Like I said, he's mocking us. too bad, sucker. This isn't Zero. It's the same bad joke a lot of criminals like to play. They'll just sit back and watch people run in circles. Look, here I am. What's wrong, guys? Come on, catch me if you can.
That's really twisted. But it almost seems kind of childish.
Yeah, you're right. It's really childish. It's like it's just a game to whoever this person is. That's what seems funny to me. Junpei bent down next to the corpse. Alright, let's get back to the point. Who killed this man?
I don't know.
And what's this guy's deal? Who is he?
How would I know that? If I knew anything, I would have told you.
You have no idea who he is?
Why would I?
Junpei sat back at his hunch and thought. Sat back on his hunches and thought. We should check to see if he's got anything on him. That might tell us who he is. Give me a hand here, Clover.
What?
We've got to flip him over. How else are we going to search his pockets? Clover didn't move. Junpei had no choice but to move the body on his own. He grabbed a hold of the area not completely covered in blood and shoved. It took a moment, but eventually Junpei felt the man's bulk begin to shift. But just as it did, something fell from the man's left wrist. The bracelet with 0 on the face. Lastly, let's discuss how to remove the bracelets. There are only 2 ways to do so. 1, you escape from this ship. 2, your heart rate reaches 0. In other words, once the bracelet is taken outside the confines of the ship, or detected that the wearer's heart rate has fallen to 0, it will shut down automatically. Junpei stared at the bracelet. This man, he's dead, isn't he?
Huh?
No, it's just, I guess I didn't really think about it until right now. If his bracelet's off, that means he's dead.
Well, it's pretty obvious that he's dead. I don't really need to look at his bracelet to figure out he's dead.
Yeah, I guess you're right. It is pretty obvious. He looks a lot better than the other bodies we've seen though, you know? I mean, if there wasn't all this blood, he'd almost look like he was still alive. I mean, I know it's kind of a messed up thing to say, but he kind of has it better, you know? Dying from a bomb going off inside you? I mean, that's just... Some of Snake's bones went right through his skin. I think the explosion must have thrown him against the wall or something. There was a broken bone just sticking out of his left arm. Then suddenly, Junpei realized what he was saying. How could he have been so cruel? He clapped his hands over his mouth. But it was already too late. He turned to look at Clover. She was glaring at him furiously.
What did you just say?
Her words sounded cold. He knew an apology could hardly atone for what he'd done, but he tried anyway. Oh man, I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said that. I really don't know what I was thinking. I mean,
No. That's not what I'm talking about. What did you say about his arm?
Arm?
Yes, his left arm. You said it, didn't you?
Well, yeah, I did, but I mean, didn't you see it too?
Of course not. I could barely look at him.
Clover took a quick, deep breath.
Are you sure it was his left arm?
Junpei thought back. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was.
He had a broken bone, right?
What the hell are you getting at here?
Just shut up and answer me.
She shoved her face closer to his. He could see the fire in her eyes. Junpei winced and swallowed. Yeah, he did. It was pretty bad, too. The bone was sticking out of the arm. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Clover's expression changed. Suddenly, she was crying. Junpei wasn't sure what to do.
Thank you.
It was close to the last thing he said, had expected to hear. Junpei had no idea what had just happened. He didn't think he'd done anything worthy of thanks. He couldn't understand why she would have chosen that moment to begin crying, so he simply stood there, confused.
Thank you, Junpei.
She thanked him again, and then something even stranger happened. Clover threw herself into Junpei's arms. Into Junpei's surprised arms. Hey, what's going on with you?
I'm sorry. It's just I'm so happy.
Why?
The body in the shower room. It isn't his. It isn't my brother.
Huh?
It's not Snake.
Why on earth would you think that?
Because his left arm is.
She stopped herself.
I'm sorry. I really shouldn't be talking about this.
Junpei decided it would be prudent not to press her for any more information. If she did not wish to tell him, she certainly had a reason for doing so. Perhaps more importantly, however, if Clover was so certain, then she was likely right. That meant that the body in the shower room wasn't Snake. It wasn't much, but the knowledge lifted of the weight from Junpei's heart.
He's still alive. I'm so happy.
Tears shone in her eyes. Those tears melted Junpei's heart. As she cried, she had pushed herself up against his chest, like a child. Junpei put his arms around her and held her tight.
Junpei, you were right. No matter what happens, you can never lose hope. You have to remember. You have to remember what's most important. And that's to have faith. And to have love. If you can remember all those, that'll bring you good luck.
Clover reached into her pocket and pulled something out. There was a laminated bookmark with a 4-leaf clover.
I only made it here because you gave me this. I was suspicious of everybody, and I was angry and miserable. but because I had this four-leaf clover, because of what you said to me, I...
Junpei hadn't thought his words would have had such an effect on her. Her words were making him feel a little awkward.
Thank you so much, Junpei.
She looked up at him. He scratched his nose and pretended to notice something interesting somewhere else in the room. If you really want to thank somebody, you should be thanking Santa.
Santa? Why?
Well, he was the one that gave me that thing. And the words for each leaf, I got that from him too. Then suddenly, Clover broke away from Junpei. Huh? He looked confused. He hadn't thought she'd react that poorly. Clover began to pace across the room. 6 steps to the left, 6 steps to the right, another 6 steps to the left. And then she stopped.
Did Santa really tell you those things?
Her eyes were serious, but not angry. Yeah, he did. Did I, say something wrong?
Oh, no, not at all. In fact, this could be really good news. I think
You think?
Santa knew about the words and the clover. The only people who should know about that are the other subjects.
Subjects?
The other people who were in the experiment 9 years ago with my brother and me. But he's blind. And I was part of the Nemata test group. So neither of us would be able to recognize the face of the people who were on this boat.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Time out! Junpei held up his hands. He took a deep breath and let it out. Let's just calm down for a second, okay? Start from the top. Don't start with the end and then jump to the middle. You gotta start at 1, then move to 2, and 3, and 4, and so on. If you don't tell me stuff in the right order, I'm never gonna be able to figure it out. Clover nodded. Alright, let's get started with this experiment. What happened on the boat 9 years ago?
Do you know about the morphogenic fields?
He did, and the realization sent chills down Junpei's spine.
Alright, how about this? The theory of telepathic mechanism.
Junpei recounted what Lotus had told him earlier. Clover nodded.
Telepathy then? Huh? Well, that's not really it, but I suppose it's similar.
So they were testing telepathy on this ship?
Yeah, I guess so.
So what exactly did they have you guys do?
Well, same thing that we're doing now. Exactly the same thing.
What?
The notary game. 9 people were put on this boat, and 9 others were put in a building in Nevada. And the game started.
Junpei grabbed the sides of his head. Look, I'm sorry, but I don't get it. What do the notary game and some telepathy experiment have to do with each other? Clover bit her lip. She blinked back sudden tears. What had happened to her in Nevada?
The ability to access the morphogenic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. You know how sometimes when you're up against a really tough problem, and then the answer just kind of pops up into your head? That's an epiphany. And what you learn from the epiphany can be transmitted with telepathy. When you add danger to the equation, then it gets easier to transmit that information over telepathy.
So you're saying the Nonary game was supposed to introduce that element of danger?
Yeah, but it couldn't be just any old danger. It had to be life and death. And someone did actually die. A girl.
Junpei felt a sudden grip of despair on his heart. Something deep and distant and powerful was squeezed, and for a moment he felt very empty and alone.
She was on the boat with my brother. I was in Nevada, so I never met her, but I did hear her name. Her name was,
The sound of a door opening was like a gunshot. Junpei spun around.
Oh, my apologies. I seem to have disturbed you.
Ace.
You two must have strong stomachs. I can't imagine how you could stay in this room for so long.
Ace glanced down at the floor, at the corpse covered in blood.
At any rate, Junpei, could you be so kind as to come and help me with something? I'm having a little trouble and I could really use your assistance. Come on, it'll only take a moment.
With that, he turned and walked back towards the communications office. Clover waited until he was out of sight, then spoke in a small, quiet voice.
I don't want Ace to hear us. We can talk about this later.
Huh? Hey, wait. Clover ignored him. From outside, Junpei could hear Ace calling.
Junpei, what are you doing there? Hurry up!
Grumbling to himself, Junpei stomped off towards the communications office. Ace total cockblock. Alright, I'm going back to the other room. You can't stop me.
Junpei, what are you doing? We've searched the wheelhouse from top to bottom. There's no reason to go back. In fact, don't you think it'd be wise to investigate the captain's quarters? I think we ought to check out both rooms, don't you?
You let me go back to the other room? Jerk.
How bad? There's nothing in it.
Okay. Paper. Ink. Combine a body then combine the body again. And then go over here. And then I forgot how to do. Oh, right. Oops, no. Okay. That's the last one, and yes.
Excellent work, Junpei. Good job.
All eyes. All eyes. Saw a file and it mentioned all eyes. Alice. Did that mean Junpei couldn't hold back? He had to know what was in that file. Each page was covered with strange characters. They looked like tiny drawings of birds and insects. Oh, it's just hieroglyphics. It was like, oh man, but oh hey, there's also a bookmark in here. And it was like, hey, this must be the key to the library at the bottom deck.
So it would seem.
The bottom deck of the library was there. Junpei remembered something he heard Seven when they'd been in the chemical closet.
Alice sleeps in the small chamber past the forest of knowledge beneath the navel of the Gigantica.
Did beneath the navel mean the bottom deck? Did forest of knowledge mean the library? If it did, then was Alice in the room somewhere beyond the library?
What's wrong?
Junpei blinked. Only then did he notice Ace looking at him curiously, and concern written across his face in equal parts. There was no reason for Junpei to hide his thoughts. He began to explain his theory to Ace. Then he stopped. It wouldn't make any sense if Ace didn't know who Alice was supposed to be. So he told Ace everything June had told him. About the Egyptian priestess. About Ice 9. And finally, about the woman who wouldn't melt, who had been recovered from the Titanic disaster. He told him about how she had been called All Eyes, which had eventually turned to Alice, and how she had been purchased by an English millionaire who called himself Lord Gordain.
How Gordain had hid Alice somewhere on the ship. Hey, you think that he hid her in a small room beyond the library on the bottom deck?
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess so.
I see.
Ace stared off into the distance, his hand slowly and absently minded stroking his beard. After a few moments, he had stopped. He turned slowly to look at Junpei, and his brows drew together.
Junpei, have you ever heard of the term CAS? C-A-S?
Cass?
It stands for Cells Alive System. It is an advanced technology for freezing and preserving organic matter. Put simply, it is the technique that allows one to freeze things without the formation of ice crystals. Normally, if you freeze something fresh, water within the cells expand as it crystallizes, damaging the cell membranes. CAS, however, works differently. The object to be frozen is supercooled as magnetic fields and then frozen instantly and uniformly, giving ice crystals no time to form. It was originally developed for the preservation of food as an alternative to normal freezing process. Now, however, there are rumors that it can be used for other things.
What do you mean, other things?
Well, there are obvious medical uses, but perhaps also space travel.
Space travel? Are you serious?
Surely you've heard of suspended animation, cryogenic freezing. It's a fairly common idea in science fiction books and films. People are sometimes frozen for especially lengthy journeys through space.
That was when Junpei understood what Ace was suggesting. Whoa, 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 wait a minute there. Ace looked at him and raised an eyebrow. Are you saying that Alice was frozen using that cast thing?
Well, I'm sure the possibility is quite low, but it is a possibility. If the special ice you call Ice 9 does exist, and if casts were used to freeze her into that sort of ice instantly,
Then you think she could be alive?
well, I can't say for sure, of course. I'm only talking about possibilities. The melting point for Ice 9 is 96 degrees, right? If she were put somewhere where she could reach that temperature,
That's nuts. Are you really saying she could have defrosted and started walking about?
you're quite right. It does sound unbelievable. But if she had, then we would have an explanation for the man we found dead on the floor.
You mean the guy dressed like the captain?
Yes,
He was
he was dead when we found him. Clearly, he was murdered. But if he was murdered, then by who? It couldn't have been one of us. That would be impossible. In order to enter the captain's quarters, one must first open door 1. That door that requires the Earth key prevented us from accessing door 1. So, who was it that opened that door? Santa and Lotus, right? Clearly the two of them could not have opened door 1, or any other door for that matter. Who else, then, could have done so?
Junpei thought for a second. No, nobody. After Santa and Lotus had used the Earth Key, they turned back and met up with Junpei and June, who had returned from E-Deck. The four of them then proceeded to return to a large hospital room to reunite with Ace, Seven, and Clover. When Junpei and his team had gone into the shower room, Ace, Seven, and Clover had been left in the large hospital room, but they would have been unable to open one. Perhaps when Junpei and June had taken the elevator, the door to them. No, that would have been impossible. They had been gone only 5 minutes. No human being could have run the captain's quarters, killed the man in there, and run back in 5 minutes.
That would be impossible for any of us to be the murderer. That being the case, who could have killed him? Wouldn't it make sense if his killer was someone who had been in the ship for some time? A person like that would know the ship well. They would know the location of all the hidden passages and secret doors. The numbered doors would mean nothing to someone like that. It would be a simple thing for them to enter the captain's quarters.
Then you're saying the killer was Alice? It was Junpei's turn to raise an eyebrow. Ace drew his thumb across his lips thoughtfully.
Well, this is all only one possible theory.
All eyes. Alice. Was Alice indeed somewhere on the ship with them? Junpei had only one clue. The key card in his hand. It would, he hoped, grant him access to the Forest of Knowledge. But beyond that, what waited for him beyond the Forest of Knowledge? Whatever might be there, however, would have to wait. At the moment, there was nothing Junpei could do. He gripped his keycard tighter and shoved it deep into his pocket. New materials has been added to the screen. Keyhole that might fit it. Yeah. Alright. So let's go put the thing in and leave this room. Alright, yeah. I forget the numbers. 0, so gosh dang it. What is this again? Found the communication Alice. All pages have been filled with higher units. Alright, 0, so 9. So 9, 10, 11, 12. Gosh dang it. Is there an easier way to do this? 10 plus 26, 36? So 36, I guess. So 36, 36, then ZE, 1, 2, wait, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 14 plus 10, 24, and then Z, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, wait, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, plus 10 is 37, and then the last one, O, is 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 24, 24 is 34, 24, 34. Wait, no, that's not how it works. I need to get, it's 20, no, 10, 11, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 31, V is 21. V is 21, so 21. See the V W X Y Z. So 4 more. It's 26. Is it not? 36. 21. Wait, that doesn't make sense. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35. Freaking, I don't know. Why can't I calculate this in my head right now? 0. Z equals E equals R equals and O equals. So basically 10, A is 10, for whatever place in the alphabet it is, 20, it would be 20, would it, wait, 10, 11, 12, 9, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 35, 36. You see the V, W, X, Y, and Z. You get 25. So it's 35. 35. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. It's 14. Um, 25. So, right. So we got 35, then 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. And then 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 27. And then 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. 24. I'm probably just like one number off. I feel like I'm just one number off. So, alright. 35. 35, 14, 27, 24. Yeah? Okay, never mind. I was exactly right. That took me so long because I kept feeling like I was one number off. I was like, but it's 26 letters. If you add 10 to that, that would be 36, but it's saying it's 35. What? That doesn't make any sense. And it just kept like blowing my mind. I was like, oh, it's wrong. It has to be wrong. Yes, it worked. Good job, Junpei. Alright, let's go. Alright, so we got through the door. It's like, hey, we did it. Hooray! And now we're going through and like, hey, oh, we found something in midway. Hey, what do you got in your pockets there? Hey, come on, Clover. Not this again. You can't go insane now, Clover. You can't go insane this time, Clover. We just did the thing. We just your brother's not dead. You got something in your pocket. What is it?
Oh, this? This is a note.
A note?
Yeah, I found it in the pocket of the guy in the captain's cloak. It said something about the darkness of the sinister hand, or something.
What the hell? Let me see it. But Junpei wasn't going to get to see it. From the other end of the hall, he heard Ace's voice.
Hey, Junpei, Clover, what are you two doing? Hurry up!
Clover shrugged.
I'll show it to you later, alright? Come on, we've got to hurry.
Before Junpei could protest, she was gone. From the corner off it down to the L, a note? A note. Junpei was curious, but there was something else that bothered him. Her pocket had been bulging far more than it would for just a note. Junpei did his best to convince himself that it would make sense later, and ran off after Clover. Junpei pushed through the door and found himself in a large room with a large set of stairs. It was just that he'd expected to see after reading a map. His "I see" after the map himself meant that Ace had probably realized the same thing. Junpei looked around, but Ace was nowhere to be seen. He put his hand on the handrail and leaned over and looked down. There he was. And not just Ace, Santa, June, Seven, and Lotus as well. Junpei and Clover glanced at each other and hurried down the stairs. They reached B deck at the same time.
Jumpy, Clover.
Something that had... June's face was excited. Something had happened. That much Junpei could tell by simply looking at her. What's up? Given their situation, he was not inclined to be excited about sudden developments. June, however, couldn't contain herself.
We found it.
Found what?
We found it.
What did you find?
The last door. We found door 9.
What?
Come on, just follow us. We'll explain on the way.
Well, okay, let's go. Seven turned and jogged off down the stairs. The rest followed.
We finally made it.
The relief and excitement in her voice echoed what each one of them felt. Yeah, it's finally time. Junpei wasn't quite ready to believe they'd really done it, at least not just yet. Still, if everyone said that it was door 9, then it probably was. He could feel his heart racing. A mixture of anticipation and fear ran through his veins, and he could feel his legs shaking. He was doing his best to maintain the sense of healthy skepticism, but he couldn't deny that the prospect of escape was an exciting one. But there was one thing he couldn't get off his mind. The numbered door could only accommodate between 3 to 5 people. There were 7 of them on their way to door 9. That meant that even in the best case scenario, there would be 2 of them who would have to stay behind. 2 people. He didn't have any solutions to that problem yet, but he was desperately hoping one would present itself. Junpei looked over at the clock. The hand indicated that it was 4:30. They had 90 minutes before their time was up.
Hey! Junpei! June! What the hell are you two doing? Hurry it up!
Santa's voice jolted Junpei out of his reverie. La, 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 la.
Let's go, Jumpy.
June took off down the stairs, jogging as quickly as she could. Junpei followed. As a group, they piled onto the elevator and rode impatiently down to E-Deck. It looked familiar. There was a metal grate between the 2 elevators. Seven grabbed a hold of it and began to talk.
I know I told you I'd explain it earlier, but honestly, there ain't much to explain. After we split off from you guys, the 4 of us got onto the elevator and left, and that took us to the other side of the grate. After that,
They headed down another hallway. It took them towards the bow of the ship and eventually to number 6 that Junpei and June had followed earlier. With 4, they had been able to open the door and keep going. As usual, they faced a locked door, but had been forced to complete 2 different areas before they could unlock it. Once they were through the door, there was another hallway that went in the other direction, towards the stern. So on your way you found the elevator.
that's right.
And so in other words, you kinda did a lap, huh? You came from that side to this side.
Yeah.
With that settled, Junpei looked around. So, where's the number 9 door?
Over here. Follow me.
7 began walking down the hallway that led towards the stern. Junpei and the others broke into a jog to keep up with him. They had been walking for a while. June in silent step with Junpei when she spoke.
You know, it's because of Santa that we're all here right now.
Huh?
Well, that all 7 of us are going to door 9. You don't get it? Santa, 7, and Lotus.
What's their digital route? 3, 7, 8, 18, 1 plus 8 equals 9. 9. It's 9.
That's right. They could have just left me behind and kept going if they wanted to.
But they didn't.
Yes. Because Santa wouldn't let them. He said, we can't leave June behind. That's why we went looking for you guys.
And then you got on the elevator and went back to the central staircase?
That's right.
Well, I wouldn't have called that one. That Santa would be the one to stick up for you. I mean... Junpei felt his eyebrow knit as he considered that.
Oh, don't get me wrong.
Perhaps June had sensed Junpei's concern.
I don't mean that 7 and Lotus said they wanted to leave me behind. We were just talking about it, and Santa objected to it first.
Junpei was about to respond when Seven suddenly stopped. In front of them stood a door. So this is... Junpei couldn't see Seven's face, but he could see him nod. There's no other place. There's no other place for us to go. There's no other place for us to go?
Nope. Just look around.
At the end of the hallway, was a thick iron wall to the left and right. Other hallways led to the port and starboard sides of the ship, but they were both closed off by a thick metal grate. It looked as though Seven was right. The door in front of them was their only choice.
Alright, let's get moving.
He pulled open the door and walked in. Junpei took a deep breath and followed. It appeared they'd been telling the truth. The first thing Junpei saw as he entered the room was the number 9. Like all of the others, it was a rough thing, made of red paint. The door it decorated sat on the back wall of the rectangular room. Junpei ran up to it. It was a large double door with powerful styling. Something about it was almost majestic, and it made the red paint look especially garish. Junpei grabbed the handle and shook. It didn't budge, but then he hadn't really expected it to. The red was bolted to the wall next to the door. Its display read vacant. Finally, they'd arrived. Junpei felt a flood of emotion wash over him. He felt a chill down his back, and his chest tightened even as his blood began to boil. He was about to speak when...
Hey, Junpei, look behind you.
He turned around. Junpei could scarcely believe what he saw. A door and a 9. There was another one.
Hey, what the hell? What the hell is going on here?
His words came slowly, and his brain struggled to understand what he'd seen. On shaky legs, he made his way to the second 9. It was a small door, set parallel to the door they'd come through, but in the other corner of the room. 9. There was no mistaking the number, and if any more proof was needed, a red was bolted to the wall near the door. He grabbed the handle and shook the door, not because he expected it to open, but because he had to make sure it was real. Why the hell are there 2 doors? It was Ace who spoke first.
Do you think perhaps one is the right door and the other is the wrong one?
Lotus was skeptical.
I don't know about that. That seems unlikely.
What makes you say so?
Well, think about it. All the rooms we've been through so far. They're full of puzzles, but they are always hints about how to solve them. I'm pretty sure there aren't any rooms where we just had to go with our best guess. We had to go with our best guess and leave it to instinct to solve the puzzle. Do you really think that at the very end of the game, Zero is going to suddenly throw in something that depends entirely on luck?
Then you're saying there's some sort of hint in this room?
No, I don't think there's a hint anywhere in here. I searched it very well when I was in here before. I didn't find anything. That might have been a hint, though.
Well, then that means...
Yeah, both of these are the right door. I mean, if you think about it, Zero never actually said there was only one door with the 9 on it.
The exit is hidden, but it is there. Seek the exit. Seek the door that carries a 9. Junpei began to mutter to himself. So if there are number 9 doors, if we split up, if we split it up right,
It's not gonna work.
Junpei blinked and looked up at Clover. She held out her hand.
You've got a notebook and a pen, right? Can I borrow them?
Slightly confused, he pulled them out and handed them to her.
Look at this.
Clover opened the notebook to a blank page and set it down on the desk. Everyone else gathered around her and watched as she wrote down the series of numbers.
You get it? The numbers on the top are all the root combinations with digital roots of 9. And the numbers on the bottom are the people who don't fit. There's only eight possibilities if we split up into 2 groups of 3 or 4. So,
If 3 people go through the door, then 4 are left behind. If 4 go through the door, then 3 are left behind, right? Clover nodded, almost as if she were pleased with herself for solving a difficult math problem. The room went very quiet. Silence lay across everyone like a thick, heavy blanket. No one spoke. Their faces were blank. Desperate for something else to look at, Junpei turned his eyes to the room around him. As he did, he began to wonder. What was it? The walls were covered with candles. The wavering flame made the shadow of Junpei and his companions look as though they were dancing. 2 rows of wooden pews filled most of the room. Between them was a strip of rich red carpet. The carpet ran straight through the room, ending at the door that pointed to the stern of the boat. At the other end of the carpet, an altar? It was a recessed space set into the wall between the 2 other doors. Sitting on a raised section of the altar was a coffin. A coffin. A coffin. No, it couldn't possibly be. But if it wasn't, then whose body occupied it? That was as far as Junpei wanted to pursue the line of thought. He decided not to think about the coffin for the time being. At that moment, Seven spoke. There was an edge of humor in his voice, but it was forced.
Okay. I give up. I give up. I figured if we sat around here long enough, someone would volunteer, but I guess nobody's got the guts to do it.
Junpei didn't understand and he wasn't the only one.
What? You guys didn't figure it out yet? Ugh. Fine, fine. Let me enlighten you. Clover was mostly right with her little explanation earlier, but she missed something. She wasn't really wrong. She just... screw it. Let me just write it out.
Seven snatched up the notebook and began to write in it. Everyone else clustered around him, desperate for a look.
If you're trying to leave with a group of 3 and the group of 4 and get everybody out, Clover's right. But there's another way. Only one combination though. If you split us up into groups of 3, 3, and 1, you can make this combination.
Wait, this means...
Don't get me wrong here. I'm not trying to copy Ace or anything like that. Even if he hadn't been the hero back in the big hospital room, I'd still be saying the same thing.
The same thing? Are you saying?
Yeah, I am. I'll stay behind.
Why are you acting so heroic all of a sudden? Are you some kind of idiot?
Lotus was the first to speak. That in itself was a little strange. She'd reacted much differently when Ace had volunteered.
I'm completely against this. I'll be goddamned if I'm going to have you to owe you for getting out of here.
The rest of them began to speak all at once.
I'm against it too. I didn't want to leave Ace behind, and I don't want to leave you either. I don't like the idea. There's gotta be other options.
I disagree as well. I can't say I care much for you being the hero.
Finally, they quieted down. Junpei looked at Seven. Well, there you go, Seven. Proposal denied. Clover's right. There's gotta be a better way than this. Seven made some noise that was somewhere between a derisive snort and a cough.
Doesn't make any sense.
He was doing his best to pretend they were making a foolish decision, but Junpei could see the twinkling of water at the corners of Seven's eyes. That's when Santa spoke.
Whoa! Hold on a minute. I haven't said anything yet.
Until then, Junpei hadn't realized that Santa had stayed quiet for the whole discussion of Seven's fate. Something in his voice made Junpei uncomfortable. Are you agreeing? You want to leave him here? Santa shook his head.
Nah, I'm against it. I don't want to leave Seven here alone.
Then I don't see how it matters.
I said alone.
Eh?
I said I don't want to leave Seven alone.
There was a dull shine in Santa's eyes. They were cold and hard. Junpei felt himself shiver. What the hell are you...
What? You don't get it? I can't leave just one person I need 2 more. 3 people, including 7. I'll be leaving behind 3 people. That's my proposal. No, those aren't my orders. Those are my orders.
What do you mean, orders? What the hell makes you think you can order us around? Who the hell's gonna listen to you?
You all will. In 3 seconds, you won't have a choice.
But what?
3, 2, 1.
Santa was so fast, Junpei could barely see him. When he moved, it was almost like watching a dance. His feet moving like lightning. He spun and... he had June.
See? I told you.
His lips curled into a cruel, mocking smile. A shudder traveled the length of Junpei's spine. His chest froze, and he could feel his breath go stale in his lung. Nothing made sense. Junpei felt as though his head were about to explode. Santa's sudden change in attitude, saying that he needed 2 more. The gun in his right hand, a revolver. Santa had grabbed June from behind and pressed what Junpei's shaken brain identified as a revolver roughly against her temple. What the hell? What was he doing with a gun? Where on earth had Santa possibly found a gun? Junpei's question roared in his mind, but his mouth refused to ask them. Seven spoke, almost as though he had sensed Junpei's confusion.
The gun's from the other room.
What room?
One of the rooms behind door 6. I should have known he was gonna do this. I should have taken the gun.
Well, it's too late now, fat ass.
Damn it.
A mixture of fury and frustration twisted Seven's face, and he glared at Santa. Santa, for his part, didn't do much as flinch. The corner of his lips twitched into a slightly wider smile. Then the smile faded, and he began to move. He walked backwards, dragging June with him. Before long, his back was resting against the door. On the wall next to him was the red. He put his hand on the scanner panel quickly and then forced June to do the same.
Now! Time for you to start following my orders. Ace Lotus, congratulations! I've chosen you to come with me. Put your hands on the red.
3 plus 6 plus 1 equals 18. That was what Santa had meant when he said he needed 2 more.
Hey, you deaf? I gave you an order.
Santa's eyes narrowed to slits. He glared at Ace and Lotus. He stayed frozen, like near caught in the headlights of an oncoming car.
Right. Fine. I didn't want to waste any bullets, but you guys just don't get it.
No sooner were the words out of Santa's mouth than his hand twitched. The gun roared. A section of the floor exploded, shattering wooden splinters across the floor. A thin plume of smoke snaked out of the hole in the floor. There could be no doubt that the gun was real and worked.
But why? Santa, why are you...
Clover's voice spoke of betrayal and disbelief.
Santa, I thought you were one of us. I thought we were friends.
What?
the leaf word and the four-leaf clover.
Santa's cheek twitched almost imperceptibly.
What the hell is that shit? I've got no idea. You're lying.
Shut up! Just shut up, you stupid bitch!
You want to put a bullet in your fucking head?
Flakes of spit flew from Santa's mouth. He twisted his face twisted with rage. Clover recoiled her eyes wide. When she spoke. Her voice was very small.
Santa?
He snorted, then shook his head vigorously and turned to face Ace and Lotus. All right, assholes. What are you still standing around there for? Get over here and stand on those bracelets. I don't have all day. Oh, what's the matter? Your hearing started to go? Going senile, maybe? Ace and Lotus still didn't move. It almost seemed as if they couldn't move. June's face was pale behind Santa's arms. Her eyes were wide and her chest heaved with every quick breath like an animal cornered by a predator. Junpei's mind worked furiously. What were they going to do? Then he realized something. There was nothing they needed to do. There was nothing to debate. June's safety was the first priority. That much was obvious. Doing as Santa had commanded meant that she would be safe from at least 2 threats. She wouldn't be shot, and she would leave the ship alive, along with Ace, Santa, and Lotus. There was only one thing for Junpei to do. He turned to Ace and Lotus. Please, go.
Huh?
But, Junpei, what are you saying? If you stay here, you're gonna be stuck, Junpei. And so will Clover and Seven.
I know, but you don't need to worry about us. We'll figure something out. Right, Seven?
Right. You just leave this to us. It's gonna piss me off to do what Santa says, but
Don't worry about me. Don't worry about me either. There's still something I have to take care of. But, no. You can't. Haze, Lotus, don't do it. Don't worry about me, please.
June was almost crying. Junpei walked around behind Ace and Lotus. Without a word, he laid a hand on each of their backs and gently pushed them forward. They almost stumbled, then righted themselves and took another step and another. They turned around and Junpei nodded. Ace and Lotus turned around again and walked slowly towards the door where Santa was waiting for them. After what seemed like an eternity, they stopped in front of the door marked 9. Santa smiled. All right, now let's get those hands on the scanner panel. What's the holdup? What? You think I'm fucking around here? I don't give a shit about this girl. The red doesn't need a person, you know. All I need is the bracelet. You get it? Good. Now put your fucking hand on the scanner. I'm not gonna say it again. He shoved the revolver harder against June's head, and she winced.
Fine.
Ace sighed, defeated, and placed his hand on the scanner panel. Lotus went next. Lotus glared at Santa and slammed her hand into the scanner panel. The 4th asterisk blinked on. Good job. Now, Lotus, pull the lever. As soon as the door opens, we'll get your ass in there. Try anything stupid, and you know what happens, right?
Junpei could almost hear Lotus's teeth grind. The door slid open. Door number 9 opened at last. It opened with a low, powerful rumble, a drum roll to welcome the chosen few.
All right. Go.
Lotus and Ace walked through the door, their eyes furious but defeated. Santa waited until they were all the way inside, then hauled themselves and June across the threshold as well. 6, 7, 8.
Later.
After exactly 9 seconds, the door swung shut. The gust of air it created caused the candles on the altar to flicker and die. The room fell silent. Junpei, Clover, and Seven had been left behind. Clover looked down at her hand and traced her with her finger the faint blue veins that crisscrossed them. Seven shoved his arm into front of his overalls and scratched his stomach. No one spoke. Silence made the air feel thick and oppressive. Desperate for something, anything, to occupy his mind, Junpei walked to the larger of the 2 9 doors. He stood in front of it and looked at the red. It read, engaged. He moved to the smaller door. The red read vacant. The digital root of the reigning people was 7, 5, 4, 7, 16. 1 plus 6, 7. There was no possible way for them to open the door 9 on it. Junpei touched the face of the door. He thought about June, about Akane Kurashiki. Was she safe? That was all that mattered to him. If she was alive, if she had escaped this horrible boat, that was what Junpei prayed for. 7 came up next to him. He pulled off his hat, scratched his head, and sighed.
So, what do you want to do, Junpei?
What do you mean, what do I want to do? What can we do? Seven opened his mouth to respond when a noise echoed through the room. Someone was pounding on something vigorously. It wasn't mechanical, it was certainly human. Junpei and 7 looked at one another.
What the hell is that?
Shh! Quiet.
Clover motioned to 7 to be quiet. She put one finger in her lips and closed her eyes in concentration. The 3 of them listened, trying to determine where the sound was coming from. Where was it coming from? Could it be?
Hey, I think it's coming from this coffin.
You're right.
Let's open it.
But how?
What are those muscles for? For show?
You're telling me to force it open?
Just shut up and try.
Junpei and Seven grabbed a hold of the coffin. Then they tried to get a good grip with what little purchase they could find and pulled with all their strength. Damn it!
Man, it won't even budge.
There was some sort of keypad attached to the coffin. Its purpose would not have been difficult to determine. Their eyes were almost immediately drawn to it.
Not another one.
Yeah, looks like it.
Do you think we have to put in the right password to get, or it won't open?
I think so. The noise wasn't stopping. In fact, it was getting louder. They had no idea who was in the coffin, but they wanted out, and they wanted out now. They had no idea what they were supposed to do. Without a passcode, it didn't seem like there was a lot they could do. They couldn't even tell how many numbers the passcode needed to be.
Isn't there a hint somewhere?
Well, let's look for one.
Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be anything near the coffin. Clover ran in to examine the pews, and then Seven investigated the desk, but they turned up nothing. The sound still wouldn't stop. It wasn't a noise that belonged in that room. What was the passcode? What was Junpei supposed to do? How was he supposed to figure it out? He needed something. The world blinked. Suddenly, there was a voice inside Junpei's head. Truth had gone. Truth had gone. And truth had gone. And now the truth is asleep in the darkness of the sinister hand. But what the hell was that? That voice? Junpei was utterly and completely baffled.
Huh? What are you talking about?
What's up?
Seven and Clover ran over to him, but Junpei didn't know what to tell them. If he told them that he had heard a voice, they'd laugh, or worse, think he was going insane. So all he said was, "Oh, nothing." He cleared his throat a little, too loud, and looked pointedly down at his bracelet, where there were a pair of small buttons protruding from either side of it. Junpei pressed the buttons on his bracelet. Let's just do a wrong one just to see what happens. Oh, actually, before we do that, how about we save? I feel like if we save now, do a wrong one, and then it's like, oh, nope, couldn't figure it out. Game over. Would you like to quit? No. Alright, let's see. Left, left, right, right, left, left, right, right, up, down, up, BA, start. Left, left, right, right, left, right, BA, start. That's wrong. You should know that already. Right, left, right, left. Right, left, right, left. That was it. Eight numbers blinked on, and then off on the bracelet display. Junpei checked one last time. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 8, 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1.
Huh?
Huh?
Hey, what the hell are those numbers?
Oh my gosh, are those?
Junpei didn't answer. He simply walked straight to the coffin. He knelt down in front of the keypad, running over the numbers in his head so that he wouldn't forget. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. With trembling fingers, he punched them in. 1, 4, 3, 8, 3, 4, 2, 1. That was all of them. He punched the E button. There was a moment of complete silence. Then there was a sound of the coffin lid unlatching. Someone sat up out of it.
Ah!
Oh, is that you, Clover? I apologize for worrying you.
Snake!
Oh my, how did you...
Junpei and Seven, is that you?
Oh, Junpei and Seven, is that you? Is everyone else there as well?
Just like Rip Van Winkle. Still, it was very much like Snake to simply cut to the heart of the matter and ask. Junpei and Seven shared a weary smile. Clover's eyes had filled with tears.
You're back.
With a cry of joy, she leapt into Snake's arms.
Gently now. My body's still a little weak.
You're back. You're back.
Clover looked like nothing so much as a lost child who finally found her home. She cried and cried and cried. Her eyes were red. Her nose was running. She hiccuped and gasped as if she were about to begin hyperventilating.
You're back. You're really here.
Her voice was happy, but almost desperate, as if she feared he would disappear again if he stopped talking to him. Tear after tremendous tear rolled its way down her face. Her small arms strained as she clutched Snake's body as tightly as she could. Perhaps she had convinced herself he was real. Perhaps she was worried he would be gone the moment she let go. Perhaps she simply didn't know what else to do.
Oh, you're back.
Come now. What's gotten into you? You're acting as though I've returned from the grave.
Not as though you're dead. I really thought you were dead.
Huh?
You jerk. Idiot. 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 Baka.
Clover broke into sobs, so great she could no longer talk. It was a touching reunion. between brother and sister. Even though Junpei knew they had little time, and every minute they waited was a minute they'd wasted, it felt cruel to pull them apart. Junpei and Seven sat down on one of the pews, waiting for Clover to calm down before explaining to Snake what had transpired. I see. I see. I believe I understand things rather well now. Thank you. In the shower room, there was a dead body wearing my clothes. Because of that, you thought that I was dead, correct? He had quickly and neatly summarized the events of several hours. Junpei nodded. You also discovered a corpse in the captain's quarters, and Santa turned on you here in this room. Do I have it straight? Seven had been rather suspicious to learn of the dead body in the captain's quarters. With everything that had taken place, Junpei had simply forgotten to mention it to him. Well then, I've got a pretty decent idea of what happened while I was indisposed, but it's still something of a mystery who did all this and why. The corpse in the shower room that looked like me, and the corpse in the captain's quarters. Why were they killed in the way they were? I don't know. No? Why would I? You don't know? No, why would I? The guy in the shower room. We don't know who he is, so let's just call him Mr. X. Anyway, this Mr. X is wearing Snake's clothes. But you're wearing some kind of weird robes. You mean someone took your clothes and put them on Mr. X? We need to figure out who that was. I apologize, but I have no idea who might have done this to me. I only just now woke up. I was unconscious during all the events you just described to me. They must have undressed me and changed my clothes during that time.
When you were knocked out?
When we split up to look for the red. Where did they get you, do you remember? It was a small room in one of the hallways on C-Deck. What happened? It seemed the same thing that happened to every one of us when we were abducted. I can release some sort of gas. Gas was thrown into the room. I believe the gas was some sort of incapacitating agent.
Then, that means it was...
0. Looks that way, huh? There's nothing else I have to tell you. When I woke up, I was in this coffin. Junpei crossed his arms and thought. Why had Zero made Mr. X wear Snake's clothes? How had the results of that trick benefited Zero? It was a mystery. Junpei couldn't make sense of it. He also didn't have a satisfactory explanation for how he discerned the key code for the coffin. It just didn't make sense. Truth had gone, and truth had gone. did that mean? Did it mean anything? And why had Junpei felt compelled to push the buttons on his bracelet after hearing them? Seven had asked him about it while they waited for Clover to finish crying. He had no answer for him then, and he still didn't. All he could say was that it seemed to have been a subconscious reaction. His fingers had simply moved on their own accord. It was the only explanation that made any sort of sense, and it made almost no sense. Junpei had no idea what any of it meant. His mind was a maelstrom of mysteries, clues, theories, and more mysteries. He could barely think. And of course, Snake and Clover had been subjects in the similar experiment 9 years ago.
The ability to access the morphogenic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger. And someone did actually die. A girl. Her name was,
There had been another experiment conducted on the same ship 9 years ago. A girl had died during it. Morphogenic field theory. And 2 murders. Switching clothes. The Nonary game. And whatever strange thing was happening to Junpei himself. The maelstrom in this head spat out words and ideas that disappeared back into almost as soon as he grasped them. But as he struggled through them, Junpei began to realize something. There was something that tied all of them together. Zero. He was the ringleader. The person who had trapped 9 people on the sinking ship. Zero knew everything. If they could uncover Zero's identity, all of their questions would be answered. Who was Zero? Junpei had the beginnings of a theory. If he could only test it, or perhaps... At any rate, we'll have plenty of time to decipher the details later. For now, it is of utmost importance that we escape. Junpei, it was 4:30 the last time you checked the clock, yes? That means we have less than an hour. We must hurry.
Hey, how are we gonna get out of here?
Isn't that obvious? Through the door. Through the other number 9 door. 5 plus 4 plus 7 plus 2 was 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
Oh yeah. Yeah, you're right. With Snake, we can open the door.
don't tell me you hadn't figured that out.
As soon as they sniped back and forth, Junpei glanced at Snake's left hand. He was wearing a bracelet with a 2 on it.
Come on, you gotta tell me these things.
I assumed you figured it out.
Forget it. Let's just get going.
7 stomped off towards the smaller number 9 door. Clover, Snake, and Junpei followed. 7 quickly laid his hand on the red, and an asterisk appeared on the screen. Junpei and the others followed suit, and laid their hands on the scanner panel. Soon, there were 4 asterisks, 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 asterisks on the screen. Asterisks, asterisks, asterisks on the screen. Seven glanced at them, then laid his hand on the lever of the red.
Alright. You guys ready to go?
Yes.
Yep.
Junpei paused for a moment. Not yet.
Huh?
Before we go, I'd like to check something.
You want...
You want to check something? Yeah, but before I do, Seven, could you pull the lever? I want to make sure that we can verify with just four of us.
What do you mean? We don't need...
Just do it, alright? But if the door opens, don't go in yet, okay? Please? This is really important. I need to check this, okay? Work with me here. Junpei looked directly into Seven's eyes. The older man looked back for a moment and then nodded.
Fine.
Seven pulls down the lever, and the door 9 creaks open. Then they waited. 6, 7, 8. Then after 9 seconds, the door closed. Alright, that means the 4 of us can go into door 9.
So? We knew that already, it's obvious.
Obvious. Yeah, you're right, it is. Now, what happens if we add Zero's bracelet?
What?
Zero's bracelet? Why don't you take it out, Clover? For a moment, Clover looked surprised, but she recovered quickly and stuck her tongue out at Junpei.
So you did know I had it. I picked it up because I thought it might be useful sometime.
She reached into her pockets of her voluminous jacket and produced the bracelet. Junpei took it from her and turned to Seven. This is the left hand of the corpse in the captain's quarters. This was on the left hand of the corpse in the captain's quarters. If you look at it, you can see it's got a 0 on the face. Just to make this a little easier to talk about, I'm gonna call the guy we found dead. I'm gonna call the guy we found dead in the captain's quarters Cap. If Cap was really 0, then I should be able to open door 9 with just me, Clover, and his bracelet. 5 plus 4 plus 0 equals 9. But most importantly, if you were Cap and this was your game, would you really put one of these bracelets on yourself? Anyway, let's just give it a shot. Clover, give me your hand.
Oh, okay.
After he and Clover scanned their bracelets, he waved Caps over the scanner panel. Then he pulled the lever. However, the door didn't open. The red display read error. I knew it. Now, what does it tell us?
Maybe the bracelet has to be on your wrist in order for it to work.
No, that's impossible. Did you see how the panel showed the third asterisk when I scanned Cap's bracelet? Whether or not it's on your wrist doesn't matter. All you have to do is put the bracelet near the panel for it to register. 7 waved his bracelet in front of the scanner panel. Sure enough, the single asterisk appeared on the red.
Huh? Looks like you're right.
See? So what does that mean? There's only one possibility. The bracelet isn't the number 0. Is that what you're trying to say? That's right.
Then what number is it?
Let's find out. Junpei, scan the bracelet with this combination. Snake, Clover, and 7. Sure. Snake, Junpei, 7, and Cap. Snake, Junpei, 7, Cap. 2 plus 5 plus 7 is 14. 1 plus 4 is 5. This combination opened the door, then Cap's bracelet. It was a number 4. However, the door didn't open. Cap's number wasn't 4. Junpei proceeded to 7, Junpei, and Cap. 7, Junpei. 7, 5 was 12. 1 plus 2 is 3. If this combination of door opens, then Cap's bracelet was number 6.
Hey! It opened! The door opened!
What? Why? What does that mean?
Both 7 and Clover seemed rather shaken. As they turned to look at Junpei for answers, the door slid heavily shut. Junpei raised an eyebrow.
Isn't it
obvious? Cap's bracelet is number 6. 7 plus 5 plus 6 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
But it says 0.
This isn't a 0. The symbol on here isn't a number 0. It's a letter O.
Oh?
Whoa, wait a minute. I don't get it. I mean, we figured out the Cap's bracelet is 6, right?
Yeah,
Does that mean there are 2 people with 6s?
before Junpei could answer, Snake spoke up. There is most likely only one person with a 6. Wait, what?
But I don't get it. What about June?
Well, this is only an educated guess, but I think June's number was never 6 to begin with. Her bracelet was flipped. In other words, June's real number is not
9?
that seems to the most likely.
Then all this numbered door stuff was just a load of crap?
Why would you say that?
Because if June is 9, then the numbers wouldn't match up.
Clover grabbed Junpei's notebook and began to write furiously in it. Junpei leaned over to look at it. List of all numbered doors June's gone through. Clover read each row out loud so that Snake could follow along.
Alright, I made a list of all the numbered doors that June has gone through so far. I wrote down which door she went into and with who. And I wrote what all the numbers were. So if you switch 9 to wherever there's a 6, the number doesn't work. If the digital root is 7, then you can't open door 4. If the digital root is 2, then you can't open door 8.
Clover, do you notice anything interesting on the list?
What do you mean?
You're talking about 3, right?
3?
Santa's always in the room with her. That's what you're saying, isn't it?
Yes, exactly.
What about it?
It's quite simple, really. You told me that the first time you came to this room, Santa was the first to refuse to leave June behind. Now, doesn't that beg the question, why? Why would Santa do such a thing? The answer is easy. Because Santa can't open 9 with only 7 and Lotus. Of course, there's only one reason for that. His number isn't actually 3. Santa's real number... 7, would you be so kind as to modify my sister's equation?
Yeah, sure.
7 took a pen from a confused Clover and began to adjust her calculations.
This is what you're getting at, right, Snake?
Wait, what? He read out the changes he'd made. Then he finished. He looked at Snake. Snake smiled.
Thank you. That's exactly right, 7. Santa's true number isn't 3. It was 0.
No way. Santa is 0?
And June was 9, not 6. On the contrary, Santa was 0, not 3. 3 and minus 3. They cancel one another out. Nothing appeared out of order.
Then that means that even though he set the whole damn thing up, Santa was still playing by the rules of the Nonary game this whole time.
Precisely.
So you're saying Santa planned this whole thing?
I'm not sure if he acted alone or not, but I think it's safe to conclude that he is 0. If my hypothesis is correct.
Clover bit her lip. She seemed to be having some difficulty believing her brother's explanation. Junpei remained silent and thought. Snake's hypothesis didn't satisfy him. June's bracelet was flipped. Even if that were possible, then there would have been 2 number 9 bracelets. And if that were the case...
Alright, that's enough talking. Let's go. It's high time we went through that door.
Door 9 opened. They leapt through. The dead was directly in front of them as they came through the door. Quickly, they scanned their bracelets. And the detonator stopped.
Phew,
After pausing for a moment, to catch their collective breaths, Junpei and his companions headed down the long hallway in front of them. At the end was a set of stairs leading down into the ship. It looked as though they had led all the way to the bottom deck. They looked down. It didn't seem to be flooded. After deciding it was safe, they headed down the stairs. Before long, Junpei and his companions found themselves at the bottom deck. They turned left into another hallway, and at the end which they found another door. Of course, there was a symbol engraved over the keyhole. It looked like a sort of harpoon, one used to hunt fish with 3 prongs. Snake traced the shape with his finger. This is the Neptune symbol. There must be a key around here somewhere. Neptune key. All Junpei had was the Uranus key card. Not the same planet, and not even the same sort of key. Clearly, it wasn't going to open this door. After examining the door with a few more minutes, they gave up and headed back to the way they'd come. With a little more searching, they found a metal door. On the side of it was a card reader. A symbol was engraved onto the card reader. It matched the Uranus symbol on the key card Junpei was carrying. This is the place, he muttered to himself, and slid the card through the reader. It beeped once, and the light on it turned green. With a heavy metal groan, the door creaked open. Junpei, Clover, Snake, and Seven looked at one another, nodded, and stepped through. The room they found himself in was full of books. It looked remarkably like a library. Not the sort of library where large numbers of people came to read books. More the sort of library that was simply a place to store books. He felt a little overwhelmed by the sheer number of books, but Junpei did his best to speak with authority. Alright, if we want to get through that door out there, we need the Neptune key. I say we split up and look for it.
Okay.
Very well.
Sure thing.
Good. Let's get started then. We don't have a lot of time. Hurry. Alice sleeps in a small chamber past the Forest of Knowledge. As he began to search, for reasons he didn't fully understand, Junpei felt those particular words float through his mind. Seek a way out. Alright guys, we're gonna take a quick break. So, you should go stretch and do the things and stuff. I heart you all. All of you. Use the restroom, get some water, get a snack, eat a food, get a poop. Go do your things. We're gonna be right back. And from 3 to 5 minutes. Alright, guys? And we should be reaching the end.
How exciting! Exciting!
Alright, be right back, guys.
Yoshi, it's time to shine. Everybody who knows me knows that I grind. Heavily drop rhymes. Fool, you know the name. It's a new year, we taking over the game. It's the year of the Yoshi, it's time to shine. Everybody who knows me knows that I grind. Heavily drop rhymes. Fool, you know the name. It's a new year, we taking over the game. Get your hands up, wave them all around. Pick them up, stomp them in the ground. Get your hands up, wave them all around. Let them all know, no playing around. No playing around, no playing around. I'm holding them down, controlling the town. You know we get down, I'm so underground. How do I stay ahead? You lay in bed, why be average? Be great instead, got you smiling. Coin piling with a new styling, a new island, whole street and shot. Buzz short-lived like an equinox with Mega Randy and speaker box. Make a long story short like a summary. Trust and believe you cast don't want none of me. Enemies get licked up and swallowed whole. Lot of heart, lot of soul, like a pot of gold. You know what it is. I handle my biz. My answer is this. I trample you kids, got ample to give, so I keep coming. Talk the big game. Now he's running. Year of the Yoshi, it's time to shine. Everybody who knows me knows that I grind. Heavily drop rhymes. Fool, you know the name. It's a new year, we taking over the game. It's the year of the Yoshi, it's time to shine. Everybody who knows me knows that I grind. Heavily drop rhymes. Fool, you know the name. It's a new year, we taking over the game. Troopers and goombas get stomped on. Endless appetite, you fools get chomped on. Super senior, been a star since I walked on. Beat 'em up, eat 'em up till they all gone. Since 9-4, been back and forth like time lords. Rhyme for thousands for encores. My tours, the cons with mad dudes. Only place there's a long line is the bathroom. Yeah, squeeze it in like I had room. New year, new Yoshi, coming mad soon. Better reserve it or get in line. Might wanna get yours, cause I'm getting mine. Might wanna get yours, cause I'm getting mine. Might wanna get yours. We holding them down, controlling the town. You know we get down. Let me see your hands. We stay ahead, you just lay in bed. Be great instead. Let me see your hands. Know what it is. I handle my biz. I travel you kids. Let me see your hands. Whole scene shot, buzz short like an equinox. Game chops up in your speaker box. What? Game chops. What?
自分たちの生活のトラックを失う方法です。
Do it!
私はちょうど何が
Just do it! Don't let your dreams be dreams. Yesterday you said tomorrow. So just do it! Make your dreams come true! Just do it! Some people dream success while you're gonna wake up and work hard at it. Nothing is impossible. Where anyone else would quit, and you're not gonna stop there. No, what are you waiting for? Do it! Just do it! Yes, you can! Just do it!
私はちょうど何が重要か私はちょうど何が重要か私はちょうど何が重要かつけようとしている私はちょうど何が重要か私はちょうど何が重要私はちょうど何が重要か 失う方法です。私はちょうど何が私はちょうど何が重要か。There she go. There she go. That's the one I got to know. Gotta know. Such a cutie, right? Big eye, who's now they don't, now they don't, now they don't do that. Hair flow, what she want, what she want. Love Jones, when she talk, when she talk. Such a cutie, it's your boy Biggie. Who's high, let's do it like. It seems like for a while I've known ya. Nostalgic moments, feels like magic, don't it? Girl, you killing them. My condolence, that's how you own it. Yeah, that's how you own it. And I'm gonna be with you no matter what it takes. Running with scissors in the traffic, trying to cut straight to the chase. Wanna be there when you wake, with no makeup on your face. Not even gloss before you brush. Love your dimples when you blush. It's the simple things in life we take for granted cause we rush. I just wanna gain your trust as well as me giving you mine. What's your sign? I'm in Aries, I'm a 90s baby clearly. I'll make sure to make some time for you. Though my schedule may vary. Oh, hold up, hold up, hold up. I just wanna know ya. I heard them say that beauty's in the eyes of the beholder. Well, girl, my vision's bad, so I'ma need you to come closer. Closer, now you right here where you poster. Hey, there she go, there she go. That's the one I got to know. Got to know. Such a cutie, right? Who's now they don't, now they don't, now they don't do that. Hair flow, what she want, what she want. Love Jones, when she talk, when she talk. Such a cutie, right? Excuse me, missus, may I spark your interest? Cause you sure got my attention. I just wanna grant your wishes, la la. What you want, you get it. I don't call it tricking, not just cause I got it, cause I want to, that makes all the difference. I'm about my business, and ooh girl, you the business. We should get together soon so we can do some business. I got some things that I could teach you, let me show ya. Is you ready, what's the hold up? You ain't down no drama. You remind me of my mama, spun like power bomb in the slider. Shut it down, you don't even try to. You such a boss, but carry yourself like a lady. The baddest such a crew, and that is not up for debating. Wait, hold up, hold up, hold up. I know what they say. Every rapper only want that sexual healing, Marvin Gaye. Don't believe it, girl, I promise. I'ma treat you like my treasure. I'm moving by myself, but I know you'll make me better. Hey, there she go, there she go. That's the one I got to know. Got to know. Such a cutie, right? Who's now they don't, now they don't, now they don't do that. Hair flow, what she want, what she want. Love Jones, when she talk, when she talk. Such a cutie, right? Who's now they don't, now they don't, now they don't do that. Hey, there she go, there she go. That's the one I got to know. Got to know. Such a cutie, right? Who's high? Let's do it, let's do it like I said.
Sorry, I went to get a snack and then I ended up getting another snack and then another snack. And another snack. But hi guys! I'm back! How are you guys? You guys. I find it funny that I think we banned a long-time viewer today. Well, actually, he comes by like super rarely. I think he only comes by Monster Hunter. And then he comes by complaining about spoilers and stuff. Like, bye. Who cares about you? You never come by anyway. But just so everybody knows, and I'm probably going to repeat this more often than not, there's going to come a point where I do have a lot more mods. And those mods are going to have free roam to ban you if they so please. So, don't piss off the mods. They can have a high temper, like Ash. She seems to give you way more of a chance than she should be giving you, but Ash has the ability to ban you permanently if she so pleases. You are welcome to message me afterwards and be like, hey, I got banned, could I please get unbanned? I'm probably going to ask you why you got banned, and if you don't give me an answer or anything, it might not happen, but if I see that you actually want to come back, I mean, I have no reason not to let you back in if you actually learned your lesson. But, just remember, even Jim Falking here, he can ban whoever the hell he wants. If you're annoying, if you're just like a little bit annoying, and you get banned by Jim Falking, or Asheria, or Captain, who hasn't been here in forever, then there was probably a reason you got banned. And I 100% support it. And by the way, follow Jim Falking, or you're racist. But yeah, guys, we're gonna continue now. Yeah, basically, you have the right to say, hey, can I come back? And, you know, that's fine. And I'll probably, more than likely than not, if you ask to get unbanned, there's like a 95% chance that you're gonna get unbanned. So, but if you don't get unbanned, then if you don't get unbanned, it's probably because I was the one that banned you, and I found you annoying anyway. So,
Anyways, let's go ahead and start, guys. We're going back now.
continuing. Thank you guys for joining me today. I do appreciate it very much. The alerts are not on today, if in case you didn't notice. So thank you anybody that has followed me today and has hosted me today and all those things, but the alerts are not currently on today. Curly, I see you followed 12 hours ago, which wasn't even when I was streaming, so yeah. Let me go back into this and then stuff and things. Alright, so we're looking around the library. This is a completely new room. I have no idea what I'm doing. So we're just gonna click everything. Click all the things. There's a note on that table.
There's lights. Lights to the books. Huh? What does that mean?
Interesting. Well, intelligence often hides itself in darkness. Have you ever thought about the pages of a book? Each page only sees, what, maybe 2 or 3 minutes of light before the reader is on the next one? They spend the rest of their lives locked in darkness. Rather like myself.
That's horrible.
Oh, don't get me wrong. I'm not complaining. Not at all. I live in darkness, yes. But that has gifted me with the ability to catch the truth others might miss. I can hear the voices hidden in the darkness, you might say. Note on top of the table says light to the books. Maybe I have to put the books on fire.
It's a coat rack. Like a place where you can hang coats and hats and stuff. Well, this one's not too big, so maybe just hats.
The handrail is made of some kind of metal. That's a book. teletemporation and telepathy. What the hell is this one about?
Well, I know what telepathy is, but I never heard of teleportation.
It refers to having the ability to travel through time. Oh, teleportation. This book is called Mind Swap.
You mean you could, like, change bodies with someone? Well, I guess I wouldn't mind switching bodies with my brother or Junpei too much, but I'd rather die than let Seven switch with me.
What the hell? Like I want to switch bodies with some little brat like...
Hey, were you just imagining it? You were just imagining it, weren't you? You were!
Shut up! Well, well,
he wasn't the only one. Ban Ringo. Kitab, as if. Man, they got some weird stuff here. I can't even pronounce this one.
Who's that? Some famous guy?
It's not a person's name. It is the name of a fictional book created by Abdul al-Hazard. It's said to be one of the sources used in the creation of a legendary book of the dead, the Necronomicon.
Oh, so these are all occult books and stuff.
This
This one says the golden rabbit and the moon on it. Well, does that mean it's about a rabbit that lives on the moon? Rabbits are pretty cute, but what's the moon stuff about?
It's talking about the Judas tree that is said to grow on the moon according to Chinese legend. Oh, Judas tree, of course. I knew that.
energy theory, huh? I don't know, I don't even understand the damn title. Look, it's like this shelf is all science and technology.
What? What is this? What's the deal with these titles?
They're all just gibberish.
Hey, what if we, like, switch them around?
Switch them around?
Yeah. If we move them around, maybe they'll spell something.
Oh, I get it. Yeah, heck, it's worth a shot. Penis. Peno. Pone. Nope. I spelled nope. Okay, I spelled nope. Yelp. Pone. Neop. No whip. Nope. Open here. Ah, I found it. Open here, find bulb. How about this? Looks like putting those books in the right order opened this thing right up. What a piece of cake.
Hooray! You did it, Junpei!
I guess that turned out well enough.
So, the letters from the title spell open here, find bulb.
It's the light bulb sitting on the shelf. Ah, yes, quite.
The light bulb looks like it's brand new. And it's really big, so it makes a lot of light.
Powerful light bulb. This will be pretty bright. Alright, I think we got this thing open here, find bulb. Well, that's straightforward enough. I open this thing and I get a light bulb.
Are property values going up out in space too these days? Man, I guess times are tough for aliens too.
This one says cosmic inflation.
Well, all that's here is Foundery's law of electrolysis. I believe that's going to be about the electrolysis in the electrolyte solution. These particular laws here set down by Michael Faraday.
Quantum gravity. 7, do you have any idea what this is?
How about you start using real words? Then maybe we'll get somewhere.
Theory of general gravity, huh?
Oh, I know this one. That's Einstein, right?
What's this? An overview of conformal field theory. Well, it's a theory that posts an invariant quantum field where conformal transformation can take place.
Knock it off with the science voodoo stuff. You trying to put me to sleep?
Super systematic string theory and 10-dimensional space-time. They're just talking about the superstring theory. It's a theory of reality where, how do I explain? It says that all elements of the universe are governed by the very vibrations of harmonics in tiny supersymmetric strings. What? So cosmetic inflation. Micrographia, huh? Yes, yes, Robert Hooke's famous first published in 1665. He built a microscope to examine insects in organic substance and other things too small to be seen in detail by human eyes. He then drew pictures of many of the things he'd examined and published them in books. I'd hazard a guess this shelf is concerned with natural science.
Why did mankind lose their tails, Doompe? Do you know what this one's about?
Why are you asking me? I didn't even know we had tails to lose. Maybe you should ask a human with a tail. Mankind's ancestors most likely lost their tails as they were no longer useful, and the nutrient required to grow them are better put to use elsewhere. At least that's what I've read. I was rather young. I may have remembered it incorrectly.
Huh? Why the hell would a kid be reading a book like that?
Creatures of the South Seas, huh? I wonder if this one's got pictures of colorful fish and stuff.
Paleontology. This one's about fossils, right? Ammonites are pretty nasty looking.
The book is called Paleontology.
This one says transition of extinct species.
We have to hurry it up, or we're going to end up in the page of the book of a book like that. Introductions of geology, huh? Thinking about the Earth even when we're on the ocean. kinda romantic in a way, I guess.
There are theories of the Cambrian explosion? Did a bomb go off near somewhere called Cambria?
Wrong kind of explosion, roughly 500 million years ago, during what is known as the Cambrian period. Research suggests that the variety of living organism increased by the order of magnitude. Why that happened is, however, still something of a mystery. There is a number of theories. This book is most likely a collection of them. Mother Nature.
Is that a sort of book about hippie chicks?
No, probably not, except perhaps tangentially. It's most likely about environmental protection.
I was just trying to make a joke.
Dude, hippie chicks? Really? This book is called Mother Nature.
The theory of evolution, heck, even I know this one. That's that Darwin guy, right?
Well, yes and no. Charles Darwin wrote the book on the origin of the species. In it, he put forth his theory of evolution. Yeah, I remember that part. He called it natural selection. Exactly. Okay. What is this? Dad kind. What the hell is this? Wasn't that a German mathematician? Maybe it's a compilation of his work. Leibniz.
This book is in German. It looks like it's a complete work of something.
I've never heard of it. Well, if Snake doesn't know what it is, I don't think we'll ever know.
Sheldrake.
Sheldrake? Isn't Sheldrake... It's got a volume number written as part of... Owen, huh? Owen isn't enough to go on. Perhaps it's about the English Revolutionary... The Pythagorean theorem. This is a famous one. Sounds like there are a number of math books in this section. Algebraic number theory. Math, huh?
There's another one like that over here.
You mean something like primary number theory or analytical number theory or geometry?
Oh my gosh, how did you know? Nobody said anything about those.
Well, number theory is usually split into 4 chief disciplines. If there was a book, Algebraic number theory, I took a wild guess that the other 3 would be there as well. Looks like I was right. This one's Gold Badge Conjecture.
Conjecture? What's it about? Like magic or psychic stuff or something? Right.
Like magic or something? Stuff or something?
Right, I bet it's about jewelry, isn't it?
It may have an odd title, but it's actually a very respectable mathematics book. It deals with one of the unsolved problems of additive number theory.
Sorry I said anything. Look, let's not get into this right now, okay?
Go back, conjecture.
This is a weird book, Junpei. Andy and mathematics. That's funny.
Why is that funny?
It says Remian hypothesis. But what is there to hypothesis about with a Remian? Isn't it pretty straightforward?
Heavens no. There are many factors. Length, girth, lubrication, or lack of. It is exciting and rapidly growing, an exciting and rapidly growing field.
Oh,
I don't know what he's talking about. Modern Japanese literature, huh? What's the origin of Japanese folklore? Looks like there's a bunch of books about Japanese culture here. Mostly ones about folklore, though. Well, folklore can cover a wide range of subjects. History, urban life, religious trends, environmental change, oral traditions. Folklore can cover all of those things, and if you know where to look.
this looks pretty deep.
Picture book here. A picture book here looks like an old folktale.
Don't you think it's a little weird that this book is the only picture book? Maybe you ought to hold on to it.
It has a magic wand on it. Okay. So, what's inside? Well, aren't you going to open it? Pretty sure it's just gonna have pages inside. Smart Whoa! It's a pop-up book!
Neat! Neato!
SE5. SE5? What is that? Well... When I opened it, these 4 letters popped out. So I guess it's a pop-up book, huh? SE5, I wonder what that means. Japanese culture. There's a book in this shelf. Alright. Small enclosure with 9 sides. There are 3 of these have a kind of like music stand.
Hey, Junpei, maybe if you're supposed to put the pop-ups on the stands, then you could open them up.
Oh yeah, if you do that, then they make a shadow on the bottom there.
True, but there are 3 stands, right? We don't have enough picture books. In other words, we need 3 picture books. Let's see what we got here. So many books here. I wonder if this one. Whoa, what's this? Warm?
Oh, sorry.
Oh, no. I'm sorry.
Hey, what's the deal with the sappy stuff?
There are a bunch of books here in folklore myths.
This one, it looks just like the picture book from earlier. The one with the pop-ups.
You think they're part of a series or something? They do have the same binding.
There's a baseball in this one. Come on, Junpei. Let's see what's in it.
I'm gonna go on a limb here and say that it's probably baseball stuff. Whoa! Head.
This is a pop-up book. It's got the letters H-E-A-D popping out of it.
Get some head.
Oh, look, Seven. There's a book here that's perfect for you. It's called Correlation of Muscle, Bone Density, and Bone Strength.
You're just saying that 'cause it says muscle.
Music world. There's a book called Dissection. This book must be all the medical books. From what I can tell, it sounds as though these books have been organized by Jenya. This library must be massive. I'm rather impressed by how well organized it is. Principal monkey behavioral, huh? I imagined
I imagine that's a book describing proxyology studies on monkeys. Monkeys are very similar to humans evolutionary, so I imagine the research was fruitful.
Functions of the human brain, huh? I guess this book is about the nervous system.
I'd love to ask you to read it to me, but I don't think we have the time.
I'm kind of curious about it too. There's gotta be a reason why people connect with each other, you know?
Are there any books here that look suspicious? Human equilibrium theory.
Human anatomy.
Regeneration of internal organs.
Ancient gladiators. What's this book doing here?
Maybe they were researching human physical limits across history. Look at this one called Recreation of Lost Human Functions. You think they're talking about if you, like, lose part of your body, then you could grow it back?
I don't think so. Maybe they're talking about reconstructing ability of the humankind once possessed.
In other words, they may be talking about cultivating a sixth sense.
Dissection Atlas, huh? This whole shelf is full of medical books.
Look, this one says Cultural Heritage of Rome.
I bet that's gonna be a serious inheritance tax. Permian creatures. Seems a little fancy for some kind of prehistoric critter. Not to mention, most of them were likely reptiles and amphibians. Without hair, I can't imagine they had much need of perms.
That's got nothing to do with this. The history of Buddhism.
Huh.
What's Taoism?
I think it's something like a fusion of Greek and Oriental culture.
Hey, it's one of those kids' picture books. It looks a lot like the other one we found. This one has some Native American on the cover. Hey, Junpei, take a look at this one.
Native Americans, huh? Maybe it's got some... Whoa!
Whoa! Guess it's one of them pop-up books, right? Got a letter L, R, and K popping out of it. Can't make any sense of him, though.
Lazy Rico Kinky.
Large, round, and kinky? Nah, probably not.
History of Medieval Period. Maybe it's about Sir Lancelot?
Isn't he just a story? I don't think you're gonna find a guy who doesn't exist in a history book.
Oriental history. Maybe this one is about China's 4,000 years of history. Or something.
Hey, Chinese history and Oriental history aren't the same thing. This one is called History of the Western World.
Well, I assume it's about European history.
Yeah. Just gonna leave it at that. Snake, doesn't seem like you... Wait, what? It shows about titles of History of the Western World. Hey, look at this. This is a book called Greek Mythology.
Damn, that thing is huge. Can't imagine anyone's actually read the whole thing. Pretty sure it just put me to sleep.
Yes. There's a big opening on the door in the library. It's pretty impressive, almost like there's a shrine or a church or something. There's another door after it, and then the passageway beyond it, and at the end of the passageway, there's a door on the with the Neptune symbol engraved on it. Hurry up! We need to find the key with the mark of Neptune.
Okay. That sounds like a job for the best brother and sister team in the world.
Man, it's like Seven and I don't even exist. There aren't any books that look suspicious. Okay, we already looked at this shelf. Did we look at this shelf? Science and technology, energy theory. Yeah, we looked at these shelves. Living creatures. Natural selection stuff. So we already looked there. Looks called cosmic inflation. Alright, so let's go down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. Let me hear your booty go. I wanna hear your booty go. That dong da dong dong dong. Bye, Slade. Alright. It's a small enclosure with 9 sides. There are 3 of these things that look kind of like music stands. Okay, how about we try putting the pictures on the stand? Then...
Huh. This is a little weird.
You can sort of see the letters. It's too dark in here to really tell, though.
well, that probably means our light isn't bright enough. Dun, 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 dun. There are 3 lights on this thing. They aren't very bright though.
Hey, didn't we find some kind of really powerful light bulb earlier? Why don't you put it into one of those lights?
Yeah. Well, it's a lot brighter, but...
But if there are 3 lights, then that means 3 light bulbs. There won't be much point unless we can replace all 3 light bulbs. We need 3 light bulbs, huh? Gosh dang it. Gosh darn it. I don't even know where to look.
Do you think we should hold hands where there aren't any handrails?
I'll be fine. I can feel the vibrations on the floor that tell me where I am. Wow, look at Clover. Look at Clover. She's so kawaii. Look at her. Okay, you looked enough.
That's not what I meant.
Man, this thing is narrow. I feel like I'm walking across a tightrope. Geez, Snake, aren't you scared?
Imagine a wall 20 inches wide that runs along the top of a 10-story building. Can you walk along that wall, Junpei?
No way. Then what about a balance beam in a gymnasium? Well, oh well, that's easy. Huh. You don't find that strange? A balance beam is far narrower than 20 inches. So why is it that you balance beam pose no challenge to you, but the hypothetical 10-story wall does? The light can easily turn people into cowards. From time to time, a life in darkness can give you courage. Oh. It says light to the books. The book says on red. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Really adopted the darkness. Japanese culture. Weird. Weird. Bolted down. Don't see the door, it's just like the wall. The books here are sorted in all languages, but there's something suspicious about the shelf on the left. In the middle of the glass, there's a cylinder lock. You know, the kind of lock you rotate around until you got the right ones and open it. But what the hell is this? It's like they just gave us the answer. I guess I might as well give it a shot. Wait, what do you mean they gave us the answer? Oh. 5, 1, 4, 2, 3, 6? 5, 1, 4, 2, 3, 6. No? About 6. 6, 3, 6, 3, 2, 4, 1, 5. There we go.
You did it, Junpei! Yay!
I don't know why, but I don't really feel particularly happy about being praised for that. Whatever. At least the lock's open now. Let's see if we can get it open, alright? There's another light bulb. It feels like a light bulb. Pretty high wattage too, unless I miss my gas. This should generate quite a bit of light. All these 6 books seem to be pointing at a cylinder number lock. Okay. So now we need one more, wherever it might be. One more light bulb. One more light bulb. Come out, wherever you boob. One more light bulb. One more light bulb. Where are you, light bulb? Where is the light bulb? Can't find the light bulb. Light bulb, where are you? Mr. Light bulb, where are you? I cannot find you, you lightning bulb. Boop, 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 boop. Mr. Light bulb, where are you? Mr. Light bulb, boop, 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 boom. Oh, where are you, light bulb? Ba-do-do-do-do. I don't see you, light bulb. Where are you, the light bulb? It has to be somewhere I'm missing. It's not that bookshelf. Not that bookshelf. Like that's another downstairs. No, it isn't. Mr. Lightbulb, where are you? I don't know where you're located. Mother Nature. Light to the books. Mr. Lightbulb, where are you? I cannot find you at all. Agricultural history organizing folklore. Yes, the light bulb needs to be replaced. I don't see it. Black hole hypothesis, gamma ray. I guess this bookshelf is an astronomy theme. I guess I didn't go here. One is about religion and the history of Buddhism. Who did this? Energy, the development of now technology, materials, interaction between shortwave and matter. What else got?
Just listening to read those titles, it's giving me a headache.
Can't say fancy technology stuff. I get fancy stuff, and I get along real well. Keep on talking about that stuff, and you're gonna put me to sleep.
I can't find the last light bulb. I imagine it has something to do with this. Dad kind on it. Owen. Sheldrake. Where to go? Maybe... It's not bright enough. I need one more light bulb. Hmm. I'm probably not checking one of the shelves. I just don't know where. I don't like things like this where you literally just have to click everything until you find something. And there's religion. Bunch of books. Mathematic. Gosh dang it. Mr. Sandman. Full of medical books. Human anatomy. What? Okay.
What's this one called?
It says Foundation of DNA and Genetic Engineering. Automatic robot assembly techniques, huh?
What's that? Some sort of comic book? Jeez, I guess boys really like that stuff. Huh?
No, you're thinking of a different sort of robot. This book is talking about automated machinery that's used to build things like cars. Foundations of DNA. An overview of photochemistry.
I think whoever set this up wanted us to see the cover, not the spine. Let's just look at it, okay?
Wait, what? Huh? Looks like there was a whole lot of space behind these books.
What? Junpei? I think it's something hidden behind the book.
Of course. This is
a brand new light bulb. Looks like a pretty high wattage one too.
Communication and computer science, huh? That's a pretty generic title. To be honest, it's so vague I don't really know what it might be about. The book's called Golden Rabbit. Oh, I really missed that shelf. Really? That was the only shelf I missed? Yeah. The only shelf I missed. Alright. Put it in. Okay, I put the books on top of the thing. Alright. So there are 3 lights here. I'm gonna change these bulbs now. They should Shield Rake 5.
Awesome!
Awesome, it worked.
Way to go, Junpei. Good job, buddy.
There's something projecting on the bottom.
These letters, they seem familiar.
Shield Rake 5? What? Sheldrake 5. Sheldrake. Junpei read the text out loud.
I think I saw the rest of this collection somewhere.
Yeah, I think it's somewhere around here.
Let's go take a look.
Okay.
Seven and Clover walked off, leaving Junpei and Snake behind. Have you heard of him? Sheldrake, I mean... Junpei grinned. Yeah. Lotus told me about him. There's a British biochemist named Sheldrake that had a rather interesting theory. The theory of morphogenic fields, which relied on the theory of morphogenic resonance. Really? From Lotus, huh? Well, Clover also said something to me about that stuff. She did. Yeah, what was it?
The ability to access the morphogenic field is affected by a couple of things. The first is epiphany, and the other is danger.
Ah, that girl. I told her not to tell anyone. You did? Why? Junpei's eyes narrowed. Look, I mean, man, I didn't push it 'cause we're in a hurry, but I'm kind of sick of this. How about you just tell me, okay? Tell you what? Don't give me that. About the experiment. Snake's shoulders slumped, and he shook his head slowly. He'd finally given up. Very well, fine. I'll tell you everything. But not here. Let's move to the top floor. Junpei nodded. With that, they climbed the stairs to the top floor. Snake was silent for a moment after they arrived, then finally crossed his arms and spoke. I suppose I might as well start by telling you why I kept quiet, and why I made sure Clover did as well. To be honest, the explanation is quite simple. Zero told me not to. They had little choice. He didn't walk up and tell me, of course. He gave me a message engraved on the card. Snake reached into his sleeve and pulled out the small, stiff piece of paper. It looked a good deal like the one he'd shown everyone on the central staircase. So you had 2 cards. No, only one. Huh? What do you mean? I thought the card just had some rules for the nonary game. Yes, it did. And those were the rules I read to you. However, they were not the only thing on the card. There was something I didn't read. Well, perhaps I should say there was something I couldn't read. And that was... Tell no one of the event that took place 9 years ago. Tell, and I activate your sister's detonator. Oh. Well, Snake nodded. Well, what about Clover? Did she get a message from Zero Two? No, I don't believe she did. But doesn't it strike you as strange, as Zero would shut my mouth but not hers? Yeah, that does seem a little weird. To be on the safe side, however, I told her it was best not to tell anyone. Still, apparently she told you. That girl. What's wrong with her telling me? I figured some stuff out with the things she told me. Huh? I mean, it looks like the whole activate her detonator thing was just a bluff. She's prancing around downstairs, happy as a clam now that you're back. Snake glanced down at Clover and Seven, examining one of the hook shelves. That's very true. I've decided I can't trust you. I've decided I can trust you. I've decided to tell you the truth. The chance that Santa is Zero is very high. I feel I can assume Santa doesn't have time to observe us at the moment. And at any rate, even if he were, I very much doubt he would kill us. Why not? Clover told me about the four-leaf clover. About the words. If he knew about that, then he was in my group during the first experiment. I'm sure of it. He wouldn't kill us. No matter what the situation is. Snake paused and cocked his head as though he was listening to something very far away. His face looked dark, as though something was weighing on him. Hey, Snake? Junpei wasn't quite sure what to say. Snake turned and looked at him. Yes, I know. You want to know what happened during the experiment? Yeah. How much do you know? Junpei relayed to Snake everything Clover had told him. The morphogenic field and the experiment 9 years prior had dealt with it. How the experiment had taken place simultaneously at 2 locations, one building the ship, the other building a building in Nevada. How they played the nonary game. He told him everything. And finally, he told him how a girl had died during the experiment. Oh. She told you all that, did she? Snake looked down. His face was tight. A slight tremor shook his body, and he tried to hide it. He was putting on a good front, but even Junpei could tell that he was holding back something deep and powerful. He made as if to brush something from his face and looked up at Junpei. At any rate, I know how much you've learned. All that remains for us to determine is who did this and why, right? Yes. Can you tell me what happened? Snake nodded slowly. The people who organized the initial experiment were from a company called Cradle Pharmaceutical. There were 4 of them running the show. Gintaro, Hongou, Nagisa Nijisaki, Teruaki Kubota, and Kageshika Musashi Duo. Honguo was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical. Nijisaki was his right-hand man and did the lion's share of the planning. Kubota led the company research and development division. Masashi Duo was their majority stockholder. It was these 4 people who planned the initial experiment. Let me simplify for you. Hongo designed it, and Nijisaki put it all together. Kubota developed the technology required, and Musashi Duo provided the cash. So, it's Hongo, Nijisaki, Kubota, Masashi Duo. Junpei couldn't shake the sense that he had heard those 4 names somewhere. Of course, more than 4 people were required to conduct an experiment of this scale. To that end, they organized a top-secret team to assist them in their research. All in all, they gathered 10 people or so. These 10 completed their team, and they were able to begin the project. They named it the Nonary Project. The purpose of the experiment was to research the prospect of controlling human mind through sheer will. The vessel, I suppose you could say, for this control was the morphogenic field. Why did the glycerin suddenly begin to crystallize? Why did the crystal structure of EDT undergo a sudden change? Why did the rats improve their puzzle-solving skills with each generation? Experiments with humans produced the same results. But the more people who knew the answer to the question, the more people there were who could answer correctly without having seen the problem before. Why? How? The answer is that the shape of the answer has been stored in an invisible in a field invisible to the naked eye, and through the field of resonant events transmit information related to that answer. That essentially the idea behind morphogenic fields. But that's just a theory. Can't bring yourself to believe it? Not really. Let's say someone killed another person because the devil told them to do it. Whether the devil exists or not has no relevance to the murder. They believe the devil exists. Whether or not he does is immaterial. So what matters here is that Hongo believed in the morphogenic field. Snake nodded. But I still don't get it. You said they wanted to figure out how to control people, right? That is what you were saying. Yes. So how were they going to do that with the morphogenic field? I'll keep it simple. Let's suppose 10,000 people have solved a certain problem. The chance of you knowing that answer, even if no one has told you, will go up. Let's have another example, shall we? Say 1 million people were to do a handstand right now. Tomorrow the chances of you doing a handstand would be higher, even if you had heard nothing of this hypothetical mass handstanding.
Mankind's thought process and actions are all part of a resonant event. All of the resonant events encoded in the field are projected onto you. Of course, this assumes you believe in this theory. Do you follow so far?
Yeah.
But let's say, hypothetically, that there was a person who had the same effect as those millions of people. What would happen? If one person were to do a handstand, other people would find themselves wanting to do a handstand as well. Can you imagine that person with power? Can you imagine what a person with powers like that would be able to do?
Come on. There's no way.
I'm not done. Imagine another scenario. Imagine another person. This is an ordinary person. Let's say he does a handstand. What if there was someone who could grab the resonant event he created by doing that and use it to make other people to do handstands? What would happen then? The person who has the power to write to the field and someone who can read from the same. You could think of them as the writer and the reader, or the transmitter and the receiver. What would the world be like if there were people with abilities like these?
Junpei thought about it for a moment. So these transmitters resonate events. Transmitters resonate events. These transmitters resonate event can be transmitted through the field and sent to the receiver. And then the transmitter can control the receiver however they wish. That's what you're saying, right?
Yes, close enough at least.
Come on, that's just crazy.
Well, if you want to prove that, then you'll have to test it first. At least that's how they thought.
That's why they decided to do their experiment.
That's how they started to do their experiment. That was how the Nonary project began.
Snake suddenly looked very serious.
Junpei, have you ever heard of the Gansified experiment?
Junpei nodded. Yeah. That was an experiment with telepathy, right? They put a pair of subjects in separate rooms. Then they show one of them a picture and ask the other one what they saw.
Interesting, I'm impressed. Yes, that is exactly correct.
So why did you bring up the Gansified experiment?
It was used to screen subjects for the Nonary project. The hospital in a remote town was affiliated with Cradle Pharmaceutical. Hongo used it to conduct experiments on visiting children in secret. Some of them he found had potential. He began to gather children that showed promise, children that seemed as though they might be able to access the field. Of course, none of them volunteered. They were kidnapped.
His face barely moved as he spoke. There were 9 pairs of siblings taken, for 18 children total, for reasons that were not fully understood at the time. Gosh dang it. For reasons that There were 9 pairs of siblings taken in, and 18 children in total. For reasons that were not fully understood at the time, had each pair had 1 transmitter and 1 receiver. They were split perfectly. As such, the 18 children were split into 2 groups of 9. The children who were put in Group Q were the ones who excelled at transmitting. They were transferred to the mock experiment building known as Building Q in the Nevada desert. The children who excelled at receiving were put in Group A. The members of Group A were placed in the former hospital ship Gigantic. From the experiments he had conducted so far, Hangul had learned the following. There are 2 things that can increase one's resonance with the field. The first is epiphany, the other is danger. Have you ever been faced with an especially difficult problem and thought about it very long and very hard until finally the answer suddenly appeared in your mind? It may seem obvious to say but that is what is meant by epiphany. And the information obtained through the epiphany can be easily transmitted through the field, where it can be easily interpreted. Adding danger to the equation allows for even easier field access. Therefore, Hangul set up a number of puzzles across the gigantic. The participants had to solve each puzzle before they could move to the next room. Of course, he hadn't forgotten to include danger. More specifically, he had detonated a bomb in the hull of the Gigantic. The children in Group A were forced to play the Notre game as the ship sunk. By forcing the children into a life-or-death situation, Hangul hoped to increase the likelihood of their tapping into the field. The children from Group Q, on the other hand, were confined to the mock experiment building Q. Building Q duplicated the interior and the puzzles of the Gigantic exactly. Hangul explained the situation to the children of Group Q. Solve the puzzles you find throughout the rooms. When you solve them, transmit that information to the children of Group A. If you succeed, they will be able to solve the puzzles and escape. But if you fail, then the Gigantic will sink, and your brothers and sisters will drown. Do you know why the astronauts of Apollo 13 were able to return to Earth safely? It was because NASA had access to the replica of the Apollo 13 capsule. All the equipment, the instruments, everything, all of it identical. NASA was able to replicate the situation the astronauts were facing by putting themselves in the same situation. They attempted to solve the problem they knew the astronauts were experiencing. Once they had found solutions, they reported their findings to the men aboard the actual capsule. That was how they were able to return safely. It was the same with the Gigantic and Building Q. The children from Group Q had to use the power of Epiphany to solve the puzzles they found and transmit what they learned through the fields. The children in Group A, however, had to access the fields to learn how they might advance to the next stage. That is the simplest explanation I can manage. Snake sounded defeated. His half-hearted attempt at derision served only to show how much the story had affected him. Just as Junpei was about to speak,
Hey! Junpei! Snake! How much longer are you two gonna sit around on those bony asses? Get down here already!
Seven's voice echoed from below. Snake took a deep breath and blinked rapidly, as if just waking up from a long nap. He's right. Let's go, shall we? We don't have much time. We need to get out of here and soon. Snake headed for the stairs, but Junpei put out his arm to stop him. Hold it. There's one more thing I want to ask you. Are you sure that there were 18 kids? Why? Well, I thought it was only 16. Oh, yes. That was what they said on the news, wasn't it? Yes, I have no doubt that 18 children were abducted and used in Hongo's experiment. After all, you couldn't exactly play a nonary game with any less, could you? Well, yeah, but are you saying that the news got it wrong? Yes, I am. There were 2 more children. However, they had no relatives that I'm aware of. I imagine no one filed a police report when they went missing. They were brother and sister, like Clover and I. The brother name was Aoi. The sister's name was... Her name was... Snake couldn't bring himself to continue. It looked as if what he was about to say brought him great pain. Her name was Akane. That was the girl who died. Junpei felt as if he had been punched in the stomach. His vision went blurry, and his head felt light. He couldn't think straight. Everything was blank. Had Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago? If she had, then who was June? No, that's not possible. That couldn't be true. Akane wasn't a common name. If Snake had known her last name, then that would have been a different matter entirely. So they shared a name. There wasn't an uncommon name. There were many other people who did as well. It meant nothing. It was a different person. Of course it was a different person. It had to be a different person. It had to be. Junpei shook his head hard and pulled himself back to reality. Is something wrong, Junpei? Your breathing sounds strange. Then Snake had noticed Junpei clear his throat and tried to act calm. Oh, it's nothing. I'm fine. Let's go back down. Alright? Snake raised an eyebrow, but said nothing. He headed down the stairs, Junpei bringing up the rear. He couldn't bring himself to ask. He told himself he knew the answer already, but he couldn't bring himself to ask what the girl's last name had been. With every step he took, the cold, hard sound of his feet against metal dug at his heart. Okay. So they were looking at this. Sheldrake. This is it. This is what the shadow picture is pointing to.
But it, but didn't it say 5 at the end of the shadow picture?
Yes, I think we need to find the 5th volume. Well, will you look at that? There's a big red button behind this book. I guess we should press the button. I could have found that button without doing that entire puzzle. Also.
What was that sound?
It sounded like something really big was moving.
It came from the top floor.
Alright, let's go check it out. Okay. What is that? That's 13, 14, 10, 13? It's keyboard in front of the numbers, and there's 4 Roman numerals on the wall. It's gotta be a hint of some sort. 13, 14, 10, 13. Those are all Roman numerals.
Do you think we just need to put in the number from the wall on the keyboard?
No, you can't. The keyboard doesn't have any number keys. You can't type stuff like 3 or 4.
Then that means... What does it mean?
Well, I bet you gotta type something on the keyboard.
Yeah, but you can only type letters.
And it looks like you can only enter 4 letters.
Let's see how this works. So, what's the 13th letter in the alphabet? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M. So M, it starts with M, ends with M, and then 13. Is that 14? That's 14, right? 14. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O. So O, and A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. So J. No. This game likes the base 10 thing a lot. So base 10, 10 would be A, 11 would be B, 11 would be B, O, M, N, yeah. 11, base 10, base 10, what is base 10? Gosh dang it. Base 10, so 10 is, gosh dang, I'm just gonna, A equals 10, B equals 11, C equals 12, D equals 13. I only need to know that much. Oh, D, E equals 13, 14? So this would end up being D, 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 E, D, E, A, D. So dead. The password is dead. I guess you have to hit enter once you type in the letters, and you can erase when you type with clear. Okay, I got the basic operation. Let's give it a shot. Yep.
Yay! You did it, Junpei. It's unlocked now.
Good job, Junpei. Whoa. Good job, Junpei. Whoa there, don't get too excited. The password was dead, remember? Just make me makes me think whatever's waiting for us isn't good.
So what? Jeez, you're such an old lady. Can't be worrying about this stuff like that. I mean, come on. We got it unlocked, didn't we? Let's go. Hurry up.
Okay. Do they both lead to the same thing? I'm assuming they do. Alright. Let's get this thing open. You found it. The door opened, and Junpei and the others leapt through it. But no sooner had they done so than the clang of metal on metal rang out behind them. They spun around. The door they'd just come through had slammed shut. Junpei grabbed the hold of both hands and pulled with all his strength. Damn it. It looks like it locks automatically.
Is there any other way out?
Well, there's another door over on the right. There's a card reader next to it. It's got a red light on it, though, so I'm pretty sure it's locked too.
But there is a card reader, right?
Yeah.
Then perhaps if we find a key card, we could open the door and leave.
Yeah, well, that might work, but...
Hey, wait a minute. Are you saying we're gonna have to search through this room for one little card?
Oh man!
They took a second to look at the room they'd found themselves in. It was filled with piles upon piles of all manner of things. The only word that could be described it was chaotic. It was like a tornado had passed through, followed by a giant who had picked up and shaken the entire room a few times. Junpei's heart fell. Clover and Seven looked as though they were about to cry.
Well, we can sit down and wait to die, or if we can sit down and wait to die if that's what you'd prefer. I'd rather doubt that, however, so it would be wise to start looking. We haven't much time. Let's find that key card. Oh, and the Neptune key as well. We won't be able to get through the hallway without it. Alright then, let's begin.
Okay, so there's a lot of stuff to search around here. Lot of stuff. What is this?
Hey! Junpei, isn't this a nautical table?
Yeah, I feel like I've seen this before. New material added to the file screen. This is the same nautical table from the study, isn't it? A nautical table from the study. It was found in the drafting table. The faded line on the right edge must be connected to the line on the left edge. Yeah, boy. And the rule is attached to the drafting table. A light is attached to the drafting table and it's got a little metal arm. Hold it up. There are piles of crap everywhere. Man, this place is a mess.
It's so messy. I don't know where to start.
Some of the crap looks familiar. I think a lot of these I think a lot of these are parts of the puzzle we've solved in other rooms. If that's true, then this room could be Zero's laboratory. Perhaps Zero would shut himself in his room to devise the machines and puzzles he need to see his plan come to fruition.
It's just a pile of junk. There's nothing here that's useful.
Look, Junpei, the rust on here looks like Elvis's face.
Yeah. How exciting. Cover says that Elvis' face is on it.
Gosh, this desk is really big, and it feels really sturdy.
Yeah, it does seem pretty heavy duty.
I suppose it belongs to whoever used this room wouldn't you say?
Okay. The screen is huge. Wonder why it's blue. Maybe if we touch it... There's something on the screen now. What's this? There are 15 cells here with a number and a letter in them.
Let me see that. I see. So whenever you touch the cell, the one next to it turns on or off. You just gotta use that to make the all cell on the right on the bottom green.
Hey, Junpei, I found this piece of paper under the thing. You want to take a look at it? Do you think it might have something to do with the puzzle?
It's a piece of paper Clover gave me. There's a bunch of numbers written, connected by equal signs to it. Just like she said, this is probably related to the puzzle on the screen somehow. Thanks, Clover. This really helps. You know, she's cute. Alright, let's go back and try again. Anyway, it looks like I just need to make all the cells green. Okay, so 0 equals 0, 1, 1, 2, 2, 2, 3. Oh, I see, it's giving me the whatchamacallit. I'm just pushing buttons. Cause I feel like that's the easiest way to figure this out. Okay, fine. I'll do math. What am I trying to figure out? So D. So I'm trying to make everything equal 10. Okay. Everything has to equal 10. Or the digital root? No. 10, 10. Yeah, everything has to equal 10. 10, 10. B. But then B. 10, what's C? 12, 22? Wait, no, that's 20? Does that have to equal 20? I don't even know. Mm, 9 plus C. What's 9 plus C? 9 plus C. So I want it to equal. Hey, I'm a Shigeru. 9 plus C. 9 plus C. 9. 10. And plus 11. That's 21. So this has to equal 21. This has to equal. I really don't want to figure this out. I'm just gonna keep pushing buttons. At some point, it'll work, right? There's a chance that at some point it'll just magically work, and I'll get everything right, right? That's how this works, right? Fine! I'll figure this out the hard way. Where's a notepad? Give me a notepad. So... Alright. What do we want? Okay, so 15 F, 15, 20, 21. That's 21. And then the bottom has to be 10, the right has to be 21. Is that what you're getting at? Nine. Yeah, the right has to be 21, I think. So then how do we just erase everything off the board? Erase everything off the board, please. I'm hunting the code. Hmm. Hmm. This is hard. Basically, okay, I want the middle top on, middle top, mid, top, top, right. And I want the middle. And I want the right one. And the right bottom. There has to be something around here that gives me a hint. This is a lot harder. Well, according to the chart Clover gave me, I just need to plug in the numbers in each letter. I know that, but the thing is about having him turned on or off. Ah. Before that, I really should look over the instructions. The 9 cells. I touch any of the 9 cells that aren't the all cells. When I touch the cells, the cell I touch, the one next to it changes. So I just have to touch the right cells to make the all cells all green. And basically I want the top right on. Alright, and I need all these on. And then and then I wish this had like a drawing thing. So I don't even have a pen and paper. Notepad, please. New notepad. So 0xx question mark x question mark x. I know I want those on and I want that one off. And I want these two on, so X and X. I want those two on. And I want this middle one on as well. And then I have to figure out how to turn B off. Basically, the only ones I need off is what's looking like to be the top left one and the bottom middle one. So we can do that. just need that one to be on. So this is really hard. All I need to do is get the top left one off and the middle bottom one off at the same time. That McDonald's Wi-Fi though. So, is there a way that we can just light everything up? Okay. Is there a way to move these lights? This is hard. This is hard. Go that way. Yes. So that clears the board. Hmm. And if we do P and yes.
You did it, Junpei. You're so smart.
You seem to have done an excellent job and solved the puzzle. Just what I'd expected from you, Junpei. Hey, come on, you're embarrassing me.
Whoa, whoa, don't get cocky, kid. We don't got time for that. Look at this. Check out the right edge of the control panel. The lid slid open and something came out.
We don't have time for that chat. Stop congratulating me. We don't have time. 7 just told you guys and you're still what's wrong with you people? And all it says is all in green. There's something on the right edge on the control panel. Metal shape like a shield. There's a cross engraved on it. The keyboard is just a few taps and see things wake this thing up. Damn, no dice. There's 3 monitors here. The power's on, but there's nothing on the screens. Alright, we put the I put an emblem into 4, but huh? Nothing happened. Wait. What? What's Santa doing? What's Snake doing?
I feel symbols engraved on each of the indentations. On the upper left, the steering wheel symbol. On the upper right, the cross symbol. On the bottom left, the mysterious circle. Lastly, the waffle pattern is engraved near the bottom right indentation. Additionally, each symbol seems to have been given a number: 1 steering wheel, 2 cross, 3 mysterious circle, and 4 waffling pattern. Perhaps we need to enter the emblems in this.
That order, huh? What's the difference between a mysterious circle and a normal circle? A mouse. Nothing happens when you move it, though.
It's so small. I wonder what it is.
I got no idea.
damn it, looks like the thing's locked. It's not moving.
Well, it's pretty obvious how we're supposed to open it.
It's a pipe. There's a cabinet underneath it.
There's a piece of paper in here, not sure without taking a closer look, but I think it might be a clue.
Junpei, we don't need this anymore, do we?
No, I don't think so. Yeah, this is for the puzzle we already solved. What? Really? Taking it anyway. Nine panel. Freaking! It did give me a clue, I think, maybe. 9-panel cross puzzle at first draft base A. Oh. Find the sum of the number aligned horizontally and vertically. Do not calculate the areas that are colored in. Well, that was obvious. A whole buttload of drawers in this cabinet. A buttload! The monitor is part of the machine. It's really dim though. It's got a map on the wall on it, but I can barely see it. What's this thing for in front of it? The compass.
Junpei, this looks like there's a compass on there.
Ah, I get it. What do you mean? I guess you weren't there, Clover, but I solved the puzzle like this one in the wheelhouse. I think I just need to do the same thing here.
The same thing?
The important part is this nautical table. We've just found. I just have to match up the directions on the compass with the lines with the nautical table. I use the steering wheel in the wheelhouse, but this time I think we're gonna use the wheel attached to the side here.
Oh, okay, then show me now.
Of course. Maybe I ought to run through the instructions. This looks like it probably works the same as the steering wheel and the wheelhouse did. If I just touch the direction I want to turn, the compass won't go that direction. Then I gotta press stop when the compass is coming where it's stopping point. I'm betting something will happen if we do it right. Alright, let's do this. Well, first let me at least freaking see. Oh wait, you already have the map on there. Okay, so let's head south, boys. We south boys. Alright, now let's hit never eat slimy worms. So we head west. Okay, we're just gonna take the long way around to get to west. West and then southeast. Then northeast. Then east. Then north. Then east. We did it.
Hey, you did it, Junpei. Good boy. Who's a good boy? Who's a good boy?
Ah, knock it off.
Hey, we don't have time for screwing around right now. Check out the right side of the monitor. It just kind of slid open or something came out.
Oh, yeah.
I heard a noise too. I know that big box in the hall and by the exit. I think it made a noise. Like something unlocking, you know?
A noise, huh? Where? Metal plate, okay. Face palm? Wow. And there's an exit here we gotta get as fast as we can. There's some monitors carrying it down to the ceiling. And the wheel is attached to this machine. Nothing happens when you turn it. Let's see what happens when I... Whoa! Well, now we've got something on the screen at least, huh? What is this? Oh, wait a minute. I saw something like this when I figured out the Morse code puzzle back in the communications office. Morse code? Yeah. The dots on here look like dits for Morse code. There's 2 dots on the line, 4 on the second, and 1 on the last. Ah, I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, perhaps you should give it a shot anyway. Uh, alright, I'll try. Before I do that, though, might I run to the instructions? I don't want the instructions, I know how to push a button! Where's the Morse code? Wait, what? Where's the Morse code? Alright, let's give it another shot. Before I do so, I already know the instructions, I just don't know what the Morse code you want me to put in. I'm assuming I gotta go find it. Metal shutter is pretty sturdy. It's framed with the other warning stripes. Alright, let's open it. Oh, holy shit! That's pretty damn creepy. There's a coffin in there. A coffin. Oh man, does Seven think... Yeah, he's all pale. He's thinking the same thing I am.
No way. Could this be?
I'm sorry, what are you going on?
It's a coffin. I wonder if there's a vampire in it.
Right, I guess Clover and Snake don't know the story. Man, I can't bring myself to tell them. Well, at any rate, let's have a look around. And there's a metal plaque on the coffin. Snake's touching it.
All ice. The 2 machines.
Holy shit. Man, this is serious.
Oh well, let's open it, shall we? Clover, if you could give me a hand.
Okay, I've got it.
Ready? 3, 2, 1. Ha! No luck. It doesn't seem to be ready to open.
Yeah, but it's not like it's screwed shut or something.
Yes, I believe it's locked in some other way.
Hey, Seven, you think you could open it up with your superhuman strength?
No,
What's wrong?
I think I'll pass on this one, okay?
What the heck?
Very well. Well, just have to give up on the coffin for now. Let's look around the room a little more, shall we?
Alice sleeps in the chamber past the forest of knowledge beneath the navel of the gigantic. Is this actually true? The coffin, it doesn't seem to have a lock or anything. I see the metal plaque says all ice. I want to open it. Ventilation fans and middle bars over. We can get them. Can't get to them. There's something written on this piece of paper. It looks like we got 3 sheets of stuff. New material added to the file screen. In the Morse code charts, it was found on the shelf in a small cluttered Morse code key for the letters A to I as short. The Morse code charts found does not seem to be a pattern determined the collection of dots. Morse code chart, blah 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 blah. So Morse code chart. So we could have, basically it's giving us the possibilities of what we could have. So M could be the first one, or N could be the first one, or A could be the first one, or I could be the first one. Those are the only ones that could be the first one. So other than that, what was the other rows? Figure out what you're supposed to enter, Jubei. It looks like a word that's supposed to have 3 letters. I've got 3 lines. I think each line is 1 letter. I see. Well, if that's the case, then perhaps the letters you need are made up of 2 symbols, 4 symbols, and 1 symbol respectively. I know. I get it. I already figured this out. Let me see how many. 4. Instead of 1, 2. I just want to see how many I need. I know you just said it, but I wasn't paying attention to you because I was frustrated with you for making me feel stupid. Didn't ask for your help. Alright. Oh, wait, it's right here. Nice. I can just switch between the 2. Alright, so the first one has a possibility of being a 2-symboled one. The next one is a 4-symboled one. The last one is a single-symboled one. So let's reset. A 4-symboled one. So the second letter can end up being... So the second one can end up being B, C, F, or H. B, C, F, or H. J, L, J, L, P, Q, J, L, P, Q, V, X, Y, and Z. So now, the ones with the single letter is T, T, just T, and E. So T and E can be the last one. The first one can be A, B, T, 8. 8. That's a lot of different possibilities. Let's make a word. I'm gonna put it in chat, but I'm just putting it in chat because it's easier for me to look at it. Not really. I don't even know why I'm putting it in chat. I'm putting it in chat though. So, there's no vowel. Cap. It's probably, no, it's not cap. Wait, is this all the letters? I might have been missing one. Oh no, that's 3 spaces and that's not needed. I can't see a word that would make. Maybe I Ice, ice. It's all ice. I get it. I get it. And so, I'm gonna make ice double dot, and then I C E. I'm gonna make E. Yes. I see. I see. It seems that you have solved the puzzle, Junpei. Excellent work. The answer was ice. How did you know? All I had to do was listen to the sound the machine made. After that, it was a trivial matter to decode it. Yes. I believe I heard a noise from somewhere on the right side of the device after you solved the puzzle. It sounded rather like something sliding open. Do you see anything that you could have made a noise? Yeah, that's true. Ah, yes. One more thing. I heard a sound behind the shutter. Perhaps the coffin is unlocked now? What? Alright, fine. I'll open it. Okay, Junpei, you can do this. It's just a box. It's just a box. Oh, holy shit. This is a coffin. There is going to be something horrible in there. I just know it. Okay. Okay. Deep breaths. Here we go.
Oh man, there's nobody in there. Shit, can't believe I was scared of something like that.
What do you mean, nobody? Were you expecting somebody to be in there?
Yeah, it's a long story. Ask Junpei about it sometime.
Well, like Seven said, there's nobody in there. There is something in there, though. And two somethings, actually. What is that? Oh, hey. There's two things at the bottom of the coffin.
Looks like we've got a plate with an emblem on it and...
The Neptune key! Yes, we finally found it! Now we can get through the hallway!
That's correct, Clover, but we do need to get out of this room first, you know?
Yeah, I know. Okay, let's get the hell out of here as quickly as possible.
I don't have any objections to that. I don't think we'll use the Neptune key in here. It's really important though, so I'll keep it in my pocket for now. As far as the other things go, right. So let us go over yonder. Where is the thing, Majigga? Getting jiggy with it. Bow, 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 bow. Bow, 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 bow. Get jiggy with it. Where's the thing? Where's the thing? Where might the thing be? Hello, Watson? Have you found the thing?
That's pretty immense mess.
If we try to search every one of these, we're gonna be at it till the cows come home.
Well, that doesn't seem too bad. We won't have to go bring them ourselves then.
Don't you get smart with me, kid.
How about we deal with this area later, okay guys? Maybe we should try some more something more promising. A thick metal door blocking the doorway. Can't get it to open. All the card reader says locked. It's gonna open. Where's the thing? I don't remember where I put. Oh, there's the thing. I found the thing. Well, I put the emblem's indentation and nothing happened. The indentation numbers 1 through 4. There are 4 symbols. The steering wheel, cross, weird circle, and waffle pattern. So, steering wheel. Steering wheel. And this looks like a cereal engraved on it. This has metal plate shaped like a shield and has crosshatch pattern off it like a waffle. The waffle pattern looks like a lid of a coffin. And the metal plated on the shield, it has some sort of weird pattern engraved on it. I don't know how to describe it. Considering where I found it, it's probably a code. There is a cross. So, he said the steering wheel. Let's just drop the emblem in the steering wheel here. Whoa! Well, now that we've got something on there, on the monitors at least.
What's that? Looks like some sort kind of puzzle.
I wonder if these are the rules. Here, I'll read them to you. When you touch the numbered area, that area will be selected and it will turn blue. To indicate this, touching the numbered ball after selecting the area will cause the ball to be moved to the area. However, you cannot move the red balls. You can only move 3 to 5 balls into the single area. Press the check button once you have moved all the balls except for the red ones, which you cannot move. The digital route of the balls in the area must match the number for that area. That's it.
What? I still don't really get it. Still don't really get it. Whatever. Like they say, practice makes perfect. Let's give it a shot. Don't you mean prefix makes perfect? Wait, what did I say? Practice makes practice. Hey, let's see you solve the next one. Then you can make fun of me. Practice is practice. I think that's what he said, probably. Practice is practice. So, what am I trying to do? 6. You cannot use that number. What am I trying to do? Oh, am I trying to make the digital root of 6? And then the digital root of 3? Because that's what's going on here. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. So no, not this. Change this to 5. Then 6, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Combination will not open the door. I don't know. Well, this is harder than I expected. The rules are displayed on the screen. Maybe I should read it again. No. How about we stick another thing in? Stick another thing in. Steering wheel's already in there. If I want to give the puzzle another shot, the keyboard needs to be in. Oh man. I don't get it. I don't get it. I don't get it. Alright. Okay, one more time. So maybe we have to use all the numbers. So 6 8 so what does that equal? 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 21 22 23 24. That's 6. So what about, so if we just stick all the other numbers on the other side, are we good? The 9 was never even involved. Okay, is this right?
But nothing's happening.
There are still 3 more indentations left, empty. I imagine something will happen when they are all filled. Doesn't that seem likely? I think this is actually ending up to be like the groups. Because wasn't that how we split off the first group? Alright, I guess nothing happens if I put that there.
Junpei, don't you think maybe you should put the wrong one there? There's a symbol on it, right? The numbers 2, steering wheel, cross, mysterious circle, and waffle.
Alright, I get it. Those wishes, I just want you to tell me. Okay, let's put the emblem of the cross in. And Jim put it there. Different, looks the same rules.
Looks like you don't want to double check that?
No, I'll be fine. If I get confused, I'll just look at the screen over there, right? Anyway, it looks like a picture's worth 1,000 words. Let's give it a shot. Ew. Worm. A picture's worth 1,000 worms. Isn't that a picture is worth 1,000 words? Hey, shut it. At least I'm trying, alright? See, that's my problem. I keep putting in words that aren't actually there. So, 1 and 7. 1 and 7. So, no wait. This isn't, that's not correct. If I was the one that went in. So, who went to door 1? That's not. Went to door 1. It was myself. It was. So, 1. Wait, I can't use that number. Why not? Oh, I get it. I can't use the red numbers. Because they're dead. I get it. Okay. So, 2. And 3. And 4. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I need to make it a 10, so we'll change this to a 5. And then 4, and wait, no, over here, and the 4. And the 6, that's a 10. Oh, wait, let's make it an 11. And then a 6. And that's 17, correct? 17? No, we don't want it to be 17. 18. Oh, but I still have to use the 6, don't I? The door will not combine. 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8, 8. And what if I just put the rest? How does that work?
That's awesome, Junpei. There's only 2 left now. You can do it.
8, 8, 8, 8, 8. And code, and the waffle is last. Okay, let's put the emblem in here. Oh, yeah. 8.
Damn, this puzzle looks a lot like the last one. Looks like the rules are the same though.
Don't you think you should double check it?
Come on, this is the 3rd time we've done this. It'll be fine. So this, if you can't think of anything clever, please don't strain yourself. You might hurt something. Oh, shut up. Just give me a break, alright? I'll think of something. 7 and 7. And 1, 3, and 9 are dead. So, what did we just make 8 with? I mean 7 with? 7, 8. So, we'll put... Nope. Okay. 5, 6, 7. That should have worked, shouldn't it? 5, 6, 7, and then 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. That should have worked. Why didn't this work? Two and 5. What am I doing wrong? I'm gonna switch the 5 and the 6. I don't understand. I don't understand. That should have worked. That was perfect. That was perfect. 25 equals 7. Maybe it doesn't want me to make it uneven or something. Well, but the last one was uneven. It just doesn't want that number. Whatever. Fine. What do you want? 7. Let's see. No. 7. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Wait, are we... That'll be 18. I don't understand.
Excellent work, Junpei. You got only 1 left. I can see the light at the end of the tunnel.
I don't understand. There's a couple of old-fashioned TV monitors on here. There's a couple of old-fashioned TV monitors on here. Whatever. Let's just do it again. Indentation.
This one's the 4th one. This puzzle looks a lot like the last couple.
I think it's probably the last one.
Once we solve this puzzle, I'm sure something will happen. Alright. Alright. I'll solve it in no time. So... Alright, so we want 8. 8. 8. 8. 8. 5, 7. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. No, that won't work. Let's see. 8, 7, that's 15, 16, 17, 18. No, that's too much then. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. And then the rest goes over here. 7, 8, 9.
Why? Why?
I don't understand. Do you want a higher number? Is that what you want? That's what you're trying to tell me, boy? Boy, is that what you're trying to tell me to do the night the higher number than the lower? Is that what you're trying to tell me? You made both 16. Oh. So I have to make them equal. Wait, what? Doesn't make any sense. Do they all both have the same thing? What do all these numbers together equal? Like how? Maybe I can do something with that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 25, 26, 26, 76, 27, 20, 26, 7, 8. That would be 8. But what about this? What do I do with this? I guess we do have to use all the numbers, and that's the goal. And the rules just stated we had to use all the numbers. So, to make 9, the only combinations for 9 is 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 17, 18, 19, 20. Nope. See, all the possible combinations for 9 are... There's none here, I don't think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Well, there's 5 and 4. But then this won't work. 2, 7, 8. They won't be able to go through the door! How can we make everybody happy and go through the door? 7, 8, 9, 10, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That should work. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. That should work. 2 to 3 people. Wait. No? It turns red. Why does it turn red? I don't understand. Oh. Huh? Where did that noise come from? And that makes it so everybody's happy and they go through the same door. Kind of inefficient though. Huh? Where did that noise come from? Underneath the keyboard?
Way to go, Junpei! You answered all the questions.
Damn, Junpei, good job. Hey, did you hear something just now?
Yes.
Yes, I heard it as well. From the bottom left corner of the desk, I believe.
Oh my. Wait, what? Picture in the drawer was a single picture. He picked it up. There was a photograph of 4 men. Involuntarily, Junpei's eyebrow shot up. Oh hey, that's the 9th man, huh? He'd seen 3 of them before. On the right was a man with a mustache, the same man they found murdered in the captain's quarters. He'd been wearing the 0 bracelet when they found him. second from the left was a man wearing glasses and a doctor's coat. He was the ninth man, the one who wore bracelet number 9. He had gone into door 5 alone and met an unpleasant end. Finally, the man on the very left, the man in the pinstripe suit. Oh man, that's Ace.
Yeah, I guess it is.
No doubt about it.
Seven and Clover had come to peer over Junpei's shoulder. But what did it mean? What was Ace doing in the picture? Perhaps more importantly, why were the ninth man and Cap in it as well? Why were the ninth man and Cap in it as well? Why was the ninth man and Cap in it as well? As Junpei looked closer, he noticed the expression on each man's face. Their smiles suggested that they were close, at least to some degree. But why? How? What was the relationship between these 4 men? Snake's voice broke into Junpei's thoughts. You say Ace is in that picture? Yeah. It doesn't look like it was taken recently, though. Ace, the ninth man, and Cap all look about 10 years younger.
So the ninth man and the man you found murdered in the captain's quarter are also on the picture.
Yeah. Is there anyone else? Or are there only 3 people in the picture? I'm afraid I can't see it. No, there's one more guy. He's got kinda long hair. He doesn't look smart, but a little cold. He's the only one I don't recognize. Huh. Snake knit his eyebrows. What's the date of the photograph? It doesn't have one. Did you look on the back? The back? Yes, the reverse. The other side. And Junpei flipped the picture over. There it was. To be precise, it wasn't a date, but it was certainly significant. Paying for the success of the Nonary project with Nagasaki Kubota and Musashido. He read it out loud so that Snake could not be left in the dark. Praying for the success of the Nonary project with Nijinsaki, Kubota, and Musashido. Nonary project, Nijinsaki, Kubota, Musashido. Junpei immediately flipped that picture back over. That meant that the 4 men in the group picture had run the Nonary game 9 years ago. Only Hongo had not been mentioned on the back, which Junpei felt meant he had written those words himself. But what surprised Junpei the most was not the revelation, but the fact that it felt nothing like a revelation. It felt obvious that their true identities did not come as a surprise was what Junpei found most surprising. Why then? Why wasn't he surprised? Junpei had discovered that Ace had run the Nonary project, but he felt no spark of excitement or surprise. Nothing. It was almost as if he already known. That's really cool what they're doing right now. Because we already knew too, because we played throughout the other storyline. So like we're feeling exactly what Junpei is feeling. We're not feeling surprised because, well, we knew. Ah, of course. I understand now. Junpei looked over Snake. In his own confusion, he had missed the dark look on the other man's face. Ace was the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical. He was the one who invented the game 9 years ago. He was Gintao Hungo. Ace's Hungo? Even as he asked, Junpei felt as though he had already known. It was as if someone had whispered into his head that yes, of course, Ace is Hungo. I had my suspicions from the beginning. Their voices were similar, too familiar to be a coincidence. I could never forget his voice. It was the voice of the devil. I couldn't be sure though. After all, I had no way to check. I certainly couldn't ask him. Even if I had known, however, I would never have told you. Zero made it quite clear that what would have happened if I did.
Oh my gosh, I had no idea.
Huh?
I didn't know that Ace was Hungo.
Oh yeah, I suppose you wouldn't have. 9 years ago, you were in Building Q in Nevada, but Hungo was in the Gigantic with us.
I know. That's why I didn't know what Hungo looked like. But why? Why didn't you tell me? I mean, I'm your sister, right? You could have told me.
I'm sorry, I apologize for keeping this from you, but if I told you, Clover, you would have told everyone else. And if you did, then I would have been forced to tell them about what happened 9 years ago. I had to prevent that. Clover and Snake's conversation wasn't of a particular interest to Junpei. He still couldn't make sense out of his strange feelings of knowledge. He was trying to organize his thoughts when he heard Seven's voice.
Hey, Junpei, you think I could borrow that picture for a sec?
He had no reason to say no, so Junpei handed the picture over. Seven stared at the picture and began to mutter the forenames of the project leaders over and over to himself.
Hungo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashido.
His brow was furrowed, and his face was flushed.
Hungo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Musashido.
He chanted their names to himself, pacing back and forth across the room.
Hungo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Masashido.
Seven shouldn't have known their names. After all, he hadn't been there when Junpei and Snake had spoken of them in the library. But Junpei watched him pace. It was clear that he did know them. Hey, Seven? Do you...
Shut it! Just be quiet!
His eyes were red, and Junpei could see sweat beginning to bead from his forehead.
I'm this close to remembering! This close!
He was sweating heavily now, but his lips were dry.
Hungo, Kubota, Nijisaki, Masashido. Cradle Pharmaceutical Nonary Project.
Then he stopped. 7 set down the picture and looked at the red light near his feet. His eyes narrowed. Then suddenly his eyes went wide, and he shot straight up.
Shit.
What?
What's wrong?
Holy shit. This is nuts.
What's nuts?
I remember
Remember what?
everything.
Everything?
Yeah, I remember all of it. My memory's back. I remember what happened before I got it snatched.
7's voice was filled with excitement. Shock and excitement had frozen Junpei in place, along with Snake and Clover.
Let me tell you what happened.
7 hastily drew a shaking hand across his mouth and began to speak.
Like Snake said, Aces Hungo from the right, and the other 3 are Musashido, Nijisaki, and Kubota. Musashido was the man with the cash. Nijisaki was Hongo's right-hand man, and Kubota developed the actual technical details of the experiments.
Realization began to dawn on Junpei, along with a pressing question. How do you know all this?
Come on, man, I told you I finally got my memory back.
No, that's not what I mean. I'm trying to ask you why you knew all this stuff in the first place before you forgot it. 7 rubbed his scar on his chin.
You really want to know?
Of course.
Me too.
Snake was the only one who didn't voice any sort of agreement. It looked to Junpei as if he was simply waiting to see where 7's sudden recovery might take them.
This is gonna take a while. Hell, it'll probably take me a good 3 days to tell you everything.
Well, we don't have 3 days. Just give us a short
Just give us a short version, alright?
Short version, huh?
The big man pulled off his hat and scratched his head. He made a face that put his hat back on.
Alright, fine. I'll give it a shot. No promises, though.
Junpei and Clover nodded earnestly. 7 was a lone detective who valued his own code over the rules, doing what was right over doing what you were told. That was why, on that fateful day, he'd gone with his gut and gone to a raft at night on a slim lead. It was 9 years ago. The raft had been dark and cold and foreboding. At the time, he'd been investigating a spat of kidnappings, all of them children. They'd all had one thing in common, a history of visits to one particular hospital. The hospital had been under the management of Cradle Pharmaceutical, and 7's investigation had churned up evidence that Cradle had been involved in kidnappings. After a little persuasion, he managed to finally get a real lead from someone inside Cradle's Pharmaceutical. They told him that night a ship was set to take the children from where they were being held to a large passenger liner docked offshore. 7 had, of course, gone to the raft. Hidden in the shadows, he searched the harbor until at last he found the ship he was looking for. There were a number of human shapes moving near the ship. They were men in black suits Many of them were carrying large bags. The bags, there was something about the way they moved as they were carried. There could be no mistake. There were human beings in those bags. He had moved before he even realized he was going to. Out of the shadows he came, his gun already in hand. He heard the words, "Don't move!" but they weren't his. He felt metal touch the back of his head. "Drop your gun!" came the cold voice from behind him. "I could kill you right now. It doesn't mean I could kill you right now. It would mean nothing at all. I need only tie an anchor to your feet, and I doubt anyone will see you for perhaps a week or so." Is that what you like? The fish here would be. Is that what you'd like? The fish here would be thankful for a meal. With the words, he felt the cold metal thing behind him press against his skull. Slowly, Seven crouched down and laid his gun on the ground. Then suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his neck. A needle. Was it some sort of drug? As he was thinking about that, Seven felt his face hit the cold concrete beneath him. He could feel the chill of it seeping into him.
Damn it. Shit, my head hurts.
Seven woke to find himself lying on the hard floor. He twisted his neck to peer around the room.
Where am I?
There was a small, shabby bed and a dirty sink. A toilet with no stall or privacy of any sort. As a cop, it was a place Seven had seen all too often.
I'm in a cell, huh?
Opposite the toilet was a door set into the wall. Seven struggled to his feet and hobbled towards it. He gave the door a good shove, then another, then tried pulling it. It didn't open. Well, that was about what he had expected. It wasn't likely that someone would put him in a cell only to leave it unlocked. He threw himself against the door a few times, but to no avail.
I knew it.
Seven grumbled to himself. As he moved back towards the bed, he sat down. He sat there for a very long time. Just how long, he wasn't sure. At last, he began to nod off, and had nearly fallen asleep when he was aroused by a distant voice.
Over. It's 9.
The voice was far away, very far away. Seven couldn't understand what it was saying. Nonetheless, there was a voice, and a high one, most likely a child. His eyes shot open.
Hurt. Oh. Kate.
As he listened, he could pick out several different distinct voices. There were at least 5 or 6, possibly more. Where were the voices coming from? He looked around the room frantically. Perhaps the door? No. That wasn't it. What?
Go out.
What is coming from the left? Was it coming from under the bed? He grabbed the bed and flipped it up with ease. there it was. There was a hole for ventilation in the wall where the bed had been, covered with a metal grate. Seven lay down on his stomach and peered through the grate. He couldn't see anything. It was too dark. Now that he'd found it, however, there could be no doubt this was the source of the voices. For a moment, he was confused. Why were there children nearby? Then he remembered what the man from Cradle Pharmaceutical had told him. How a ship would take the kidnapped children from the raft to a waiting passenger liner out in the ocean. Was Seven on that passenger liner? It didn't matter. What mattered was that he find a way to the children. Seven looked at the metal grate. Could he fit through that hole? He stuck his finger through the grate and grabbed hold of it.
Yeah, how'd you like that, you son of a bitch?
The dark square sat open before him. Seven wiped the sweat from his forehead and crawled inside. The first section of the duct was small. Seven could do little more than wriggle along on his belly. After time, however, it got a little larger, and even someone as large as Seven was able to crawl along on his hands and knees. He felt like he'd grown from an inchworm to an insect. Not much of an improvement, but it was better than nothing. He began to wonder where the duct would take him when there was a thunderous sound, like a massive metal door slamming shut. Then he heard a voice.
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
The voice wasn't harsh, but something about the calm with which it spoke made it even more terrifying. Seven wasn't sure that what it meant, but incinerator certainly didn't sound good. Then, almost as if to confirm this suspicion, he heard a chorus of young voices.
No! Help me!
Many of the voices were simply screaming in terror, mixing with one another to create a single horrifying howl.
Damn it! What the hell is going on here?
Seven began to crawl along the ducts as fast as his arms and legs would carry him. The noise he made was tremendous, but he was long past carrying. A few moments later, a metal door appeared on the left side of the duct. Seven could hear the screams of the children from the other side of it. This wasn't it. This was it. This was it. He grabbed a hold of the handle and threw the door open. The old metal gave way easily before his onslaught.
What the hell is this place?
The room he was looking out into had a dome for a ceiling and 9 equally sized walls. At the top of the dome was an upside down funnel. It looked almost like a chimney. Then he looked down. There they were, the children he'd been looking for. They stared up at Seven, their cries silenced, for a moment, by surprise and fear. Whether they were scared of the room or him, Seven couldn't tell. It was certainly possible they were frightened of both.
Not that I could blame them running into a mug like this when they're already scared shitless.
He permitted himself a short snort of a laugh, then turned to the children again.
Don't worry, kids. I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. Not a single one of
them moved, except for one. He was a boy, slightly older than the others, in a private school uniform.
Who the hell are you?
As he spoke, he took a tentative step forward and gave Seven a suspicious look.
I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you.
The moment the words were out of his mouth, he could see the children relax.
How are you gonna help us?
The,
How are you gonna help us?
the boy in the uniform asked.
Where's the exit?
Seven responded.
There's one. The doors we came in through won't open. And the doors over there.
He cut himself off, considering something, and then continued.
Anyway, there's no point. We can't get out of here. If we don't get out of here, we're gonna be burned to death.
Burned to death?
Can't you hear it? That voice said the incinerator's gonna start up soon.
The voice spoke again.
Automatic incineration will take place in 15 minutes. 15 minutes.
15 minutes. They only had 15 minutes. Seven looked back down at the children. There was a good 20 or 30 feet to the floor. There was no way he could pull the children up. That was when he had an idea.
Wait right there. I'm gonna be right back.
What? Where is he going? Are you going to leave us here?
Seven did his best to smile. What he felt was a reassuring smile.
Don't worry, alright? I'll be back, I promise. So just stay calm and wait right there, got it?
He didn't wait to hear them respond. There wasn't time. He ran as fast as man could run in his hands and knees. Before long, he was back in his cell. He was back there and that's where he started, but he had a plan. There was something there he needed. As soon as he was finished, he dove back into the duct and took off towards the incinerator.
Sorry to keep you waiting, kids.
Leaning out of the door of the duct, Seven lowered a rope he brought to the floor of the incinerator. Back in the cell, he torn the bed sheets into stripes and tied them together to make a rope, like Seven himself Seven himself, it wasn't very attractive, but it got the job done. Oh,
Alright, just tie that around yourselves, okay? I'll pull you up one at a time.
Right.
huh? Wait a...
Huh? Wait a sec.
That's when he noticed.
There were more. There were more you before. Where'd the rest of you go?
The boy in the uniform answered.
And let them go on ahead. We opened the number 9 door and they left. They left.
What? You're telling me you opened that door?
That's what I said.
Then what the hell are you doing here?
We couldn't go with them.
Why not?
Look, the only people that can go through the door, the number door,
Automatic incineration will take place in 5 minutes.
The voice reverted against the walls of the room.
Look, that can wait, alright? Let's just get a...
look, that can wait, alright? Let's just get us out of here.
Right.
Seven grabbed a hold of the rope. First was a girl with a ponytail. Next was a girl with a red necktie, followed by a boy in a jacket who said he'd climb up on his own. The last was a boy in the uniform. Like a boy in a jacket, he climbed up the rope himself. He looked scrawny from above, but his looks bellied impressive strength. He scaled the rope quickly, but as he was almost to 7, they heard the sound of someone knocking. All eyes turned to the door. Cut into it was a thick, square window. On the other side, they could see a furious face.
God damn it! What's going on in there? Why is the room empty? Where the hell are those fucking kids?
The door opened. The man stepped in, looking half mad with fury. Seven recognized his face. He'd seen him many times in photos during his investigations. The man was Gentaro Hongo, the CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical. Hongo saw the boy hanging from the rope. He roared like an animal and lunged for the rope.
Hurry!
I know.
The boy in uniform resumed his scramble up the rope.
You son of a bitch! Get back here, you little shit!
It was 15 feet away. 10. The moment he came within arm's reach, Seven grabbed the boy in the uniform. With a jerk, he tossed him into the duct behind him.
Ah! No!
Hongo had lost any semblance of control. His face was no longer looked human. It was twisted into something terrifying, the visage of a devil or a furious monster. Seven quickly reeled in his rope, leaving a furious Hongo on the floor of the room, and crawled back into the duct.
You fucking bastard! You won't get away with this! How dare you compromise this experiment!
What experiment? Seven wondered. Automatic incineration.
Automatic incineration will take place in 1 minute.
Hey, old man, what the hell are you doing? Hurry up!
There was the boy in the form. Seven tossed Hango a taunting salute and pulled the door closed. There was no point in going back to Seven's cell, so they continued down the dock in the other direction. After 30 feet or so, another duck met theirs, heading down. They nodded at one another and turned and slid down the dock. A short time later, they crawled out of the dark to finally find themselves in a narrow hallway. There was a door on each side of it. The one on the left was a normal double door, but the one on the right was a familiar thick metal door with black and yellow stripes and a device to it on the wall. On the door was a plate that read incinerator. Then that's where we were.
Yeah,
Hungo
Hungo might still be there. It looks like it's been shut off, though.
Wait, what? If he's still in there.
Yeah, that's no good.
Ugh.
Seven grunted.
Fine. The other door, so go into the other door. Hurry!
The children began to run, and Seven followed close behind them. On the other side of the door was a large spiral staircase.
Run!
Seven shouted. They didn't need to be told twice. Up and up and up they went. Their feet pounded against the steps, and their arms churned the air. Round and round and round they went, like a human tornado. The stairways kept going. They passed a couple of rooms that looked to be dance halls when the boy in the uniform spoke.
Something's up. Akana's not catching up to us.
Akane?
My kid sister. It's the girl with the red necktie.
Akane? That was strange. Seven didn't remember seeing that name in the list of children who'd gone missing.
Hey! Akane!
He cupped his hand around his mouth and yelled. There was no response. Maybe we outran her. Suddenly, the boy in uniform stopped short. Seven stopped too, as did the boy in the jacket and the ponytailed girl.
When did we do that?
Well, we passed a couple big rooms in the way here. Maybe she took took a rest on one of them.
No, maybe she took a rest on one of them.
No, that's impossible.
Sorry,
Sorry, Grandpa. You keep going. I gotta go look for her downstairs.
He turned to go.
hey, kid, wait! God damn it, I said wait!
The boy didn't even seem to hear him.
Fuck!
Seven spun around and yelled to the boy in the jacket and the girl with the ponytail.
I'm going after them. You two keep going, alright? You got it?
The girl nodded and began to run up the stairs. The boy, however,
I'm going with you.
Seven didn't have time to argue. Instead, he simply nodded and took off down the stairs. The boy in the jacket followed. They ran all the way to the bottom floor, calling for her. Akane was nowhere to be found.
God damn it, where the hell did she go?
God damn it, where the hell did she go?
The boy in the uniform couldn't hide his frustration.
Help me, somebody, help me.
It was a girl's voice.
Akane!
The boy in the uniform threw open the door and leapt into the hallway that faced the incinerator. Seven and the boy in the jacket followed. Seven couldn't believe what he saw. Hungo had grabbed Akane by the arm and was doing his utmost to force her into the incinerator. Come on, god damn it, move!
No, I don't want to. Let me go. Please, let me go. Go of me.
She had planted her feet squarely on the floor and was doing her best to get away, but Hungo was much larger than she was. She wasn't going to win.
Akane!
The boy in the uniform shouted. He roared with anger and charged towards Hungo.
You came back.
You came back. You're too late, idiots! Hungo lifted Akane's body from her feet and threw her, struggling, into the incinerator.
Ah!
Before Seven or the boy in the uniform could react, Hungo leapt through the door after her. They saw him land inside, and then the door slammed shut with the finality of the great steel guillotine. The three of them ran over to the door, and they pulled and strained, trying desperately to get it to open.
Fuck, it's no use. The goddamn thing won't move an inch.
The boy in the uniform cried out and began to slam his fist against the door. He hit it with such force, Seven feared his knuckles would shatter from the impact.
Akane! Akane! Are you okay? Help me.
Her voice was muffled by the door, but the sheer terror in it was unmistakable.
What should I do? I think I'm...
What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here.
Where's Hungo?
He went out the other door.
What?
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
Are you fucking kidding me?
Seven was at a loss.
It's the same damn thing! Are you there?
Are you there?
Akane's voice sounded close to tears.
Yeah, we're here. Just hang on, alright? We're gonna figure out a way to save you.
If she could have seen the bloodless face on the boy in uniform.
Yeah, we're here. Just hang on, alright? We're gonna figure out a way to save you.
If she could have seen the bloodless face on the boy in the uniforms, his words would have seemed like little more than a sick joke. Automatic incineration will
Automatic incineration will take place in 17 minutes.
Please, please, help me. I'm really, really scared. I don't want to die. Please, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. It's gonna be alright. I'll figure something out. I promise. I promise, okay? You hear me? I promise.
They could hear her muffled sob from the other side of the door. The boy in the uniform tightened his fist. His knuckles were a bloodless white. Seven could tell that he was holding back tears of his own. It was silent. All they could hear was the creaking of the boat as it shifted in the water. They waited. And they waited. But Seven didn't continue. What happened then? Junpei couldn't wait any longer. He had to know. Seven looked at the floor.
Come on, man. Put yourself in my shoes. It doesn't end good. You think I wanna remember that?
Then,
Yeah. Shit. If I had known it was gonna be like this, I almost wish I hadn't remembered.
Seven shook his head. But there was something Junpei had to know. Hey, are you sure?
Huh?
Look, I don't want to ask this either, but there's something I don't get. So if you could just tell me, did that girl Akane really... Seven stared straight ahead at nothing.
Yeah. I'm sure. There wasn't anything we could do. After a while, the countdown ended, and we heard something burning.
Even after the fire stopped, they couldn't move. Seven and the boy in the jacket simply stood there, where they were, frozen. The boy in the uniform collapsed, falling to the floor in a jumble of limbs like a puppet whose strings had been cut. A few more minutes passed. The door opened. The boy in the uniform ran in, stumbling over his own feet. Seven and the boy in the jacket followed, still too numb to speak. The air in the incinerator was hot. Every breath made Seven's lungs feel like they were on fire. The air shimmered with heat. And in the middle of the room, beneath the wave of heat, there it lay. The boy in the uniform walked towards it, his legs shaking violently. Seven couldn't see his face, but his body looked somehow empty. Finally, he reached it. The boy collapsed to his knees, his legs no longer able to support him. Junpei felt a cold lump from the pit of his stomach. feeling of sickening anticipation washed over him. He could feel his body shivering. He desperately did not want to know the answer he feared. He knew already, but he had to ask. He had to know for sure. Can I ask you one thing?
What?
The girl, Akane. What was her last name?
What does it matter to you?
Just tell me, okay? Please. Seven looked at Junpei's curiosity and ran his tongue quickly over his dry lips.
Kurashiki. Her name was Akane Kurashiki.
Something inside Junpei stopped. He had no more words left. He had no more Junpei left. He was just a shell of flesh and bone. Seven turned to Snake.
You were there that day, weren't you? The tall kid in the jacket. That was you, wasn't it?
Yes, I was. You are correct, Detective. Junpei's mind was blank, withdrawn from the world. Somewhere far away, he could hear Seven and Snake talking. Don't misunderstand me. I told you before how Zero threatened me. There was nothing I could do. I couldn't say anything about what happened 9 years ago.
So you're saying you're not working for Zero, right?
Of course I'm not.
Clover? What about you?
Hey, come on. You really think I'm working with Zero? I told you before, you idiot. I was in Nevada, in Building Q. I did hear that a detective rescued the kids on the boat, but I didn't know it was you.
Her surprise seemed to be quite genuine. Seven regarded Clover for a moment and rubbed his chin thoughtfully.
Well, I guess I believe you.
Clover nodded.
Alright, let me ask you another question.
He stuck his hand into his pocket and took a few steps. He stopped. Then he stopped and turned to face them again.
Santa's real name is Aoi Kurashiki. He's Akane's brother. You know that?
No, I didn't. Did you?
Well, yes, I know Aoi Kurashiki was her brother, but I didn't know he was Santa, at least not from the beginning. 9 years ago, he was in the middle of puberty. His voice is entirely different now. I'm ashamed to say that even my exceptional hearing wasn't able to make that connection. As such, I had no reason to think Santa was Aoi.
When did you figure it out?
A short time ago, Clover told me that Santa might have been one of the subjects of the initial experiment. When she told me that, I had a feeling. Santa is Aoi? Akane Kurashiki, Jun's brother? That sparked a flame. Santa is Aoi, Akane Kurashiki, Jun's brother? That spark caught a flame in Junpei's leaden mind, and the fog began to clear, like an engine beginning to churn. The images and thoughts began to coalesce in his mind, coming faster and faster, forming bigger images, bigger thoughts. Junpei blinked. He was back. There's still a lot we don't know. I mean, like, a lot. But there's one thing I think we can say we know.
What's that?
The body we found in the shower room had to be Nijisaki, dressed up to look like Snake.
What?
Come on, man. What kind of detective are you? You didn't figure that out already?
Hey, go easy on me, man. I just got all my memory back, alright? Cut me some slack.
Well, if he is, the three murders make sense then, don't they? The three murders make sense, don't they?
Yeah, that's right. Murder.
Yeah, that's right, murder. Kubota blew himself up, but that was murder too. So why did these murders take place? If Junpei is correct, then the body of in the shower room is Nijisaki's. That means all the people who were murdered were involved with the creation of the Nonary Project. Kubota, the person who conducted the actual experiments. Nijisaki, Hongo's assistant. Musashido, the man who financed the project.
You mean this was all just revenge? Santa's Zero. He's getting revenge for the death of his sister?
No, I don't think Santa actually murdered anyone. In fact, Junpei didn't think, he knew. He couldn't explain why or how. He had no doubt that Santa had killed no one. Perhaps the madness of the last several hours was finally driving him insane, but Junpei had ceased to be surprised at his sudden knowledge, and had even begun to accept it. If I'm right, then it's not hard to figure out who the next victim's gonna be, is it? I'm pretty sure I don't have to tell you. Snake, Clover, and Seven all nodded. The next target will be Gentauro Hongo.
The person who planned the Nonary Project.
In other words,
Ace.
there was a moment of silence. Then the room shook. From far away, he heard the sudden rush of water.
Whoa, what the hell's going on here?
It must be 6 a.m. Our time is up.
Shit!
Come on. We need to get out of here.
How?
In the drawer that held the picture was a key card. Junpei grabbed it. I'm betting this sucker opens the exit. Come on, let's go. New material has been added to the file screen. A keycard with 0 in the middle of it. 0. 0. God damn it. Zero's just screwing with us, isn't he? What's in the files? No. The picture. Is that it? Yeah, that's it. Okay, then we should probably leave. That'd be a good idea. Let's go. Alright, let us swipe this card.
Junpei, look! It's unlocked!
Yeah, now we can go back to the library.
Hurry up, Junpei, we don't have time. Let's go. Alright, let's go. You found it. Door open, and they stumbled into the library. The shaking had stopped, but they knew the danger they hadn't passed. They ran across the hallway straight for the large metal door. Next to the door was the Uranus card reader. They slid the key through the door, and the door rumbled open. Out of the library and into the hallway they ran. At the end of the hallway was a door. Junpei reached into his pocket to pull out the key as he ran towards it. At the end of the hallway, Junpei had pulled the key ran towards it. The key he put into the lock was the Neptune key. He turned it. The lock clicked. As one, they shoved the door open and poured through it. In front of them was another great metal door. Above it was a metal plaque. It read, Incinerator. So this is the incinerator.
This is the first time I've seen it from this side, but yeah, I think so.
Then we ought to there ought to be a lever near the door. Yeah, it's right here. Junpei ran up to it. Pull that, and the door should open. Got it. As he spoke, he pulled the lever. The monitor in the door groaned as it slowly ground open. There was no time to waste. As soon as the door had opened far enough to admit them, all four dashed through. Then suddenly, there before them were the four who they'd parted from earlier. Ace and Lotus in front of the number 9 door. Santa was curled into a ball against the wall of the incinerator, holding his stomach. And then there was June. She sat slumped against the wall, exhausted. What had happened? Junpei ran towards June. He skidded to a stop in front of her and knelt down. What's wrong? Are you okay? Her face was pale, her lips dry. When she spoke, he could barely hear her.
Jumpy, you came to get me.
Of course I did. I made a promise.
I'm so glad you're here. So glad.
She mumbled the same words over and over weakly. Junpei could feel his heart breaking. Hey, what happened to you?
I'm fine. I just fainted. I wasn't feeling very good. I'm feeling a lot better now, though.
Are you sure?
Yes. I just need to rest a little longer. I'm sure I'll be fine. You shouldn't worry about me.
She was looking toward Santa. Junpei turned to look as well. Santa grimaced, his face contorted in pain. Seven grabbed him by the collar and roared at him.
Hey, where is it? Where is the gun? You hid it somewhere.
Despite himself, a grunt of pain escaped Santa's lips as Seven shook him.
I don't have it. I got sucker punched, and they took the gun.
Who? What? Who took the gun?
What? Isn't that obvious?
I took the gun.
Ace! He did indeed have the revolver in his hand. It was pressed against Lotus's temple. Ace had her pinned to him with the other arm, and she was shaking visibly. Her fiery attitude was gone, replaced by fear. He didn't dare speak. There was sweat on her forehead, and when her eyes weren't flicking up to the gun pressed against her, they seemed to desperately want to say something.
Just what the hell do you think you're doing, Ace? Or maybe I ought to call you Gintaro Hungo, CEO of Cradle Pharmaceutical?
Seven's deep baritone rumble shook the walls. Ace seared.
You have me at a disadvantage, and I don't like that. You know me, but I don't know you. Do you have any idea how much I've suffered? Can you even begin to understand my pain?
The pain of prosopagnosia, right? June's voice was casual. Or at least, it was trying to be.
Huh, another irritating insect. And how do you know that?
Junpei couldn't say, he just knew. Another unexplainable mystery.
No matter. If you don't want to answer, it makes no difference to me. This is a waste of time anyway. It's time for me to go.
Behind Ace, Junpei could see the red. It was placed in the small indentation of the wall. Quickly, Ace placed his hand on the scanner. It beeped, and he forced Lotus's hand onto it as well. Then, at last, he reached into the pocket of his jacket and pulled something out and pressed it against the panel. The third asterisk appeared on the red. The thing he had used for the final verification was a bracelet with the number 9. It had belonged to the first man to die, Kubota. 1 plus 8 plus 9 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
I believe I've won this game.
He smirked. His smirk made Junpei's blood boil.
I've had quite a time playing with you. I must thank Zero, I suppose.
Wait, something about the way he'd spoken. Did Ace not know who Zero was? Junpei's eyes flickered towards Santa. He hadn't moved since they'd entered the room. Santa was still holding his stomach and groaning, as if in immense pain. Junpei wasn't sure if it was real pain, but he wasn't sure it wasn't either. What the hell did Santa have up his sleeve this time? At any rate,
this game ends now. I will escape, and the rest of you will have a slightly less pleasant ending. I suggest you enjoy your final moments. Goodbye.
Wait!
Ace, of course, paid no heed to Seven's request and laid hold of the lever on the bread. With a sickening sense of finality, he pulled it.
What? What? Why isn't it opening?
Lotus had tried to take advantage of Ace's confusion and managed to twist herself out of his grasp, but at the last second he grabbed hold of her wrist and shoved it into the red. He waved the number 9 bracelet over the red, then his own bracelet as well. He pulled the lever a second time.
No! What is this? Why? The digital root should be 9. It has to be 9. Then why isn't it opening?
Ace's fury and confusion had overridden all other thoughts. He had set down the revolver. It was just below the red. Seven chose that moment to act. He moved far faster than a man of his bulk should have been able to, and he launched that bulk straight at Ace. It was over before they knew it. In the blink of an eye, Ace was on the floor. He rolled onto his side, groaning in pain. Lotus ran straight for Junpei. She darted around behind him and stuck her head out, making sure to keep Junpei between herself and Ace.
Phew, that was close. Too close. Thank you, Seven.
Don't mention it.
Seven stood over Ace, his breathing slow and heavy.
Just one punch ain't enough for this piece of shit. After what he did 9 years ago, I ought to rip him to pieces. But if I suspect, if a suspect can't talk, they ain't much good. Once he's locked up in a cell, we're gonna have a little chat.
9 years ago? Then you must be.
Yeah, you finally figured it out. Dumbass.
Ace planted his hands on the floor and shook his head. Junpei walked towards him. He stopped and looked down at Ace with pity on his face. Ace, you killed Kuboto, Nijisaki, and Musashido, didn't you?
Wait, Nijisaki?
He peered at Junpei, genuinely confused. Oh, right. You don't know yet. Alright. Well, we'll just go through in order then. Let's start off with Kubota. You talked to Kubota and managed to convince him to go through door 5 alone. You killed him without making it look like you killed him. The way I figured it, you had 4 motives. 1. In the Nonary game, the number 9 was dangerous. Whoever had the number 9 bracelet could join whatever team they wanted. You could add 9 to any number, and the digital route wouldn't change. In 1 plus 9 plus 10, 1 equals 1 plus 10, then 1 plus 0 equals 1. 2 plus 9 equals 11, 1 plus 1 equals 2. 3 plus 9 equals 12, 1 plus 2 equals 3. In other words, number 9 could do whatever they wanted. Ace had wanted to remove that threat as soon as possible. 2. Ace also wanted to have the number 9 bracelet himself so he could make use of its power. In fact, he later made use of it in the murder of Nijisaki. 3. Even if his number had been different, Kubota presented a problem for Ace. Kubota had known Ace's past. He knew what happened 9 years before. Before he told anyone, Ace had to silence him. 4. But last, and perhaps most disturbing, Ace had used Kubota as a test. He wanted to know how serious the Nonary game was. Was it truly a life or death, or simply a harmless prank? He convinced Kubota to break the rules so he might see what happened. That was why you killed Kubota, but he was only the first. Next was Nijisaki. While everyone was off looking for the missing part of the red, you ran into Nijisaki near the big hospital room. However, because of your prosopagnosia, you didn't realize he was Nijisaki. Chiefly because, when you met him, he was dressed like Snake. That was why you thought Nijisaki was Snake.
No, that's not. That was Nijisaki? Why? How did...
I'll get to that. Anyway, you thought he was Snake. Snake was one of the kids in your experiment 9 years ago. You remembered him because he was the blind kid, but his presence made you think.
Snake was one of my subject once 9 years ago. He probably hates me. But if that's true, why isn't he saying anything? Is he keeping quiet because he can't see? Or perhaps he's working with Zero to get revenge on me? Whatever the reason, anyone who knows my past is a threat. Before he tries anything, I need to get rid of him.
That was when you decided to kill him. The murder weapon was Kubota's bracelet. You just waved it over the red, verified your own number, and then grabbed Nijisaki's arm and forced it over the scanner panel. Then, when the door opened, you kicked him in. 9 seconds later, the door closed. And then 81 seconds passed, and poor Nijisaki was dead.
And you mean to say Snake is still alive?
I'm sorry to disappoint you, but I am good as new.
Thank you for killing the wrong man, but I can't say I like knowing that you wanted me dead. Although, to be honest, even if you hadn't tried to kill me, I would still hate you very much.
Well, I wouldn't blame you.
Ace's self-decision was frustrating, but Junpei kept his emotion in check and continued. But last but not least, let's talk about Masashido's death. When Clover and I were investigating the chart room, you came over to talk to me. Do you remember what you said? Oh, a pocket watch. Might I take a look at it? I handed you the pocket watch, and you left the room. Ace had been in charge of the Nonary project. He would, of course, have known the solution to every puzzle. It followed then that he knew how to get out of the wheelhouse. All Ace had to do was place the pocket watch in the indentation on the door to unlock it. With the door open, he was able to enter the captain's quarters. Musashido was there. Next to him was an axe. Fairly begged Ace to kill Musashido with it. He picked up the axe and swung it, burying the blade deep in the other man's chest. One blow was all it took. Afterwards, Ace returned the chart to the chart room as though nothing had happened.
There was something I wanted to speak with you about, Junpei. Could you come with me for a moment?
With no reason not to, Junpei had followed Ace into the wheelhouse. When they reached the wheelhouse, Ace slipped his hand into Junpei's vest. He pulled out a piece of paper. The piece of paper Junpei had used to cheat during the vote, but it wasn't the piece of paper that Ace was after. His true purpose had been to slip the pocket watch into Junpei's pocket. It wasn't a very good plan if it had far too many flaws, and the wrong word of discovery could easily have toppled it. What had made Ace so desperate? That was the only thing Junpei hadn't been able to figure out. Musashido's murder, is the only one I don't understand. You obviously did it, but why?
Because of this.
Slowly, Ace reached down and pulled something out of his pocket. It was a folded piece of paper. Junpei took it and opened it. This was what it said. Number 1. There are 2 ways you might survive this ordeal. The first is to win the Nonary game. The second is for you to confess your sins of confess your sins of 9 years past. I have prepared a camera in the captain's quarters. The images captured by the camera will be streamed through a satellite and distributed across the world. Simply look into the camera and repeat. Once you have confessed everything, I will release you from this ship. To make your confession more credible, I have left you a witness in the captain's quarters. Perhaps he will confess with you. The decision is yours. Do as you please. 0.
When I awoke in that room on D-Deck, I found that in my pocket. That was why I chose door 1 when we voted. If I went through that door, I knew I could get to the captain's quarters. As you said, I knew how to enter the wheelhouse. My plan was to find the pocket watch before anyone else. If I could, then my alibi would be set. At least, that was the plan. Unfortunately for me, you got it first. That sleight of hand was the best I could manage on short notice.
You mean to kill him from the begin? You meant to kill him from the beginning, then? Musashi Do, I mean.
I only knew Musashi Do was the witness after I reached the captain's quarters. I asked him, and he answered. He seemed groggy. Perhaps he had only just awoken from sedation. I suppose Nijisaki was in much the same state. He was confused and disoriented when I encountered him. But yes, you are correct. I intended to kill him from the beginning. Even though I didn't know who he was. I proceeded to the captain's quarters in order to remove this so-called witness.
Ace had confessed everything. What energy he had left him with the truth. What energy he had left him with the truth, and he sagged on his knees. Although he had confessed, his sins were not forgiven. Junpei felt revulsion for a pathetic man on the floor near his feet, but in among the revulsion was a hint of pity. After all, Ace had not been the only person who murdered those 3 men. Junpei spoke quietly. Ace, you figured it out, haven't you? You were being manipulated.
Yes, so it would seem. I was little more than a puppet, in many ways. Everywhere I went, everything was already prepared. The Reds in the large hospital room were dismantled. Nijisaki was dressed like Snake. There was an axe in the captain's quarters. Musashi Do was delirious from the anesthetic, so he couldn't fight back. Nijisaki as well. In retrospect, I can't understand how I could have fallen into such a simple trap. I'm quite ashamed of myself. But yes, this was a trap. It was Zero's trap, and I fell for it. Hook, line, and sinker. I did everything he wanted me to do.
Yeah. By manipulating Ace, Zero was able to kill 3 people to keep the blood off his own hands. All of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why the Nonary game happened. Am I right, Santa? Junpei looked over at Santa. As Junpei spoke, he stood up, his legs still shaky.
Huh? What the hell are you talking about? I don't know any.
Ain't no point trying to play dumb anymore, Santa. Actually, guess I should call you Aoi Kurashiki, huh?
Seven's face was sad as he spoke.
My memory came back, kid. You're Aoi Kurashiki, no doubt about it. Never thought I'd be back in this room talking to you. But hey, I guess this was all part of your plan, right? After all, the person who planned the Nonary game this time around was Zero, and Zero's you.
Look, Looks like you really do have your memories back then, huh?
Santa's smile was sarcastic and something else.
Well, I guess there's no point in hiding it then, huh? Yeah, you got me. I'm Aoi Kurashiki. I was one of the kids in the Nonary game 9 years ago. I made it out. So did Snake over there. But there's one thing. No, I guess there's two things you got wrong. Number one, I ain't Zero.
What?
Wait, what?
Sure, I was helping Zero out, but I'm really more of an assistant. Like a secretary. But an assistant's only an assistant. I didn't come up with all this. All I did was follow Zero's orders.
Then, if you're not Zero, who is?
Calm down there, Junpei. Did I say two things? You made one more mistake. Junpei, you just said...
All of this was revenge.
All of this was revenge for what happened 9 years ago. That's why this Nonary game happened. But that's not it. Revenge isn't the only purpose. There's another reason you guys are playing the Nonary game. To save someone.
Save someone?
Right. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane.
What the hell are you...
What the hell are you talking about? Akane Kurashiki died 9 years ago in this room. I was there. I saw...
Suddenly, Seven froze. His eyes went as wide as dinner plates, and he spun around towards June. Junpei followed his gaze. She was gone. Where June had been, there was nothing.
What the hell? Where is she? Where's Akane Kurashiki?
Wait, what? Seven began to mumble to himself. Some strange series of words strung together as if his mind wasn't functioning properly. His face was twisted with effort, as though he were struggling with something they couldn't see. Why is he acknowledging that that's Akane Kurashiki? He gritted his teeth and pressed his hands against the side of his head.
My head. My head. It feels like it's gonna pop.
He ground and fell to his knees.
Seven, what the hell is going on?
I don't know. I don't know. I swear to God, my head feels like it's about to explode.
From somewhere far away, they all heard a deep, heavy noise. It sounded like a tremendous wheel slowly beginning to turn. Santa seemed to have entered an almost trance-like state. His words were calm and measured.
What was the Nonary project? I'm sure you already know. You know already. But I'll tell you one more time. It was a project designed to test a particular phenomenon. And what was that phenomenon? For two organisms to communicate with one another in the absence of physical contact. The morphogenic field theory. Could human beings use these invisible fields to exchange information? That was what the experiment was conducted to determine. There were two separate locations. One was the gigantic, and the other was a building in Nevada. A building called Building Q. Building Q had been built to replicate exactly the interior of the gigantic. The 9 children trapped in Building Q were faced with numerous puzzle copies of the identical ones of the gigantic. They were told to send their answers to the morphogenic field set. and transmit them to their brothers and sisters on the Gigantic. The transmitters were on a building Q, and the receivers were on the Gigantic. Each sibling pair was supposed to be split up, but there was a mistake. Akane was a transmitter. She should have been in building Q, however, for some reason, she was placed on the Gigantic, with the receivers like me. Perhaps she was mistaken for someone who was supposed to be in Group A. Whatever the case, Akane ended up in the Gigantic. I think I've told you enough. You get it, don't you? I'm pretty sure you know where this is going, Junpei.
But where what is going?
Don't play dumb. You know things you shouldn't. Things you couldn't. How did you know Ace had prosopagnosia? How did you know why Ace wanted to kill Kubota, and how Nijisaki was killed? Were you surprised when you found out Ace was Hungo? And what about the coffin Snake was trapped in? How the hell did you open it?
Well, that's... The answer to that was easy. Because he knew because I knew. Junpei was receiving information that I sent to him through the morphogenic field set. It's simple, really. How do I know the alternate futures then? Imagine a river that's split in two, like an upside down Y. The river flows from the top of the bottom, from the single stream, into two branches. It only flows in one direction. It can never flow backwards. Information in this is the same way. It moves from the past to the future, but never flows backwards. That's why people at the river source in the past will never know about those downstream in the future. But the people downstream will never know about one another either. Information only flows along the path of the river. But I am different. I can manipulate the morphogenic field set to pluck knowledge from the future. I know what happens on either fork of the river, even though the people on either fork know nothing about one another. Now, who am I? I am one. The ninth letter. I am I, the ninth letter of the alphabet. But I am also 0. No, that's not true. I'm not really 0. Not yet. Perhaps you could say I am less than 0. 0 is my future. In 9 years, I will be 0. Where did she go? June. No, Akane. Where did you go?
Santa!
Why is Clover... Oh shit.
Freeze!
Santa's got a gun. Guess he picked it up when we weren't watching. Looks like he turned the table on Ace, though. Wonder how he likes having a gun on his head.
Get up!
Sure isn't about to take that gun off him for a minute, is he? Ace isn't putting up any kind of fight. I mean, I don't think I would either, but he just looks drained. I guess he's going for the door, huh? He doesn't need to verify to go through that door, but what's your plan, Santa? What are you doing? He can't get through any numbered doors with just 2 people. What the hell is he thinking?
Didn't I tell you? I'm Santa Claus. It's time for me to go make a wish come true.
That's it? That's all he's gonna give us? What the hell does that even mean? Shit, they're out. And now the gate's shut. Looks like the rest of us are stuck in here. They're all looking at me. At least Seven's headache is gone. He seems to be alright. Well, I guess there's no harm in trying. Let's see if this door still opens. Damn, well, it looks like the door isn't opening anytime soon.
You mean we're trapped?
So it would seem. Where the hell is Santa? What the hell is Santa trying to do?
Oh my gosh.
Oh my gosh, what?
Have you considered where we are? There can really only be one thing Santa would do now.
No. No. You can't be serious.
Oh, but he is. Shit! We've got to do something. Maybe we can still get out through door 9. There's the red. Yeah, alright. We can do this. I've just gotta... No, it's not gonna work. There's no way. The 5 of us can't open this door. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8 equals 26. 2 plus 6 equals 8. Is there any combination that'll work?
Shinpei, can I borrow your pen and notebook?
Sure, why not? I don't think I'm going to need them ever again. Well, she certainly looks purposeful. Looks like she's writing equations. A lot of them. Huh? A man. She doesn't look oh man. She doesn't look very happy. Wait, hey. No. You need to be ripping pages out like that. Jeez.
What the hell are you doing, Clover? Give me that!
Alright, at least Seven's got it away from her. Maybe now I can get a look of what she was writing. Let's see. Uh-huh. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 equals 18. So that means excluding Lotus. Shit. Then there's no other... Then
there's no other way?
Lotus. Looks like she'd figure it out, though. Man, this is just too cruel. It's okay. Go. Lotus.
Come on, you know we can't do that.
Oh, don't give me that. I'm sure you'd love to get rid of me.
God damn it, you idiot!
Whoa, where the hell did that come from? Looks like she unexpected that about as much as I did.
If you're not... Look, it'd be bad, alright? For a cop, he sure
doesn't have much confidence.
Dad?
Yeah. If weren't assholes like you around, I'd be out of a job.
Huh?
Look, I'm not leaving you behind, alright? End of story.
7.
He's right. I'm not leaving you either.
Me too.
You don't honestly think I'd abandon you, did you?
You're all idiots.
Act as tough as you want, Lotus. We can all see you're about to cry.
That being said, however, I doubt we would have been able to open the door anyway, even if we were to leave Lotus behind.
Huh? Why?
I trust you remember what happened to Ace? I couldn't see exactly what happened, but I was able to guess what he was attempting to do earlier at the Red.
Oh yeah.
No. What is this? Why? The digital root should be 9. It has to be 9. Then why? Why isn't it opening?
Just to see, why don't we give it a shot? Give it a shot?
Give it a shot.
Yes, that is what I said.
Two, 4, 5, 7 equals 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9.
You're right.
It ain't opening.
But it
did open 9 years ago. The digital root was 9 then, I'm sure of it.
Do you think maybe they changed the settings?
Perhaps.
Shit. If we can't get through the door, we can't get out. The walls are way too high. There was no way in hell we could get to the whole 7. Pop. There's no way in hell we could get to that whole 7 popped out of 9 years ago. All we could do is stand there and stare at this door with the 9 on it. I guess this is it. This is the end. I was watching. I had watched everything that was reflected in his eyes. I was listening. Every second that vibrated his eardrums I heard. Smell, taste, touch. I felt everything. I knew. I knew everything about him. What he was thinking, what he was feeling, what he was sensing. All of his feelings and worries and fears became mine. My mind, my consciousness, was inside of him. Through the morphic field set, we would resonate, and we were as one. I was him, and at the same time, I was an observer. It started with the tremendous noise, like a clap of thunder. That was approximately 9 hours ago. A bomb had gone off on the ship we were on. That was when my resonance with him began. My resonant event melted into him, and we became one inside of Junpei. Somehow I found myself in Junpei's mind, 9 years in the future.
But I didn't lose myself. I was living in two realities at once. One in the present, and the other in the future. Perhaps you can think of it as two movies showing at the same screen, at the same time. Eventually, it became difficult to separate them and determine which movie was which.
However, if I concentrated, I was able to focus on one or the other. That was why I was able to grasp what was happening in front of me.
Come on, over here.
That was my brother, Aoi. He was screaming.
I followed him. Around me were 7 other children. They looked like they were about my age. Come on, hurry up. I ran down the long
Straight hallway and burst into the large hospital room. Everyone was arguing. 2 of the boys got in a fist fight. A girl watching them began to cry.
I want to go home, she cried. I want to go home.
Another girl slapped the crying girl and glared down at her.
It has been 2 hours since the nonary game began. We were starting to fall apart. But just as all hope seemed lost, Light started talking. He was blind 9 years ago. We would call him Snake. Hello everyone, yes. Would you come here for a moment? He was older than most of us, and his voice had authority and dignity.
His fight died down, and we gathered around him. I have a little sister. She is very important to me. Right now, she is over in Building Q and is desperately trying to send information over to me. Her name is Clover, and today is her 9th birthday. As he spoke, he pulled something from his pocket. In his hand was 9 4-leaf clovers.
I was going to give them to her as a birthday present. I was outside picking them when I was abducted. I'm sure I've already told you, but I am blind. For a man who can't see, collecting 9 of a very specific plant is, well, it is difficult. But my sister means a great deal to me, and I hoped that these would show her how much I cared for her. Since it's her 9th birthday, I thought 9 4-leaf clovers would be appropriate. Every one of you has a brother or a sister in Building Q with Clover. For their sake, we have to survive. We have to get off this ship. Do you understand? If we are going to do that, there are 3 things you have to remember. We have to trust and love, and we have to have faith in one another. If we can have all 3 of those into heart, when I promise, the good luck will come our way. Do you know what the leaves on the 4-leaf clover mean? Faith, trust, love, and luck? Those words are leaf words. So, if you believe that what I've told you
and you understand, then I want each of you to have one of these. Then there's a promise between friends.
He gave a clover to each one of us. I took one too.
Eventually,
He was left with only a single four-leaf clover. He had one last thing to say. Now don't ever forget. So long as you have that, we will always be connected. Do you understand?
When he finished, the tension of only a few minutes before was gone. We were calm. After that, she ran around the ship for a while longer and opened the several of the numbered doors until we finally found a door
With the number 9 on it. In fact, there were 2 doors with 9 on them, and we found them in the chapel. We split into 2 groups and walked through the doors. Before long, we found ourselves in a room with a ceiling that looked like an upside-down funnel. For some reason, this room had another number 9, but this time it was only 1. But if there was only 1 door, that meant only 5 people could escape. What are we going to do? There aren't any other doors. We began to panic. Then, as if things had not gotten bad enough already,
Warning. Warning. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately. Repeat. Emergency incineration command has been acknowledged.
What? What's happening? What did the thing say? That didn't sound good. My brother always swallowed hard and answered, I think it means this room's gonna burn. Burn? The plaque on the door said incinerator. That voice said that the incineration is about to start. And incinerate means to burn.
No, help me!
Objected terror filled the room as everyone began to scream and cry. Every pair of eyes were filled with despair. Then, high up on the wall, a door opened and a man appeared. He was huge, frightening mountain of a man, as large as a bear. 9 years later, we would call him 7. Don't worry.
Don't worry, kids. I'm not your enemy. I'm one of the good guys. I'm a detective. I'm here to rescue you.
The rest happened just like 7 had said. It did.
The 4 of us who had stayed behind were saved by 7. We crawled through the vent, away from the incinerator, and slid down into the hall. It came out of the other side of the door 9. On the wall opposite the door was a set of double doors. We went through those and began to run up the spiral stairs. As we ran, I led the way. Behind me was Nona, my brother Aoi, Snake, and Seven. The other children, the ones who'd gone through 9 before us, were up ahead. I could hear them cheering each other on. We ran and ran and ran. We leapt across as many stairs as we could and kept running. The stairs spiraled upwards like a tornado. Eventually, I pulled ahead of the rest. Perhaps Nona had slowed them down. I didn't want to lose them, so I slowed down as well. I didn't stop, but I glanced over my shoulder from time to time to see if they had caught up. That was when I realized, oh no, where is it? Where did I drop Jumpy's present? I knew I had it with me when I passed through the vent. Then, had I dropped it? As we slid down? I had to go back. I had to. But I knew I couldn't tell the others. They would stop me. I was sure of it. I didn't stop to think. I simply moved. I ran to the central hall. The room that connected to all the other areas of the ship. And hid in the shadows, and moments later, I felt a run of wind as they ran past me up the staircase. I waited until they were out of sight, and then I ran. I moved as quietly as I could, down and down and down. Then I reached the bottom deck. I ran into the hallway and looked around frantically. There it is. It was just where I thought it would be, sitting under the opening of the vent. I ran over to snatch it from the floor, but as I ran towards the stairs and freedom, the door to the incinerator opened, and a man stepped out. It was Hongo. Jintaro Hongo. 9 years later, he would call him Ace.
Ah, how wonderful. How wonderful to see you decided to come back.
His smile made my blood run cold. He looked mechanical, as if someone had simply pulled up the corners of his mouth.
Come with me. We must continue the experiment.
I shook my head, eyes wide. Slowly, I began to walk backwards. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. Then I spun around and broke into a run. I felt Hongo's hand close over my left wrist.
I said, come with me.
There was an edge of insanity in his voice now. I pulled as hard as I could. No, I don't want to go. Let me go. Please, let go of me. I shook my body and flailed my arms, trying desperately to get Hongo to let me go. Let go of me. But I was still only a child. I was no match for a man like Hongo. Still struggling.
Still struggling, goddammit? How do I do as I tell you?
He heaved on my arm, trying to pull me into the incinerator. I screamed. Help me! Somebody help me! Then suddenly, Akane! The door to the stairs flew open, and my brother Aoi burst out of it. Behind him came Seven and Snake. Akane! He cried my name as he leapt towards Hungo.
You came back?
You came back, I cried. I cried out.
Ha! You're too late, idiot.
Hungo threw his full weight against my arm, pulling us both into the incinerator. Ah! The force of it threw me to the floor. I scrambled to my feet and looked towards the open number 9 door. Hungo stood between it and me, but behind him I could see my brother, his fists clenched, but those fists never reached Hungo. With a cold, heartless screech of metal on metal, the door slammed shut. Hungo glanced at me mechanically, his face registering that there was an object there, but not anything he could consider a human being. Then he turned away and walked to the red that sat next to the door. He reached into his pocket and removed 2 bracelets. He waved them over the scanner panel. 2 asterisks appeared on the red. He checked the screen. Then he tossed the bracelet carelessly onto the floor. What was he doing? What was the point? He made no effort to explain himself, of course. He said nothing at all, and walked past me as though I were nothing more than a rock by the roadside. A few moments later, the double doors slid shut as well. Faintly, I could hear someone pounding on the door behind me. I turned around and ran towards the door with the 9. Akane! Akane! Are you okay? I could hear the voice from the other side of the door. A worried, frightened voice. Help me! My throat was already raw, but I screamed as loud as I could. My voice echoed lonely around the empty room. What should I do? I think I'm trapped in here. Where's Hungo? He went out the other door. What? And then it started again.
Warning. Warning. The emergency incineration command has been acknowledged. Automatic incineration will take place in 18 minutes. Please evacuate the incinerator immediately.
Holy shit, man. I knew what it was gonna say, but that is one hell of a creepy voice.
I knew it!
It's starting. Santa started the incinerator.
Fuck. Man, I never thought I'd hear that damn voice again after 9 years.
What the hell? What the hell? What are you talking about? It's 9 years this, and 9 years that, and when it's not 9 years something, then you're talking about some sort of fucking experiments. What in God's name are you talking about? You aren't making any sense.
I'm sorry, Lotus. We don't really have time to explain it right now. I promise to tell you everything once we get out of here.
But
Automatic incineration will take place in 17 minutes.
You know what that means, right? Incinerate means burn.
What kind of idiot do you think I am? I know what incinerate means.
Well,
Oh, damn it. Okay, fine. I won't ask anything else. And talk about whatever you want, but you have to do something for me. 7. Figure this out.
What? Why me?
Just shut up and stop this thing.
How the hell?
There has to be something, some sort of emergency shut up button. There isn't anything like that. How the hell do you know? Because I looked for it 9 years ago. Yeah, Lotus isn't happy about that. Can't really blame her. Wait. The floor, it's moving. What else can I say about it but... What the hell is that?
what else could I say but... What is that? The floor opened. The floor opened, and the machine rose up out from it. It looked like a computer. At least, it kind of did. There was a monitor, a keyboard, and a cross-shaped device of some kind. Something about the machine scared me, but I forced myself to walk up to it. I was terrified. Tears poured down my face. I wiped them off even as more took their place, and forced myself forward. Finally, I reached it. I looked at the screen. It was blank. All I saw was my own frightened face staring back at me from the glass, drenched in tears.
All I can see on the screen is my reflection of my own face. I'm looking freaked out. I know I'm sweating like crazy, but seeing it kind of drives it home. Okay, Junpei, just calm down, alright? Everything's gonna be okay. Ah, man, I wish that this thing would just shut up.
Automatic incineration will take place in 15 minutes.
Alright, back to this thing. If it's only showing up now, when it's gotta be important. But what the hell am I supposed to do with it? Hey, move! Hey, we're all tense, lady. That doesn't mean you gotta shove people around.
Okay? It's turned on. There's nothing on the screen, though. This is bad. This is really bad. If there's nothing on here, how are we supposed to do anything with it?
Sure, just push buttons. I'm sure that'll... Huh? Well, at least it's on now. What's on the screen, though?
What is this?
What the hell?
It looks like some sort of puzzle.
It's got a bunch of numbers scattered across 9 by 9 grid. It's the number range from 1 to 9.
Do you think if we solve this puzzle,
The incinerator will stop? Yeah. Well, we can hope, right? All right, puzzle. How do you work? Oh, man. That goddamn voice again.
Robotic incinerator will take place in 13 minutes.
Shit. 13 minutes? Can we really do this? My heart feels like it's gonna pop.
my heart was pounding like it was about to explode. I stared at the puzzle on the screen. I was sure I had to solve it somehow, but I had no idea how. My connection to Jumpy had been gone for a while. His mind was gone. I couldn't get any more information from him. I felt the second tick by as I stared at the screen, completely lost. My cheeks felt hot as tears poured over them. Then I heard a voice.
Hey, what are you doing?
It was muffled. I turned around. Pressed against the window was an entry door. In the entry door was a face, a frightening, evil face. It was Hongo. How long had he been watching me?
Oh, don't know what to do. Oh, I don't know what to do.
He was yelling, but his voice was still muffled.
It's simple, really. But I suppose I might as well tell you. Just solve the puzzle on that machine.
His laughter was muffled by the door, but it still tore at my heart like claws on a vicious monster. I bit my lip and glared at Hongo, struggling and to hold back the hot tears. You're a terrible person. I hate you.
Oh my, how could you call a gentleman such as myself a terrible person? That's not very nice. I'm quite fair. I don't use tricks or play dirty. You see, I even left you a way out.
Huh? A way out?
Didn't you hear me? All you have to do is solve that puzzle. Do that, and you can stop the incinerator.
What's the point of stopping it? You'll only capture me and make me do this all again. I'm not going to listen to you. If you're just going to throw me back in here, I might as well die now.
My goodness. Haven't you listened to anything I've said? I told you I'm a fair man. If you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will in turn activate. The experiment is to deliver valid results. There must be a chance of success. If you succeed, you will escape. The
verification function of the red? Then I remembered. Hongo left the room. He had scanned 2 bracelets in the red.
So do you remember? Right now, there are 2 numbers in the red. The first is 1, and the second is 3. Say, Akane, what's your number?
I looked at my left hand. The face on my bracelet showed a 5. 1 plus 3 plus 5 equals 3. I ran to the door with the 9 on it. I grabbed the red and put my hand against the scanner.
You really aren't listening, are you?
I hear Hongo's muffled voice across the room.
I already told you, didn't I? Once you solve the puzzle, the verification function of the red will activate. In other words, if you haven't solved the puzzle, you can't enter the number. What kind of fool are you?
Why? Why are you doing this?
Huh? You could never understand. You don't know what it's like to spend every day surrounded by monkeys. Now start to experiment. Solve the puzzle.
I can't. I don't know how.
Of course you don't. Isn't that the point? You understand, don't you? Access the morphogenic field and find the solution.
I can't.
Then you'll die. You'll burn alive. It's going to be quite hot in there in a few minutes. I imagine it will be very painful. His
horrible laugh echoed across the room, and even after his face disappeared from the window, I could hear it. Automatic incineration will take place.
Automatic incineration will take place in 10 minutes.
I was crying. Great gulping sobs broken by hiccups. That shook my body. I was terrified. I could feel the fear pressing down on me like a tremendous weight. Somehow, I forced my shaking legs to carry me back to the device. I stared at the empty monitor. I can't. I just can't. There's no way. I can't figure this out. What was I going to do? I didn't know. I didn't even know where to start. Fear scattered my thoughts, and all I could think of was how I was going to die. My palms are sweating, and my blood was boiling in my veins. It was hot, so hot, I couldn't breathe. I felt dizzy. My heart roared in my chest, as if it would pound itself to pieces. I reached into my pocket. I wrapped my hand around the thing I had come back to get. The doll Jumpy had given me. It was... at least I had that. I held it tight with both hands and prayed. Help me, Jumpy. Help me. Help me. Help me. Jumpy. 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 Please. Help me. Jumpy.
Akane,
Akane,
Who the hell is Akane? Shut up! Just shut the hell up! Seven and Lotus. Seven and Lotus don't understand. I think Clover and Snake have an idea, though. Clover's looking at me. And I think Snake may have figured it out. No, it doesn't matter. They're in my way. Where'd she go? Maybe over here? Akane! Akane! Can you hear me, Akane? Say something! Fuck. Did something break our connection? I swear I just heard her. Shit. Akane! Akane, answer me, Akane!
Jumpy?
I spun around.
I spun around. I heard a voice. His voice. I looked around. It wasn't in the room, of course, but I heard it so clearly. Like he was right there. Jumpy? I screamed as loud as I could. Immediately I heard him call back.
Akane!
Jumpy!
That's her. She's there.
That means...
Akane! Are you in the incinerator right now?
Yes, I am. How did you know?
Now I understand what Santa meant. Right. There was only one way to help her. You were brought here to help my sister. To save Akane. I think I get it now.
Atlantic incineration will take place in 7 minutes.
Jumpy! We don't have time. As quickly as I could, I told him that I had to solve a puzzle in order to stop the incinerator.
Got it. And I do. I get everything now. At last, I finally understand what all of this means. I know why the Nonary game was held today. I know why we're kidnapped and brought here. It was all for this moment. All of this was planned out to lead to this one moment. Oh my god. This is insane. I can't believe it, but there's only one possible answer. June is... Zero is... Akane Kurashiki. She recreated the history of the future that she had a glimpse of 9 years ago. She tried to save herself that way 9 years ago. No, she was trying to save herself right now. That means that there's only one thing for me to do. Even if this is all some sort of insane plan, I will save her. I will save Akane Kurashiki. I must save her, no matter what.
Atlantic incineration will take place in 6 minutes.
Jumpy?
Yeah, I know. Just hang on, alright? I promise I'll get you out of there. I'm not gonna let you die. I promise. So, don't worry, alright? Just give me a few minutes, okay?
Okay.
My voice shook as I answered. It was hot in the room. I felt like my heart was on fire. 6 minutes or not, my heart burned with my feelings for him. Alright, time to get to work. Junpei. Is Snake talking to them about something? Whatever, it doesn't matter. Get out of my way! Hey... What are you... Hey, what are you... Just trust me, okay? Sorry, Lotus, I didn't mean to snap, but there's not a lot... There's more at stake here than your pride. I apologize. I'll apologize later, alright? Now, let's have a look at this thing. We've got numbers all over this grid. Now, if I'm looking at this right, I'm going to need to fill it all the empty squares with one other number from 1 to 9, but I can't use the same two numbers in the horizontal or vertical row. The same goes for a 3 by 3 in the thick lines around them. That means I need to put different numbers in the horizontal and vertical rows as well as the 3 by 3 spaces. I think that's the rule here. Alright, bring it on. I'm gonna do this on my own, with my own mind. I'm gonna solve this problem. Seek a way out. No, this is intense. I have to flip the DS over because oh, I get it. Oh, I get this. So, for those of you that are missing the effect, what's going on right now is the screens are flipped. If you haven't figured it out by now, the screens are flipped right now. So, in order for this to work out, I have to do Akane has always been the bottom screen. Akane has always been the narrator. Akane has always been the narrator. So her being on the bottom screen makes sense. And this is Junpei figuring out the puzzle on the top, and obviously I need to be able to touch the thing. So unfortunately I did not set up a scene for this, so you guys are just gonna have to bear with it. I did not set up a upside down scene, nor do I have any way to flip it. Because, yeah. So, I have to figure out this Sudoku puzzle. You know what, I might as well do this then. Game capture.
A wonderful feeling of accomplishment and relief flooded my body at the same time. What strength I'd had left disappeared and collapsed to the floor. And for a while I just lay there, laughing and crying and enjoying being alive. Every time I thought about him, I thought my heart would burst. I can't quite believe I did that, but I'm so glad. So glad. I feel like my heart's on fire. No, I don't have time to be thinking about that kind of shit. I need to tell Akane. Akane! Sorry, but things are kind of busy over here. I'm gonna have to hang up now, okay?
Oh, of course. That's fine. I wiped my tears from my eyes and nodded vigorously, even though I knew he couldn't see me. Then I looked over at the corner of the floor. There were 2 bracelets Hongo and had left behind.
Now. Well, Seven and Lotus don't look particularly happy with me. Not a very nice look to give someone who just saved your life, guys.
Junpei, are you...
Okay? Ah, shut it. Right, okay, so maybe they have a reason to be pissed off. But what if I haven't pressed the enter yet? Alright, nothing holding me back now. Here goes. Wait.
Automatic incineration will take place in 90 seconds.
It doesn't sound like it's stopping. What the shit? Why isn't it stopping? Okay, maybe I didn't hit it hard enough. Just hit it again. And again. And again. Okay, that's not working either. The alarm's still going off. What the hell is going on? I've got all the right numbers in the right box. It's perfect. So why the fuck isn't this thing stopping?
Automatic incineration will take place in 60 seconds.
Wait, of course. That's what these numbers under the puzzle mean. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8. Snake, Clover, me, 7, and Lotus. Then door 9. No, that's it. That number on the door isn't a 9. It's not even a number.
It is hidden, but an exit can be found. Seek a way out. Seek a door that carries a key.
Holy shit, of course. Then we just have to put the right number into the red and...
Automatic incineration will take place in 3 seconds.
Run, guys! Get to the door! Run! Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, I don't have much time. Man, I sure hope they just trust me on this one, or we're all fucked. Alright, no time to explain, just go. Quick! Verify your number on the red. Verify? Who?
What combination?
All of us! We all need to verify. Why? You really think this is a good time to ask questions? Just do it! Hurry, 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 hurry.
Automatic incineration will take place in 10 seconds. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Central gate has been opened. Incineration system has been disabled.
Oh, thank fucking Christ. No, no time to be happy. Time to go. Hurry. We've only got 9 seconds before the doors close. Go, go, go. Come on, guys. Move it. Okay. They're all through. Move it, Junpei. Just in time. And there goes the door. No, don't calm down yet. You're not done. We've still got to find the dead.
Shit. Looks like we made it, huh?
Man, that guy sure can laugh when he wants to. Looks like Clover and Lotus are totally out of energy. I guess Snake probably can't see the sky, but he can sure feel the fresh air. I just want to take a nap. Kane! Kane! Kane, can you hear me? I want to tell her we made it. I want to tell her how good I feel. But nothing.
The door's opened. Standing in front of it was my brother.
Akane!
Ollie! I cried his name even though my voice was gone from screaming, and leapt into his arms. Oh. Ollie. Akane! I buried my face in his chest and tried to cry and cried again. I cried and cried and cried. The steady thump of his heart in my ear made me feel like I was home. Its beat was almost like a lullaby. I wrapped my arms around him as far as they could go and held him as tight as I could. Just to be there felt like a miracle. I hadn't felt the warmth of another human body in what had seemed like an eternity. I just wanted to stay there in his arms forever, but I couldn't. The moment I'd passed through the door, my bracelet had begun the countdown to death. I leapt away from him and looked around. The door had already closed. I spotted the dead only a short distance away. It took me only a moment to get to and scanned all the bracelets. I left the one Hungo had dropped on the scanner panel. And that was it. I took a deep breath and looked around again. The huge detective, who we'd call 7 in 9 years, and Snake, the blind boy, were looking at me. They seemed to have utterly stunned by my sudden appearance. Their eyes were wide, and their mouths hung open. All right, let's get out of here. If we don't book it,
Alright, let's get out of here. If we don't book it, we might run into Hungo again.
Aoi was right. It was time we got moving. The mention of Hungo seemed to jar Seven and Snake out of their surprise, and they nodded. We took off running, up the spiral stairs to freedom.
Up, 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 up. Man, these stairs go on forever. But if they can get us out of here, no wonder we're running so hard. My heart beating so hard I can barely hear. God, I can't wait to breathe real air again. Huh? Is Seven talking?
Hey, Junpei, can I ask you something?
What's up?
That door with the 9 on it, why did it open?
Yeah,
Yeah. All 5 of us verified our numbers on the red. 2 plus 4 plus 5 plus 7 plus 8 equals 26. That makes our digital route 8. It shouldn't have opened.
that's not like you, Lotus. I thought you would have figured it out already.
Huh? Why?
Because you were the person who taught me about the idea of bases.
Bases?
Yeah. What are the two numbers? What are two numbers in base 2? 0.
0 and 1.
How about in base 10?
That goes from...
That goes from 0 to 9, right?
Then how about base 16?
0 to F.
After 9, it starts at A and goes from there B, C, D, etc. You're right. In other words, A in base 16 is 10 in base 10. B is 11, C is 12, D is 13, and so on.
So, what about it?
You don't get it? What if we keep going with that pattern? What if you go way past base 16 all the way to base 27?
Base 27?
Yeah. Well, the numerical digits are the same, so I guess you add alphabetical digits. E is 14, and F is 15, G is 16, H is 17, I is 18, J is 19, K is 20, L is 21, M is
22, N is 23, O is 24, P is 25.
Yeah, and what comes after that?
Q.
26.
And what does that mean?
That wasn't a 9 on the door.
It was a Q.
It was a Q. A fucking lowercase q.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I guess to put it another way, you could say that it was 9 in base 10, but a Q in base 27. Time for more running. God, my thighs are killing me. I swear, any moment now I'm gonna tear a muscle. I feel like every single cell in my body is dying for air. Damn, every breath I take is a chore now. I feel like my lungs are gonna burst. Maybe maybe just a short rest. No, I can't stop. Don't have time. Come on, legs. There can't be many more of these steps left. Let's run. Run like a bullet down a rifle barrel. like a tornado cutting through a sea of clouds. I feel like we're running along the back of a giant coiled dragon. Finally. Phew. Jesus, I can barely breathe. No, Junpei, no time to rest. Pull yourself together, you're almost there. Alright? I'm gonna open it.
Yeah.
Yes. We're finally here. We're finally here.
Please do. Sure. Sure, you look like a big heavy door, but you're the only thing standing between me and my freedom. But even more than that, you're the only thing standing between me and Akane. You're gonna open, and you're gonna open now.
I felt a hand on my shoulder. It was Aoi's. He gave it a small, reassuring squeeze. I was so happy I felt like I could melt. My heart was at peace. And not only because my brother and I were back together. Thanks to the huge detective, all 9 of us who had been kidnapped were finally able to escape from the gigantic. On the distant horizon, we could see the faint outline of the ship as it sank. It gave a thunderous roar as it finally slipped beneath the waves. Its last cry echoed out across the ocean. And then it was gone. It's over. It's over, Aoi whispered. Yeah. It was over. It was finally over. Or was it? Was it really? No. I was wrong. That wasn't it at all. I was sure of it. This wasn't the end. It was only the beginning. This was only a prologue to what would happen in 9 years.
Yes, finally. Air. Damn, that sun is bright. I can barely see anything. I gotta admit, this doesn't look quite like... Wait. No way. You've gotta be shitting me. What?
It can't be.
This is...
This is the building in the Nevada desert.
The mock experiment building.
Oh my god. This whole time, we were in Building Q. Sure enough, that's a desert out there, with mountains all around it. Hello there, sun. Boy, am I ever glad to see you. I don't think I've ever been so happy to see the sunrise. Huh? Did I just hear something fall? Right. Our bracelets. I guess I've never really got a good look at the underside of one of these. Let's see what's inside you. Just a little electronic chip. Like in an ATM card. That's it. There's nothing else. Nothing that even looks like a detonator. There was never a detonator to begin with. Figures. Kane.
Jumpy.
Guess I must be pretty crazy about the girl if I'm hearing her voice in the wind. Are you okay?
You okay?
Oh, come on. This is nothing.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't look okay.
It was just before the end of elementary school. Jumpy?
It was just before the end of elementary school. Jumpy and I were sitting next to each other on a small hill, looking down at the town as the sun set slowly.
How does it look then?
He was half serious and half joking. I thought about it for a minute. Oh, well, let's see. It looks like you kissed a toad and got warts, but then they just kept growing and growing and growing.
What does that even mean?
Junpei grinned, and see? I told you you're not okay. You're too reckless. You can't beat 5 8th graders, Jumpy. That's crazy.
Yeah, but I couldn't just stand there. I mean, don't you think so? I had to do something. Look at the Nevada desert go past. For an SUV, It's a pretty smooth ride. Sure was nice of someone to leave it us outside the building, keys in the ignition and gas in the tank. Almost like it was a present, you know? Anyway, we jumped in, and now here we are, screaming across the desert. Lotus is over there in the passenger seat. Snake and Seven and I are all squeezed into the back seat here. I still can't believe we let her drive.
Woohoo! This is so fun! This is so awesome! Driving is great when there's nothing around and there's no speed limit.
Hey, Clover, watch those bumps, alright? This car jumps even a little, and I think I'm gonna get crushed to death.
Hey, shut it. I can't help it if I'm big, alright? Suck it up.
Why don't you drive then, Seven?
I'm a cop. I ain't gonna break the law.
He doesn't have an international license.
Yeah, but you could have sat in the passenger seat.
Oh, hell no. There's no way I'm giving this seat up. Then, Clover, there's no need to slow down. The car Santa and Six. The car Santa and Six are in should be somewhere down the road ahead of us.
Yeah, I saw some fresh tire tracks going out. There's no doubt about it.
Then we've got to hurry if we want to catch them, don't we?
Sure thing.
Oh, shit. God damn it, she doesn't have to drive so fast. Man, I didn't even think a car like this could go this fast. We're sure throwing up a lot of dust. It was a couple hours.
It was a couple hours after we'd run into the junior high students. They'd been hiding in the bushes on the back of the hill, drenching the kitty in gasoline. The moment we saw what they were doing, Jumpy ran up to them furious.
Hey! What the hell are you doing?
And then he jumped on them. He quickly scooped up the kitten and tossed it to me. I caught it and ran to the police station as fast as I could. Help me, officer, please. You have to come with me. The police and I headed back to the hill. All we found was Jumpy, sprawled on the ground, with face covered in big swelling lumps. You couldn't run away after you threw the kitty to me? I asked him. His tongue tugged out through the hole in his mouth where his tooth had fallen out.
Yeah, I guess I coulda.
Then why didn't you?
I didn't want to. I wanted to beat him up real good. Because
of what they were doing to the kitty?
yeah, that too, but I think they were the ones behind the murders at our first semester, remember? Oh,
Oh, you mean the bunnies?
yeah, the bunnies.
He plucked some grass from the ground and tossed it into the wind.
They asked me what elementary I was from, so I told them. And then they said they do the same thing to you. They do the same thing to you that they did to the rabbits. I couldn't forgive them for that, so I... Hey, there's still some stuff I don't get. Of course, they probably don't know any more than I do. Like Ace. Well, I guess I should say Gintaro Hongoa. Who? Why did he create the Nonary project? Anybody? Any ideas?
Why don't you ask him yourself?
Well, yeah, I guess I could. He's still in the trunk, I assume? Yeah, he is. Still tied up, I'm assuming, with his mouth taped shut. Well, I might as well have a little chat with the old man. His eyes look empty, no emotion. He looks like he's just given up. I wonder if he even cares what happens to him anymore. Hey, were you listening to us? Yeah, go ahead and try to pretend you weren't, you old bastard. Let's get that tape off your mouth. Come on, I know you were. Answer me. You could at least look at me. You could at least look at me when you talk, man.
I only wanted to see the faces. Human faces. I thought if I could gain the ability to access the morphinic field set, then perhaps I could see faces. By peering into people's minds, you could understand how they were processing the expression of others.
That's it?
Yes, if you want to put it simply. But if you are looking for a more physiological answer, I can supply that too, as well. You see, a human collective consciousness.
I think that's enough out of you, pal. Time for the tape to go back on.
Alright, so what's the second question?
You said there were some things you didn't get, didn't you? Well, somebody's a little nosy. Well, my next question doesn't really have anything to do with you two. This is more for you, Seven. It's about the whole Alice thing. What's the deal with that?
Well, see, 9 years ago after I escaped from the Gigantic, I kept going after Hungul on my own, hoping I'd catch him when I finally slipped up. During the course of my investigation, I learned a lot about the Gigantic. I also found out about Gordane and Alice.
You're not really answering my question. Was there actually a girl who wouldn't melt at room temperatures? Sounds like Hangua has something to say. Alright, fine. I'll let you talk, but you gotta behave. What?
Alice doesn't exist. 9 years ago, I found Alice's coffin behind the library on the bottom deck. There was nothing in it but a root of a peculiar plant. My research determined that it was a member of the genus Mandragora, of the family Solanceae. I was able to extract a peculiar alkaloid from it. I used the extract to create Soparil. Its creation was a tremendous boon to my firm, and we grew rapidly.
Shit, this is gonna go on forever. Tape's going back on, Hungo. The rest of my questions can wait for a bit. For now, I think I'll just enjoy the ride. Here,
This is for you.
what is this?
This is for you, doll. His name is Jumpy. Jumpy. Junpei. This is a for you, doll. His name is Junpei. Jumpy pulled something out of his pocket and shoved it out his arms towards me.
Here, this is for you.
What is it?
This is a for you doll. His name is Junpei.
Jumpy pulled something out of his pocket and shoved it into the arms towards me. In his hand was a doll made of yarn, small enough to fit his palm. Jumpy, are you sure it's a for you doll?
Huh? Yeah, the lady at the shop said so. That means it's for you, right?
Are you sure this is not a voodoo doll?
What? That's... Oh man, no. Oh man.
Well, it sure looks like a voodoo doll. I mean, you do know what a voodoo doll is used for, right?
Yeah. I guess calling it Junpei isn't a very good idea then. Why are you...
Why are you giving me this anyway? It just seems really sudden.
Well, you know, after... you know how after June we aren't gonna get to see each other too much? I mean, we're gonna be in different schools, and I just thought you know,
Oh, okay, well, how about we call it June then?
Okay.
So I wanted to give you this to you.
You sound like... So I wanted to give this to you.
You sound like some sort of tribal chief in a bad movie.
Yes, head of tribe. This doll, traditional charm of tribe. So I give this, me, so we always together.
How jumpy. If some bad,
then hold and pray. If something bad, then hold and pray. I go wherever you are. So here, take.
I reached my hand out and picked up the doll gently. Thank you. Thank you so much, Jumpy. Before I knew it, I was crying. Tears streamed down my face and fell into June's tiny yarn body. Oh, Jumpy, I'll never forget you. I promise.
Jumpy
Looked straight into my eyes and just said 5 words.
I'll never forget you either.
The sky was beautiful, crimson red, as it melted down towards the horizon. The last golden rays of sunlight stretched across the city and painted themselves across the hill. We sat and bathed in the warm light of evening, just the two of us, leaning gently against one another, shoulder to shoulder. The sun set, and we still didn't leave. We watched in silence as the darkness deepened,
And one by one, the light of the town began to flicker on.
There's still one thing I don't get. To be honest, it's the biggest mystery as far as I'm concerned. And also the only one that's really important. It has to do with June and Akane. 9 years ago, she died in an incinerator on the Gigantic. But she's still alive now as June. But how? Was it because I tapped into the morphic field and saved her 9 years ago? Huh. Alright. Let's say that makes some kind of insane sense. If I did that, then how do I make sense of what Seven remembers? Snake makes sense. He's blind. He couldn't have seen her body anyway. But Seven, he said he was sure he saw it. Does that mean there's some kind of historical discrepancy? Or, wait, maybe that's not it at all. There is no other logical explanation. Was what you told me the truth, Seven? You look satisfied. No. No way. He couldn't.
Hey, look, over there. There's somebody next to the road.
Huh? Huh?
What?
Huh? Hmm? The burning gaze of the Nevada sun pounded down. The burning gaze of the Nevada desert pounded on her head. The desert around her rippled with heat. Standing there, on the shimmering plain, was a woman, her arm out and thumb up. It would not be long before Junpei realized who she was. End. Oh. 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 That was 2 endings in 1. So, hold on. So we are at 11 hours of streaming today, and I hope you guys enjoyed that ending. We did it! We did it, boys! We did it! And I'm really sad it's over. God dang it. That's the worst. Like, I'm enjoying the story so much, and it's over now. No! I don't want it to be over! Let's see. Properties. There you go. What? Why isn't this thing? It should. Camera's not flipping. Oh well. So, thank you guys for joining me today. The camera's not flipping for some reason, so ignore that for now. But guys, we're streaming for 11 hours today. That was the finale of this game. I hope you guys enjoyed it very much. I, for sure, enjoyed it. Let's get... It is time to go, though. I love you guys. I hope you enjoyed it. I really enjoyed this game. I want more. I want more. But it's time. So, if you would all join me, if you have not followed the channel yet, please feel free to follow the channel. We'd greatly appreciate it. It helps me out greatly. Oh, there we go. That was it. It helps me out greatly when you follow. Always tweet out the stream whenever it's on. Right, obviously not right now, but you could always tweet out that, hey, you really enjoyed the show. And yeah, we'll see what we do. We might play some Monster Hunter, or I might do something else. I know, we'll see. But thank you guys so much for being around. I love you guys very much. Thank you. We are going to go raid. In case you didn't already know, please type !social. You can find me, you can follow all my social medias and stuff like that you should be already doing. And yeah, we are going to go raid. So if you would join me, the way we do raids around here, if you don't already know, is basically we go somewhere. We're really quiet. We go into another chat room. Don't say a word. Don't follow. Don't do anything yet until you see me say, "This is a lazy raid." As soon as you see me say that, you're gonna respond with, "This is a lazy raid." And for your copying conveniences right there, just copy any one of those. You can literally just highlight and copy, and you'll copy the emoticon as well. Now, while you do that, practice that in my chat room. Do it 2 to 3 times, no more than that. And let me go ahead and look who there is to raid. Let's see who the There's one person. Ooh. There might be another person. Oh man, there's 2 people I really want to raid. But you know what? I think we're gonna raid this girl. She's an amazing person. She's really lovely. I really enjoy watching her. She is not a streamer. She's part of another community, but she's a really good streamer, and I really actually enjoy watching her. Like, I think this is like her 3rd or 4th stream ever. And you should definitely go check her out. She's a really cool person. I like her. So go over here with me. I was gonna raid somebody else that we never get to raid, but this one seems a little bit more promising. So we're gonna go over here. We're not more promising, but like, just I want to. Okay? Stop judging me. So let's go over here. Copy. Oh, wait, let me put this in here. Alright. Copy URL. Come on, chat. Don't freeze on me. Alright. There we go, guys. Spam. Go over there, guys. I'll see you guys there. Love you guys. Have a good night. Have a good day, wherever you may be. Bye-bye.